A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, when Jane found out she's responsible for 50 tickets to the charity play, she got busy. In desperation, she ran an ad in the paper advertising $3 tickets for $1.98 and gave the rehearsal hall's phone number. So between answering phone calls and rehearsing the part of the maid, Jane has spent a hectic day in the name of charity. It's evening now at the Aces bungalow. Jane is at the desk figuring up the day's business. Mr. Race and Marge, who know nothing of the ad, sit nearby.
Here.
Yes?
Multiply 10 times 198.
Yes, Jane, that's very good.
What? Dear.
Oh, what'd you say?
Will you please put that paper down? I'm asking you to do something for me.
Oh, what was that again?
Multiply 10 times 198.
10 times 198, that's 1980.
Correct.
Oh, thanks, Jane.
No, I mean, I have it that way, too. I got that same answer. Well, at first, I got 2 or 3 different answers, but for about 10 minutes now, I've been getting 1980. So I decided...
Oh, so you decided it must be right.
Yeah.
Yes, the majority rule.
Yes. Now, multiply 3 times 10.
Well, don't tell me you've been getting different answers for that.
No, but I want to make sure. What do you get?
3 times 10. Let's see. 3 times odd is odd, none to carry. Don't tell me now.
Oh, stop it. It's 30, James. Why all the mathematics? 30, that's right. I'm figuring something up here, Mark. Now, dear, here's the hard part. Ready?
What is this? All right, shoot.
Subtract 1980 from 30.
Subtract 19... Oh, you can't. You can't take 1980 from 30.
Oh, no, it's not 1980. It's $19.80.
Oh, $19.80.
Yes.
And what's the 30?
$30. Now subtract $19.80 from $30, see?
Oh, yes, $19.80 from 30. That's,
Here, take this pencil and paper.
No, I can do it mentally. That would be $10.20.
$10.20?
Yeah.
Oh, that's marvelous. Is that all? Are you sure?
I think so. Why, what did you get?
Oh, I got different answers altogether.
Let me see it.
No, it's just a lot of different numbers.
No, let me see it,
But
Jane.
dear, it's nothing. I just kept getting different answers all the time, but nothing as low as $10.20. Well, that's not so bad for a day's business. For a what?
What do you mean, day's business?
I mean profit and loss.
What do you know about profit and loss? What are you talking about?
Well, profit is the money you make, isn't it?
Yes.
And loss is the money you don't.
The money you don't.
Jane, what on earth are you figuring out? It's about those tickets for the play. I only lost $10.20 today, and I'm very glad if you're sure that's
Wait
right.
a minute. About those tickets. What's going on with those tickets?
Well, I'm certainly not going to get stung for all the tickets at $3 apiece, am I?
Well, you are unless you sell them.
That's right, Mark. So I'm selling them.
Oh, fine. How many did you sell, Jane?
I sold 10 today.
Oh,
that's
10.
great.
I should say it is. Who did you sell them to?
Oh, different people.
Well, how'd you do it? Were they hard to sell?
Well, not after I thought of this scheme.
Well, you're marvelous. You, I know I'm going to regret asking this. What scheme?
Well, here's how it is. I was sitting here this morning getting dressed to go to rehearsal and worrying about these tickets. Well, all of a sudden, I got this idea. It hit me in the face like a flash in the pan.
What idea, Jess?
About selling the tickets. I said to myself, would I buy a ticket for $3? Not if I couldn't afford it, I said. Well, how much would you pay, I said. Well, certainly not $3, I said. But you would pay less, wouldn't you, I said.
That's about the dullest dialogue I think I've ever heard.
I enjoyed it.
Oh, you did?
Go on, sir. Oh, where was I? He keeps interrupting. Oh, yes, I said, yes, I'd pay less. I'd certainly buy them if they were on sale. And that's where I got the idea. Why not put on a sale? Mark them down. So no sooner said the better, I rushed to the phone.
What do you mean, put them on a sale?
I marked them down.
You
marked them down to what?
To $1.98.
What?
$1.90? Is that what you've been figuring up here? 10 times? You sold 10 tickets at $1.98?
Yes, that's $19.80. Now take away $19.80 from 30, and what have you got?
Apoplexy.
Yeah, no, you've got a loss of $10.20. You just told me. Well, is that bad for the first day? I just put the ad in this morning.
Ad? What ad?
I put an ad in the paper. It came out this afternoon. It said $3 tickets for the United Hospital charity play on sale for $1.98.
Oh.
And I put in the phone number of the rehearsal hall. Well, you should have seen the calls I got. I sold 10 just like that. That's me on top. And tomorrow, if business keeps up, I'll lose a little more. It's better than losing the whole thing, isn't it?
Isn't this awful?
Well, here I figure out a way to make money by losing a little every day, and he says it's awful.
But Jane, that's no way to figure it.
It's the only way to figure it. Now, you take away $19.80 from 30.
Take her away from me, will you?
Oh, yes? Take me away from you, and what have you got?
$10.20.
Oh, no. You'd have $30 to pay for 10 tickets. Now all we have to pay is $10.20 for 10 tickets.
Oh, Jane, how on earth did you think of a scheme like that?
I don't know, Marge. I just thought of it. You know how you do sometimes.
Well, I never would have thought of that. That's a new one on me.
On me, too, but I had to think of something, didn't I?
I don't know why.
Why? Well, would you want me to get
I
started?
think there's somebody at the door.
What?
You two will quiet down. There's somebody at the door.
Oh, the door.
Yes, I'll go, Jan. I just thought I should warn you two. You could be heard for miles around.
Well,
Is Mrs. Ace at home? Yes, she is. I'm Mrs. Burnside. I'd like to speak to her. Oh, come in, Mrs. Burnside. I remember you. You're on the ticket committee of that charity affair. Yes, I am, and I certainly would like to speak to Mrs. Ace.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Burnside.
Mrs. Ace, what do you mean by perpetrating such a hoax as you did today?
What?
Do you want to make us the laughing stock of the community?
I don't think so.
Well, you're certainly succeeding. Mr. Ace, was this your idea? Because if it was, I want to assure you that you're not going to get away with it.
Well, I didn't have anything to do
Not
with...
only have all the other workers called me to complain, heaven knows it's difficult enough to sell tickets at $3 apiece without running into cut-rate competition, but the directors of the hospital boards have been calling me, wanting to know what's going on here, and I don't blame them, Mrs. Ace.
What happened?
Mrs. Ace, don't you play dumb with me.
I'm not playing.
When you came to me last week and complained that you hadn't known you had signed that pledge to sell 50 tickets and be responsible for those you didn't sell, I certainly didn't think you'd stoop to such a low and undignified trick as this. And we demand that you stop it.
You mean you want me to stop selling tickets?
I mean you're to stop selling at this ridiculous price of $1.98. Do you know that we have workers canvassing the city to sell those tickets at $3? And can you blame them for complaining when you deliberately set about to undersell them? Oh, I never heard of such an outrage. And you're to stop it at once.
Now, just a minute, Mrs. Burnside.
I suspect you had your hand in this.
No, I had nothing of the kind, and I don't care if you believe it or not. But I'd like to know by what right you can come here and insult my wife this way.
Yes, what right are you to come here and insult his wife this
All
way?
right, Jane, you just leave this to me now.
What right? You think this is ethical?
Well, do you think it's ethical to make all those women pledge themselves to be responsible for 50 tickets and promise them parts in the play and then make maids out of them?
Yes, do you think it's ethical?
That has nothing to do with it. Mrs. Ace was very lucky to get the part of a maid.
All right, we'll skip that.
Yes, we'll skip that.
Now, I don't see where your committee has any holler coming to show how she sells the tickets. She's going to pay you the full amount. If she's willing to make up the difference from the $1.98, well...
$1.98. Oh, it's utterly fantastic.
It's fantastic or whatever it is, Mrs. Ace feels that she wants to sell the tickets that way. Now, what are you going to do about it? It doesn't say anything in that pledge of yours as to how she should sell them. And this is the way she wants to sell them.
Well, if you must know, I'd rather she wouldn't sell them at all than to make us the laughing stock of the town.
Oh, you'd rather she wouldn't sell them at all?
I certainly would.
Well, then how about taking back the tickets and clearing her the responsibility for the 50?
Oh, no. She promised to sell 50 tickets.
Okay, then she'll sell 50. If she sells them at $1.98, that's up to her.
Yes, that's up to me.
But, Mr. Ace, don't you realize what this is doing?
I'm sorry, but that's the only way she can get rid of it.
But this has gone further than I told you. Our director, Mr. Hamden, has tendered his resignation if this thing keeps up.
Oh, he has.
He certainly has. He won't be connected with any cut-rate play, and I don't blame him.
Well, I don't blame him either. Now, it's up to you, Mrs. Burnside. Mrs. Ace will either sell the tickets as she sees fit, or she'll stop selling them if you clear her of the responsibility.
Oh, I've never heard of such a thing.
Well, you're hearing of it now. How about it?
Well, certainly can't have her demoralizing our entire campaign.
No, I don't see anything demoralizing about it. It's self-preservation.
She
You didn't know she was practically signing her life away when you pushed that card under her nose and promised her a part in the play. Now she wants to get out of it as cheaply as she can.
Oh, you can't blame us for that. Is it a go, Mrs. Burnside?
Well, I'm at a loss for words.
Try yes.
What else can I say?
Good. Jane, get the tickets. You got them there?
Yes, here they are on this desk there.
That's it. Get them and give them to me. Oh, wait just a minute, Mrs. Burnside. We'd like to have that pledge back.
Oh, well, I have it here.
Oh, you came prepared.
I was hoping I could make you see this in the right light.
You did. I'll take that. Thank you. Now, this settles this.
There's a ticket, Mrs. Burnside.
No, wait a minute, Jane. Give them to me. Now, Mrs. Burnside, we're not as tough as we seem to be. We're going to honestly try to sell these tickets, as many of them as we can, at $3 apiece. We'll take the ad out of the paper. But those we can't sell, we are not going to be responsible for.
You don't have to try to sell any of them. I'd rather Mrs. Ace just forgot about the whole thing, play and all.
Forget about the play after all the
No, she won't. She stays in the play. If you're going to get tough, she stays in the play. If she drops out, we put the ad back in the paper and she starts again.
Good, dear. But I never in all
Is it understood, Mrs. Burnside?
Yes, perfectly. And I'll be thankful when this affair is over. I'll know better who to deal with after this.
Good night.
Good night, Mrs. Burnside.
Good night.
Oh, dear, you were marvelous. Oh, I could just hug you.
Well, I wasn't going to let her get away with that. Imagine the nerve of her coming in here like this.
Yes, imagine the nerve. I never did like her, and I always will.
Oh, you will, huh?
I knew I'd get even with her in time. Time wounds all heals, and that's all she is.
What?
A heel.
Yes, Jane, I guess she is.
Mr. Ace saved the day for Jane on the ticket score. Now it's up to Jane to save her own day at rehearsal. Just how she progresses as maid and understudy we learn when next we meet the Easy Ace.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Are You Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, have you a treat in store for you? What a grand surprise the moment you discover Jell-O's new locked-in flavor. Never until now has any gelatin dessert been able to bring you so much delightful goodness. Because up until now, gelatin desserts constantly faded in flavor while waiting to be used and brought you only a shadow of their original richness. But that's all been changed. Today, Jell-O's tempting, tantalizing flavor is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles, where time can't get at it to steal it away. No matter how long Jell-O remains in the package, it retains its luscious flavor to the very last. Now, you be the judge. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice the absence of any heavy, fruity aroma, the usual sign of escaping flavor. Then dissolve Jell-O, and presto, there's your flavor, all of it, the full-strength flavor of Jell-O, as rich and vivid as the day it was locked into Jell-O's delicate crystal-like particles. So try Jell-O, now made better than ever by Jell-O's new locked-in process. The flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. Ready, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, next Friday, October 31st, is Halloween, and will be celebrated by gay parties throughout the land.
Yes, sir. We'll play games and everything.
So tonight, we bring you a man who always loses his bridge bobbing for apples, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don. That was a very funny introduction. Losing my bridge, bobbing for apples. Did you think of that all by yourself?
Yes, I did, Jack. It was my own little brainchild.
Well, it certainly is clever. I mean, the way you expose all my faults and my defects.
People enjoy it, too.
Yes, they do. You know, Don, they have a program out here where a man sits by himself in a small room and plays phonograph records all night long. He's called Hank, the Night Watchman.
Uh-huh.
Well, one more introduction like that, and you're going to be known as Don, the Decca Dayman. In other words, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame with your contract. By the way, Don, getting back to Halloween... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. How are you?
Getting back to Halloween... Oh, fine, thanks. Getting back to Halloween...
You didn't have to answer me, you know.
What's that for? Coming in so mad. What's the matter with you today?
Well, you know that new usher they got at the reception desk, that tall, good-looking fellow?
Yeah?
When I came in just now, he winked at me.
Oh, a fresh guy, huh?
He's not going to take me out tonight.
Well, I don't blame you.
I asked him, but he's busy.
All right, so much for romance. Now, Don, what were we,
Oh, you mentioned something about Halloween.
Oh, yes. Are you going out with us next Friday night and have some fun? You know, ring doorbells and everything?
Oh, I don't know. You don't have the excitement nowadays that you used to have on Halloween.
I guess you're right.
Why, I remember back in Denver when I was a kid, we used to have the time of our lives.
Denver? You should have seen the way we celebrated Halloween in a little country town like Waukegan. The old-fashioned pranks we used to play. But kids don't have fun like that anymore.
What do you want, plumbing or fun?
Guys. Guys, Don, the things I used to do in those days. I'll never forget one Halloween. You know, I was a little boy then, and I took the chop suey sign off a Chinese restaurant and nailed it over the front door of our house. Oh, boy.
The chop suey sign, huh? Was your father mad when he saw it?
No, he just hung a tail on his derby and went into business. That's how my sister Florence came to be known as Lotus Blossom. We had some restaurant, chopped liver and suey. And then the following year... Oh, hello, Phil. Are you coming out with us Halloween?
Yeah, Jackson, but I can't meet you until after 9 o'clock. I got to go to night school.
Oh. Well, I'll tell you what, Phil. We'll meet you in front of the school about 9:15. How's that?
Okay, I'll bring my long pants with me and slip them on.
What? Now, wait a minute, Phil. Don't tell me you wear short pants to night school.
Look, Jackson, I'm in 3rd grade and I'm going to dress like it.
Oh, by all means. 3rd grade, eh? The rate you're going, you'll get your Social Security and diploma on the same night. No kidding, Phil. Why don't you give up night school?
Nothing doing. I don't want to be a maroon.
That's moron. Look, Phil, just wear your short pants all the time. Say, I wonder if Dennis wants to come along Friday. Where is the kid, anyway?
I called him yesterday, and his mother told me that he's been asleep ever since we got back from New York.
Well, I'll be darned. See, I didn't know the kid was so lazy.
What do you mean, lazy? You made Dennis share your berth on the train, then you snored so loud he couldn't rest for 4 nights.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Mary. It's impossible for me to snore because I recently had my adenoids removed. I had an operation.
Some operation. Rochester hasn't even got a license.
Oh, stop. You thought he couldn't build me a barbecue pit either. You should see it. Say, Don, speaking of our trip, I meant to ask you, is your wife still mad at me for putting you both in one berth?
Well, I thought she was, Jack, but strangely enough, as I was leaving the house this morning, she handed me a cake.
A cake?
Yes, she baked it especially for you.
Especially for me, eh?
I'll give it to you right after the broadcast.
Well, especially for me, eh? Well, thanks very much, Don, but you see I'm on a diet right now, and I have to cut out fattening poison. I mean cake. Thanks a lot, though. Huh?
Oh, Jack, don't be silly. Mrs. Wilson wouldn't poison you. She's one of the nicest girls I ever met.
Listen, Mary, I saw a show in New York called Arsenic and Old Lace, and 2 of the sweetest old ladies you ever laid your eyes on bumped off a dozen men. 12 of them.
Yes, but they gave them elderberry wine.
What you can do with wine, you can do with cake. I ain't eating it, sister.
Oh, Jackson, don't act like a baby.
All right, Phil, let's drop the cake and have a band number. Tell Peggy thanks, Don. Well, how about a number, Phil? What are you going to play?
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. You won't laugh if I tell you, will you?
No. What's it going to be?
Poet and Peasant Overture.
Are you kidding? Well, let's have it. I may be sorry I didn't eat that cake before this is over. That was a special arrangement of Poet and Peasant Overture played by Phil Harris and his peasants. There can't be a poet in that bunch. That number was okay, Phil.
You like it, huh, Jackson?
Yes, but I have one suggestion to make. If you're going to play a number like that every week, I think I'll have to augment your orchestra.
Augment?
Yes.
Tell him what it means before he puts on his short pants again.
Phil, augment means to increase or enlarge. For instance, you ought to add a bassoon to your orchestra, and a French horn, and a harp.
Sorry, Jackson, the harp's out.
What do you mean?
I had one once, and all the boys hung their socks on it.
Oh, well, if you had a bassoon, you could hit them over the head for doing it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our first play of the new season, we are going to... Well, look who's here.
Hiya, Mr. Benny. Hello, everybody.
Well, you certainly look rested now, Dennis.
Boy, oh boy, do I feel good. You want to raffle, Miss Livingston?
Dennis, behave yourself.
Let him alone. I'll give him a toe hold so fast he won't know what hit him.
Mary, put your coat back on. Be a lady, will you?
On this clam bake?
How can you call this program a clam bake when Phil just played Poet and Peasant? Now, let's settle down. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce, tomorrow, October 27th, is Navy Day. So tonight, in honor of this occasion, we will present our version of that stirring drama of the Naval Air Force, that epic of heroism, that sensational Warner Brothers production, Dive Bomber. Thank you, Dive.
You're a bomber.
Now, in this sketch, I will play the part of the young flight surgeon as portrayed on the screen by dashing, daring Errol Flynn, which happens to be the most important role in the picture. Now, let's see.
But, Jack, I saw the picture, and I thought that Fred McMurray, as the test pilot, had the most important part.
Who? McMurray?
Yes, he did some very heroic things. In fact, the audience applauded him the night I saw it.
They did? Oh. Well, Phil, then you'll be Errol Flynn, and I'm going to be Fred McMurray.
I'd never drop Flynn that fast.
Never mind. Now, it's all set. Phil is Errol Flynn, I'm Fred McMurray, and Dennis, you're going to be Ralph Bellamy.
Oh, boy, he had the best part of the whole darn picture.
Who? Bellamy?
Yeah, he was a great doctor, and the whole story was built around him.
And what? Well, now, let's see. Phil, you're going to be Errol Flynn. That's settled. Dennis, you'll be Fred McMurray, and I'll be Ralph Bellamy. Yes, that'll work out fine. Now, let's see.
Say, Jack.
Yeah?
If you ask me, Wayne Morris stole the whole picture.
What? Who? Wayne Morris?
Yeah, he was terrific.
No kidding? Well, fellas, it's all settled. I'm going to be Wayne Morris. Yeah.
Good. He wasn't even in the picture.
Wait a minute. What's going on here? I'm going to play Ralph Bellamy, and that's the end of it. Mary, you're going to be a nurse. And Don, you're going to be the B-19, so stick your arms out. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this play will go on immediately after a song by Dennis Day. Go ahead, Dennis. Hold it a minute. Come in. Oh, hello.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Can I see you about that now?
Yes, wait out in the hall. I'll be right with you. Excuse me, fellas.
Say, that little boy looks familiar.
Well, don't you recognize him, Don? That's the kid who was on the train with us last week.
The one that said he was going to be a gag man for Bob Hope?
Yeah, now Jack is trying to sign him up first. I'm going to open up the door and listen.
Sure, kid. I know Bob Hope's a nice guy. But why do you want to work for him? In the first place, he's very tough to write for.
What are you talking about? I can write 1,000 gags about his nose alone.
You think that's something? Listen, kid, I've got rheumatism and flat feet. And you see this bridge?
Yeah?
Look, it comes out. Why, I'm a cinch to write for. Now, what do you say?
Well, what's your offer?
Now, listen, kid. You're young and you've got your health. Now, look, money we won't talk about.
The heck we won't.
This kid's going to be tough, but he's clever. Now, look, son, by the way, what's your name?
Barton. Belly laugh Barton.
Well, now, look, Belly. Forget hope, and I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you $37.50 a week and a case of Jell-O every Saturday night. How does that strike you?
Well, I don't know. I'll have to talk it over with my manager.
What do you have to talk it over for? Look, kid, Jell-O is good for you. It's delicious. And not only that, this year it's got that new locked-in flavor.
Locked in, huh?
Yeah. The flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. Now sign here. Right here on the dotted line. Come on, kid.
Okay, let me out of the corner.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it's a deal, kid. See you at my house tomorrow morning. Come for breakfast and bring some coffee cake. So long.
Goodbye. Here he comes, boys. Act nonchalant.
Well, sorry to kept you waiting, fellas. Okay, Dennis, let's have your song. Belly Laugh Barton. Gee, I hope he lives up to his name.
I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart. In my heart I have but one desire, and that one is you. No other will do. I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love. And with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
That was I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction of the evening, our version of that sensational motion picture drama, Dive Bomber. And I'd like to announce that this production will be done entirely in Technicolor.
How can you do Technicolor on the radio?
We're on the red and blue networks with a green cast. And Belly Laugh better do better than that one. Now, the opening scene is the laboratory of the famous flight surgeon, Dr. Bellamy, who at the moment is testing the reflexes of that ace aviator, Dennis McMurray. Curtain. Music. The Schneider test shows pilot fatigue, not far from the chronic line. A oscillograph, negative. What does the Ralph Fontaine test show? What does it show, nurse?
Pretty bad, Doctor. Look at this chart.
I don't like it. This man's flying days are over. He's through. Washed up.
You mean I'm not going to be an ace anymore?
To us, you'll always be an ace. Now, Now, let's see. What else is there to check on this man?
Why don't you test his knee, jerk?
That's why don't you test his knee jerk? I did that already. Well, Lieutenant McMurray, I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. You're grounded.
No, you can't do this to me. I belong in the air. I've given the best years of my life to aviation. When I black out, I want to be up there flying. Understand? Flying.
I knew I should have taken that part.
But I'm not beefing. This had to come sooner or later. It's just tough to step out of the ring when the main event may be ready to start. It's tough, I tell you. It's tough.
No, I had to be Ralph Bellamy, stand around like a dope. Oh, well, I motivate the story. Anyway.
You gotta give me another chance, Doc. You hear? Because of your...
All right. I'll give you another chance.
Stop acting. Get out of here. Next time I'll see a picture before I cast it.
Snap out of it, Doctor. Let's get on with these experiments.
Oh, that's right. What am I working on today?
You're trying to perfect a transparent parachute so you can get suntan on the way down.
No, that'll never be a success. Come in. Oh, hello, Commander Wilson.
Good morning, Dr. Bellamy. I want to congratulate you on your experiments in counteracting aeroembolism.
Thanks. What? Oh, yes. I expect to have the arrows all emboled out before long. By the way, Commander, have you located an assistant for me?
Oh, yes, Dr. Bellamy. I've discovered a brilliant young graduate of Harvard Medical School. He's waiting in the room right now in the waiting room.
Good.
Come in, Dr. Flynn.
How do you do?
Dr. Flynn, Dr. Bellamy. Dr. Bellamy, Dr. Flynn.
Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Mr. Hyde, well, I tried.
Please, Miss Croxmere. Please.
Hey, she's not bad.
I'm pleased to meet you, Dr. Flynn. So you're a Harvard man, eh?
Yes, who's the tomato?
Dr. Flynn, Commander Wilson tells me...
Yes, I believe I have solved the problem of counteracting aeroembolism. Mm-hmm. For instance, why don't we make a bell?
Well, don't you...
Pneumatic. Inflate it before the dive. But that would compress the upper part of the body and stop the blood from leaving the brain. It can't miss, I tell you. It can't miss.
I had to be Bellamy. It's the most important part. Play it. Oh, well.
That's a brilliant thought, Dr. Flynn. You'll get a medal for this.
Oh, I don't want a medal. I'm not doing this for any paltry reward from human beings. Consider it my contribution to the progress of aviation.
Contribution. I knew he'd louse it up. Now, look, Commander Wilson. Flynn's idea seems to be practical, but I've got a better one.
What is it, Dr. Bellamy?
I'll demonstrate. Hand me a pencil, Miss Croxmere.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Don't thank me. I'm not doing this for any paltry reward from human beings. I gave you that pencil because it'll stop the blood from leaving the brain.
A pencil?
What do I care about a pencil? I've got dozens of them. Dozens of them, do you hear? And consider it my contribution to the progress of aviation.
Even Croxmere has a better part. Well, come on, Dr. Flynn. That bell of yours is a good idea. Let's get busy on it.
Okay, Dr. Bellamy. Going out to Kildare. Dr. Kildare reports a surgery.
That's the other feature. This is dive bomber.
Oh, pardon me.
Come on, Flynn. We'll make that bell, or my name ain't... How high are we, McMurray?
26,000 feet and going up.
Good. How does the belt feel?
It's a little tight around the ankles.
Well, pull it up. I tell you, Mac, this experiment is going to make me famous.
Well, Dr. Flynn invented it. Why didn't you bring him along? Ouch!
I'll twist your other wrist if you keep that up. How high are we now?
30,000 feet. You better put your oxygen mask on.
I took it home. I'm going to wear it Halloween. But I feel pretty... Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Doc?
I don't know. I felt a little dizzy there for a second. But I'm all right. How high are we now?
31,000.
31,000, eh? I gotta snap out of it. I feel kind of drowsy all of a sudden.
Doc, what's the matter?
I don't know. I guess it's the altitude.
Guess this altitude kind of got me. Felt pneumatic. It'll stop the blood from leaving the contribution. Yeah.
Doc, wake up.
Dr. Flynn, Dr. Bellamy. Dr. Bellamy, Dr. Flynn.
Well, here we go again. Now come the whistles. Gee, he looks so peaceful, I think I'll count sheep and join him. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's an eagle. 4, 5, 6, 7.
Well, next week brings Halloween, and Halloween brings fun and festivities, gay parties that call for good things to eat, like the grand dessert I'm going to tell you about right now. It's a real party treat, and yet an easy dessert to make. All it takes is a can of peach halves and a package of orange Jell-O. And when you have those two items, you're all ready to go. Just dissolve the orange Jell-O in hot water as you usually do. Then fill 6 wide sherbet glasses about 1/3 full and chill. When the Jell-O is firm, place a marshmallow in the center of each glass and cover with a peach half, rounded side up. Pour the remaining Jell-O over the peaches and chill until firm. And there you have an ideal treat for Halloween, a swell dessert that will make your Halloween guests say, "You surely know how to give a party." Get a can of peach halves and a package of orange Jell-O tomorrow and make up this delicious combination. Juicy golden peaches covered with shimmering orange Jell-O. But remember, when you buy Jell-O, be sure to look for the big red letters on the box. Because only Jell-O's new locked-in process gives you all the flavor, always.
Tomorrow, when you make out your grocery list, put down Jell-O and write under it, write Jell-O pudding. Jell-O vanilla, Jell-O chocolate, Jell-O butterscotch pudding. Try them and you'll say, yes, Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles. Program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Mama. Now at last, the gelatin dessert that gives you all the flavor. It's the new Jell-O, the gelatin dessert that keeps all of its full original flavor, no matter how long it remains in the package. Up until now, gelatin desserts constantly faded in flavor while waiting to be used, lost much of their real taste and tingle. But the new Jell-O is different. Today, Jell-O's deep, vivid richness is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles where time can't touch it. Jell-O loses nothing on its way to you. It comes out of the package as rich and full-flavored as it went in. Just prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no heavy, fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. It's there in all its thrilling goodness. Order several packages tomorrow, and look for the big red letters on the box, so that you're sure it's the one and only Jell-O. In Jell-O, the flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would like to turn the clock back to last Friday night and show you what happened when Jack and the rest of our gang went out and celebrated Halloween. The time, 7:30 Friday evening. The place, Jack's house in Beverly Hills. Take it away.
I don't want to set the world on fire.
Rochester.
I just want to go where I can get dough.
Rochester, stop complaining in rhythm and help me get into my Halloween costume. The gang will be here any minute. Hand me those horns.
Here you are. Pardon the ignorance, boss, but what character are you struggling to convey?
My costume is very obvious. I've got on red underwear, a long tail, horns, and I'm carrying a pitchfork. Now, who am I?
The man from the finance company.
I am not. I'm the devil. Now, hand me that mirror.
Here you are.
Thanks. No, I don't like this effect. These darn horns keep slipping over to one side.
The horns are all right. It's your toupee that slips.
Something wrong there. I don't know why I picked out a devil costume anyway. Of course, I bought this pair of horns. I should use them.
Why don't you put one of them on your nose and go as a rhinoceros?
No, I can't do that. Phil Harris is coming as Frank Buck, and he'd shoot me. He'd love the excuse. I wonder if this tail is too long. Here. See who's at the door, Rochester.
Yes, sir. Come in.
I could have done that myself. Rochester, when I tell you... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Mary, this is Halloween. I thought you were going to dress up tonight. Where's your costume?
I've got it on. I'm Pocahontas.
Pocahontas? In a mink coat?
John Smith was nice to me.
Oh, you're a wampum digger, eh? Well, at least stick a feather in your hair. Make it believable. Say, what do you think of my outfit, Mary? Don't I look like the devil?
Always.
I mean my costume. I'm supposed to be Satan. Had you see my horn?
Well, straighten up. You look like a toad.
Who ever heard of a red toad there?
Hey, boss, I'm going to a masquerade party tonight myself.
Yeah, Rochester? What are you going to be?
I'm going to close my eyes and go with the Smith Brothers cough drop.
Well, that's not a bad idea. Say, Rochester, why don't you keep one eye open and go as a period? How's that?
I better keep both eyes open. My lady friend's a rover.
All right, do as you please.
Jack, what are we going to do tonight? Where are we going?
I got it all figured out. Listen to this. First, we'll go to Claudette Colbert's house, and then I'll take a piece of soap and write Claudette loves Jack all over her window.
Oh, you did that last year, and she came out and wrote Jack who?
Well, this time she'll know Jack who. When Claudette comes out of the house, I'm going to grab her and give her a kiss. Now, there's only one guy kisses like Benny.
You don't have to tell me, Deadlift.
Mary, I'm going to give you a good jab with my pitchfork if you don't look out. Well, anyway, after we leave Claudette... Come in, come in. Well, look what's hopping through the door. For Pete's sake, what an outfit.
Hello, Jack, Mary.
Hello, John. What are you supposed to be?
Why, can't you tell I'm a kangaroo?
Well, sure enough, you certainly look realistic, Don, with those long ears sticking up and that great big pouch. But say, I thought Dennis was coming with you. Where is the kid? Peekaboo. Well, I'll be darned, a baby kangaroo. Here, climb out, kid. Here, I'll help you.
Thanks, Mr. Benny.
Imagine coming as a little kangaroo.
You know, I was going to come as a floor lamp.
A floor lamp?
Yeah, but when I screwed the bulbs in my ears, they wouldn't light up.
Oh, that's terrible.
Maybe I ought to see a doctor.
Dennis, you're not supposed to light up.
You know, Mary, someday I'll have to have a talk with that kid.
By the way, Jack, isn't Phil going to join us tonight?
Yeah, he'll drop by as soon as he finishes night school. Say, Dennis, while we're waiting around for him, let's hear that song you're going to do on the program Sunday.
Yeah, get over to the piano, kid.
Okay.
Oh, say, Rochester, did you ask our boarder, Mr. Billingsley, to tune the piano? He's very good at it, you know.
We should have never let him monkey with it, boss.
Oh, what's he done now?
That man's crazy. He cleaned the piano keys with dental floss.
Oh, Mr. Billingsley must think he's a dentist again. It's a fine way to clean piano keys.
He said the black ones were decayed, so he pulled them out.
Oh, my goodness.
He broke 8 needles trying to give the leg Novocaine.
Well, it's my own fault, I guess. Well, do the best you can, Dennis. Go ahead. Wait a minute, I'll answer it. Hello? Oh, hello, Phil. Are you still at night school? We're waiting for you. What? He's keeping you after school?
What happened, Jack?
Well, Phil got a 0 in spelling, so he gave the teacher a hot foot. Look, Phil, is your teacher anywhere near the phone? Well, tell her your father wants to talk to her. Yeah, your father.
What are you going to do, Jack?
I'm going to pretend to be Phil's father. You know, I'll talk like an old rube.
Well, you got the right underwear for it.
Quiet now, don't mix me up. Hello? Oh, hello, miss. This is Twitch Harris Sr. talking. Now, look, ma'am, I got to see my boy Philip right away, so I wish you'd let him off tonight. I'll write you a note explaining everything. I said I'd write you a note. That's a good one.
What'd she say?
She wants to know how come I can write and Phil can't. Oh, okay, thanks a lot, ma'am. Say, what are you doing later? Well, you can't shoot a man for trying. Goodbye. Well, it's all set, fellas. Phil will be here pretty soon. You know, that teacher sure had a sweet voice. I could kind of go for her.
But, Jack, you don't even know what she looks like.
Anything he gets is gravy.
I don't know about that, sister. Sing, Dennis. See this pitchfork, Mary? You're going to get it. Now, you wait.
Robin sing in December, long before the springtime is due. And even though it's snowing, violets are growing. I know why, and so do you. Why do breezes sigh every evening, whispering your name as they do? And why have I the feeling stars are on my ceiling? I know why, and so do you. When you smile at me, I hear gypsy violins. When you dance with me, I'm in heaven. When the music begins, I can see the sun when it's raining, hiding every cloud from my view. And why do I see rainbows when you're in my and so do you.
Hey, that was all right, Dennis. That song ought to go over swell Sunday.
Thanks, Mr. Benny. Can I have something to eat?
Yeah, I'm hungry, too. Haven't you got any sandwiches?
I've got donuts and cider. That's all you're supposed to have on Halloween. Bring in the donuts, Rochester.
They're right here, boss.
Oh, yes. Here, have a donut, Mary. They're nice and fresh. I made them myself.
Keepers, look at the size of the holes you got in them.
Never mind.
They look like ladies' garters.
Quiet, will you?
Oh, what she said.
No use waiting. I gotta have a talk with that kid. Here, Don. Don, have a donut. Have a donut and some of this sweet cider.
Thanks.
I think I'll have a glass of that myself.
Pretty strong, Jack.
Strong? Let me taste this. Well, I'll be darned. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boss.
What did you put in this cider?
A little Central Avenue vitamin.
There's gin in there. Now throw that cider out the window.
You ain't gonna throw mine out.
Dennis, you're not drinking any hard cider. You're a baby kangaroo.
Oh, I can't hop on milk.
Let Don hop. Now you get back in that pouch.
Okay. See you later, fellas.
Now stay there. Gee, I wish Phil would get here so we can go ahead.
Jack, look who's coming.
Where? Oh, yes, it's Mr. Billingsley.
Look, he's dressed like Marie Antoinette.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Mr. Billingsley. Good evening, Mr. Benny. Having a little party, I see. Yes. By the way, Mr. Billingsley, you're dressed as Marie Antoinette. Are you going to a masquerade? No, my head aches, so I'm going to have it cut off. I thought you were celebrating Halloween like we are. You see, I'm Satan, and Miss Livingston is Pocahontas, and Mr. Wilson is a kangaroo. I used to be an alligator once, and now I'm an old bag. Well, see you later. Good night, Mr. Benny. Good night. That's one way to look at it. Strange fellow. The other morning for breakfast, he swallowed a raw egg and then drank boiling water for 3 minutes. I don't know. Well, there's Phil. Come on in, Phil. Hiya, Jackson. Hello, everybody.
Oh, hello, Phil.
I'm glad you got here, Phil. We want to get going.
I'm sorry, but I didn't have time to put no costume on.
Don't worry, your tailor takes care of that. Hey, Phil, what happened between you and the teacher?
Oh, she got mad at me when we were having our spelling lesson.
Oh, what was the trouble?
She asked me to spell Pomeranian.
Pomeranian?
So I said D-O-G. Take it or leave it.
Well, at least you knew Pomeranian was a dog. That's something, huh? Well, we're all here, so come on, fellas, let's go.
Hey, Don, you put on a lot of weight since last week.
That's Dennis. It's a long story. Come on, everybody, let's go. Oh, Rochester, before you leave, be sure and lock the garage so that nobody damages the Maxwell.
Okay.
Remember last year, some kid got in there and turned it over.
Yeah, we drove around for 3 days without even noticing.
I noticed it. It was bumpy as anything. All right, this way, fellas. We'll all go out the side door. Boy, we really have fun tonight. You know, kid, first we'll go next door to Ronald Coleman's house, see? And then we'll
Jack,
go...
here comes that little boy you hired as a gag man. Let's take him along.
Oh, Belly Laugh Barton, eh? Hello, kid.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Say, Belly, do you want to go out with us tonight? We're going to ring doorbells and raise the dickens.
You're a little adolescent, aren't you, Bub?
Oh, we'll we'll enjoy ourselves. Sorry you won't come along. By the way, how's the program coming along for Sunday?
If I tell you, you won't have any fun tonight.
Well, get busy and concentrate. Come on, fellas. Now, I'll tell you what, kid. First, we'll sneak across the lawn to Ronald Coleman's house and put some white paint on the doorknob, see? Then we'll ring the bell, and when he comes out, we'll run like the dickens. Gee, I rang Coleman's bell 3 times. Why doesn't he come out?
Maybe he went to a party or something.
Couldn't be a big party, or I'd have been invited. Ronnie and I attend the same affairs.
Only he doesn't have to crawl in the window.
Well, these Hollywood parties, who knows whether you got an invitation or not. Hey, fellas, I've got an idea. As long as Coleman isn't home, let's take this beautiful sundial here and put it over on my front lawn.
His sundial?
Yeah, it'll be a swell gag.
3 years ago, you took his flagpole. When's the gag over?
Oh, get in the Halloween spirit, will you? Come on, fellas, give me a hand with this dial.
Hey, Jack, look. There's a policeman walking by the house.
A policeman?
Uh-oh. Hello there. Is that you, Mr. Coleman?
Get this, fellas. Right, Joe. Thanks for asking, old boy. Terribly decent of you.
Good night.
Tip, tip. I certainly fooled the blighter.
Take that donut out of your eye. You're not Coleman anymore.
Oh, yes. Say, fellas, we'll never budge this sundial. It's too heavy. I'll have to phone for some movers. I'll tell you what, though. Look, let's go over to Basil Rathbone's.
Does he live near here, Jackson?
Yeah, right past my house on the other side of the street. Come on. Ooh, darn this tail I keep tripping on. Look at that light in my kitchen. Belly Lap is in there eating me out of house and home. All the writers with ulcers, and I had to get him. Oh, well.
Oh, Jack, look at this.
Where? Hey, wait a minute. Who wrote this on my sidewalk? Jell-O has that new locked-in flavor. The flavor never goes away. We put it in and it's there to stay. Who did this?
Don't look at me. Kangaroos can't write.
Oh, yeah? Now, Don, you go get a rag and wipe it off.
I'll tell the sponsor.
All right, you big fat tattletale. Leave it there. Now, follow me across the street, fellas, and we'll go to Rathbone's house. Quiet now. He will fix him good.
Which house is it, Jackson?
Wait a minute. I don't know whether this is Rathbone's house or the next one. I think it's this one.
No, it's the next one. This is where Charles Boyer lives.
Oh, that's right. Say, let's pull some gag on him.
Yeah, maybe he's got a sundial we can lift.
Now, I'll just sneak up and ring his doorbell. Wait here, fellas.
Hey, Jackson, Nick, here comes that cop again.
Uh-oh.
Hello there. Is that you, Mr. Boyer?
Here I go again, fellas. Oh, good evening, officer. Beautiful night. Beautiful.
Yes, it is. Good night, Mr. Boyer.
Bon Sawyer.
Lucky I can speak French. Hey, Jack, let's get away from here. The policeman's liable to come back.
Right at that. I'll tell you what. Let's go through this driveway and sneak over to Bassone's backyard. Now, follow me, fellas. Everybody quiet. Well, here we are. See, it starts tonight. Hey, where did Phil disappear to?
I don't know. Where is he, Don?
He was with us a minute ago.
Have you seen him, Dennis?
He's not in here.
Of course not. Here he comes now. Where have you been, Phil?
Boy, am I wet. Why didn't you tell me that Rathbone had a swimming pool?
Well, why don't you watch where you're going?
I swallowed enough water to last me the rest of my life.
Well, it didn't hurt you to go on the wagon even for a second. Now, wait here, kid. I'm going up and knock on the door. When Rathbone comes out, hide in the bushes. Wow, will he be furious?
Oh, be careful now, Jack.
Don't worry about me. Now, quiet. Get ready, fellas. Don, those milk bottles. I hope I didn't cut myself. Am I bleeding, Mary?
With what?
With blood, I've got it. The idea of leaving...
Porch light just went on, Jack.
Quick, pick me up. Here comes Rathbone. Quiet, everybody.
Yes. Who's there? Anybody there? I say, is anybody there? Must be some of those Halloween pranksters. Now, look here, you children. I don't want any more of this disturbance. I've got to get up early in the morning. I'm making a picture.
What a ham.
If I catch you around here again tonight, I'll give you all a sound good thrashing. Now, go away, all of you. Cat!
Oh, boy, is he burned up. Boy, am I going to make his life miserable tonight.
Wait a minute. What do you got against Rathbone?
Jack hates him because he can act.
That's all. I can see him imitate Boyer like I did. Now, fellas, this time I'm going to grab this big rock here and throw it up against the door.
Oh, you can't take those steps again, eh, Daddy?
I can climb, only this will be more annoying. Now, here goes. I'm going to throw the rock. 1. Phil, what are you doing back there?
Nothing.
Well, get away. 2, 3, go! Holy smoke, I broke a window.
There goes the porch light again.
Quick, fellas, run. He's coming out. Whoop. Well, I'll be... Hey, what is this?
Come on, Jack, hurry!
Run!
I can't run. That darn Phil Harris tied my tail to this bush. Gee, what a spot. I hope Rathbone doesn't see me.
Did I ever get my hands on this? Who's hiding there? Who's in back of that bush?
Right now, I'd give $1,000 to be playing Salt Lake City. Gee, here he comes.
Well, may I inquire the name of the moron behind that mask who goes around breaking windows? Who are you?
Gee.
Come, man. Speak up.
Gosh.
Basil, I'm only making the joke. It is me, Charles Boyer.
Mr. Benny, your accent is revolting.
Hello, Basil. Hello, how'd you know it was me?
You wore that same costume last Halloween when you tipped over my doghouse.
Oh.
I want that dog back. Where is he?
Well, he had pups today. You're a fine Sherlock Holmes. Now, look, Basil, I'm sorry I threw that rock. It was an accident.
Accident or no accident, you'll pay for that window.
All right, I'll pay for it.
Mr. Benny, what are you doing there?
I'm untying my tail. What do you think I'm doing? I'm very sorry about the whole thing, Basil. I won't bother you any more tonight. I'll go and join my gang.
I suppose you're going to continue this mischievous business.
Well, listen, to tell you the truth, we're going over to Charles Lawton's house. You know those flower pots he's got on his front porch?
Yes.
Well, listen, we're going to tip him over one by one. He'll go crazy when he hears that
I
racket.
dare say, Lawton has a fierce temper.
You said it. Well, so long, Basil. Happy Halloween.
Goodbye. Lawton house, eh? Flower pot. Wait a minute, Jack, old boy, I'm going with you. What? You going to join us? I'll tell my wife. Back later, darling. Hey, fellas, have I got a surprise for you? Come on, Basil. Yippee! Here, listen, here's what we'll do. First, we'll go to Lawton's house. Then we'll go over to Claudette Colbert's and ring the doorbell, see? And when she comes out, I'll grab her and kiss her, and you can kiss her, too.
Three cheers for three grand puddings. Jello chocolate, Jello vanilla, and Jello butterscotch pudding. Three delicious desserts made by the same people who make world-famous Jello. Jello puddings are puddings that even Grandma would be proud to serve. Puddings that really taste homemade. Yet they take only just a few minutes to make. With Jello puddings, all you have to do is add milk and bring to a boil. Then cool and serve. And there, almost before you know it, you've made the family a smooth, creamy pudding with a flavor unsurpassed by any pudding you ever tasted. So don't wait another day to try these luscious desserts. Try all three flavors real soon. Rich, mellow chocolate, creamy vanilla, and golden butterscotch. You'll find them all equally delightful. And you'll want to keep them handy on your pantry shelf all the time. Tomorrow, order Jello puddings and see if you don't say they're just like Grandma's, only more so.
This is the last number of the fifth program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Mr. Rathbone for appearing on our program tonight. Also at this time, I would like to announce that the motion picture drive for the community chest this year starts tomorrow, November 3rd. I'm sure that all of us here in Hollywood will do our bit, and I hope all of you will contribute to your local chapters. Good night, everybody.
Friends, the name Jell-O is a sure sign of goodness wherever you find it, whether it's on a package of Jell-O or on a package of Jell-O puddings. Jell-O puddings are made by the same folks who make Jell-O, and like Jell-O, they're downright swell. They're simply unrivaled for smooth, luscious flavor. They're easy to prepare just as Jell-O is, and they sell for the same low Jell-O price. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, get Jell-O puddings in all three flavors: chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Remember Jell-O and Jell-O pudding. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents transcribed the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. It's amazing how much trouble can be caused by an innocent phone call. Tonight, through a misunderstanding, Phil almost loses his... But more about that later. First, a word from RCA Victor. This winter, in the comfort of your own home, you can see a sparkling array of television entertainment. The biggest stars of stage and screen, as well as a wide variety of programs of educational value and such delightful shows as Kukla, Fran, and Ollie. And you'll see these programs better on an RCA Victor Superset. A superset like the Covington, for example. The Covington brings you clearer, brighter, steadier pictures. It brings you television with picture power. And that's your assurance of better pictures wherever you live, city or country. Yes, RCA Victor's Covington is better looking, and in every way. This richly styled traditional console is a 17-inch set with beautifully figured doors, which add to the appearance of this exceptional instrument. So, choose the Covington, a new super set made by RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Tomorrow is Phil's birthday. Alice wants to surprise him with something unusual, and she has taken her brother William along to one of the best downtown stores to help her shop for a gift.
Well, I should find a nice gift for Phil in this store, Willie. I wonder what I should get him.
I don't see why you have to get him anything, that big schnook. Everything here is so expensive.
Now, nothing is too good for my Phil. I'll just look around the store until I find something, and... Oh, here comes a sales clerk. Maybe he can help me.
Good morning, madam. May I have the pleasure of assisting you in the selection of one of our overpriced items?
Well, thank you, but I'm just looking.
Oh, a browser. Well, look around, but don't touch anything.
I expect to buy something.
Well, that's sporting of you. Allow me to show you some of our better grade merchandise that we get. Before I waste my time, are you sure you can afford our prices?
Well, I think so. I have a charge account here. My name is Alice Faye.
Alice Faye? Oh, goody, the sky's the limit. Oh, my commission on this sale should get Mother out of Lockheed. Just what do you want to buy? What did you have in mind?
Well, I don't know. You see, I want to buy a gift for my husband. Do you have anything nice?
Oh, madam, you are in luck. I happen to have one ocean-going yacht left.
I don't think so. Yachting isn't his sport. But, he does like horses.
Oh, then I have just the thing for him. How would he like a polo field?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, madam, you're awfully hard to please. Perhaps it would help if I knew more about your husband. What does he do?
Oh, you must have heard of him. My husband is Phil Harris. He's quite famous.
Oh, of course. And everybody knows what he's famous for. Madam, I have the ideal gift for Mr. Harris.
What is it?
His own pipeline to a Milwaukee brewery.
No, I want to get him something he wouldn't go out and buy for himself.
Well, do give me a hint. Now, has he ever expressed a desire for something? You know, most men have a lifelong desire for something that they never get.
Hey, wait a minute. When I first met Phil, he was always talking about buying a motorcycle, but he never did.
A motorcycle?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that would be an excellent gift.
For a man 48 years old?
But age has nothing to do with it. If he's always wanted a motorcycle, get him, by all means, a motorcycle.
But they're dangerous for an old man. Why, his reflexes aren't properly coordinated. Philip's liable to run into a brick wall with it and break both legs and fracture his skull and... Wrap it up. You know what you're doing every minute.
Oh, now, please, Willie. Mister, I'll take one.
Just one.
Mm-hmm. And I'd like to have it delivered this afternoon.
Well, I shall deliver it personally.
Very well. But you'd better call me before you do. You see, it's going to be a surprise, and I want to be sure my husband isn't there when it's delivered.
Oh, I understand. We'll hide it in the garage, and tomorrow it'll be a big surprise for little Rollo.
In the meantime, I'll go home and sound him out and see if he still wants one. And, oh, another thing. If my husband answers the phone when you call, hang up. I don't want him to suspect anything. Goodbye. And, Willie, Willie, don't you tell Phil where I've been this morning. I want this to be a complete surprise.
Oh, never.
So you're going to have a birthday tomorrow, huh, Curly? How old are you, anyway?
Well, Remley, I'm,
Let's just say I'm past 21. Past it? You've lapped it 2.5 times. Curly, why are you trying to hide your age? I don't. I'm 40 and I admit it. Why don't you? All right, I'll admit it. You're 40. Never mind. I'll ask Alice how old you are. Where is she?
Oh, she went out. By the way, I wonder where she is. She's been gone all morning.
You mean you let your wife go out alone without telling you where she went?
Of course. I never tell her where I go.
You don't?
I don't have to. She never lets me go anyplace.
All I know is if I had a wife, I'd want to know where she is.
Phil, I'm home. Where are you?
All right, here, honey. Hey, it's about time you got back. Where you been?
Well, I went down to get... I've been out.
Yeah, I know you've been out. But out where?
Out where?
Yeah.
Well, I've been to Griffith Park playing shuffleboard.
Well, okay, as long as I... Shuffleboard. Wait a minute. You don't know nothing about how to play shuffleboard.
I don't? Well, maybe I've got the wrong game. It's one of those games the old folks play in the park.
Water polo?
That's it. And it's so difficult riding those horses in the water. I kept floating away from the saddle.
I don't know where you've been, but you've been there too long. Now, Alice, where did you go this morning?
Well, I went... Oh, Phil, I have a wonderful surprise for you. You'll never guess what happened.
What?
Keenan Wynn bought a new motorcycle.
Oh, how thrilling. Oh, gee, but wait till you hear the news I have for you. You'll never guess what happened this morning.
What?
Grant Withers won a near trumpet in a raffle.
Oh, Phil, I'll bet that Keenan Wynn's new motorcycle makes you jealous.
Why should that make me jealous?
Keenan has a sidecar.
You sound like you had a few yourself.
Phil, I want to know something. When I first met you, there was something you wanted. Do you still want it, dear?
Alice. You mean you're finally going to give me all your money? Pretty thing, I'll get a truck and back it up to the vault, and then we can all
Now, Phil, I'm not talking about my money. This is something that has handlebars and goes put, 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 put.
Curly, what's she doing?
I don't know, but she's doing it good.
You think you'd like it, dear?
No, dear, I don't think so. You see, I'd rather have something that has webbed feet and goes quack, 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 quack.
If you two keep this up, they're going to take you away in a wagon that goes bang, 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 bang.
Now, honey, you try to remember what you always wanted. I'm going upstairs and change.
Yeah, okay, honey, you do that. Go right ahead. Hey, Rumley. Alice seems to be upset about something.
She's acting suspicious. Seems to me like she's trying to cover up something.
Wait a minute. Now, what would Alice have to cover up? Wait a minute, I'll get that. Hello? This is the Harris residence.
Oh, hello. May I speak with Miss Faye, please? I want... Just a moment. Are you the butler?
No, I'm her husband.
Oh.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Who was it, Curly?
I don't know. Some guy called up and asked for Alice, and when I told him who I was, he hung up. It's like that old gag, if a man answers, hang up.
What makes you think it's a gag?
What do you mean?
Well, you know, I'm the last guy in the world to start trouble.
But then don't start it.
Now, let's face it, Curly. She has been acting kind of peculiar. I told you she was trying to cover something up, and that's probably...
Don't be silly. Alice don't have another man calling her. Kid's nuts about me. And small wonder. She has a man who has everything a woman wants. Charm, good looks, and youth.
She has a man like that. Why is she so nuts about you?
Talking about me. That's what I'm talking about, me. And I also have a romantic voice.
Oh?
That I can prove. Quickly, into it. Here's an invitation to a celebration tomorrow night at Lyceum Hall. Go get your glad rags pressed and wear your two-tone vest to the 8th Street Association barbecue and fancy dress ball. Boogie woogie thumping starts the joint a-jumping and all them cats is climbing the wall. The party really goes 'cause things is really froze at the 8th Street Association barbecue and fancy dress ball. There the hoity-toity meets the hoi-polloi. This affair's really bon-ton. The function goes from 10 till they say amen. How they carry on. So grab your sweetest honey, and if you lack the money, the building loan will welcome you call. It only costs an ace to grab yourself some space at the 8th Street Association barbecue and fancy dress ball. Now when it's 12 o'clock, they have the grand parade. And when it's 1 a.m., the famous masquerade. And when it's 2 a.m., the festive board is spread with the punch bowl, the spare ribs, and the homemade bread. It's pushing 4 a.m., the festive board is clean. They start to count the votes to find the beauty queen. And when it's chiming 5, people resume the jive. They call a man. They want that man. They want the leader of the band. So grab your sweetest honey, and if you lack the money, that building loan will welcome you call. It only costs an ace to grab yourself some space at the 8th Street Association barbecue and fancy dress ball amalgamated. That fancy dress ball consolidated. Old fancy dress ball incorporated. The 8th Street Association barbecue and fancy dress B-A-double-L ball. That's all. How'd you like that romantic voice?
I wasn't listening. I was trying to figure out who the guy was that was calling Alice. Did he talk through his nose, Curly?
No.
Well, that couldn't have been Rudy Valley.
Wait a minute. Because a guy calls my wife doesn't mean that... Hold it a minute, I'll get... Hello?
Hello, I want to talk to Miss Faye, please. Is this her husband again?
Yeah.
Wrong number.
Hello? Hello?
Curly, was that the same guy again?
Yeah, but this time he had the wrong number. He wanted Alice, but wait a minute. Friendly, it was the same guy calling out.
I told you, Curly.
Oh, but how could Alice do this to a cute kid like me? I wish. She always said that I'm the only man.
Oh, no, don't take it so hard,
Well, I can't help it, Frankie. This is my whole life going down the drain. To think this could happen to me, I can't...
Hey, Mr. Harris, you're bringing.
I can't... What?
Oh, no, now he's got a crying jag on.
Will you please? This is my hour of sorrow.
What's the matter? Did you spring a leak in your martini glass?
Julius, don't make fun of him. Mr. Harris is facing a crisis in his life.
Oh, that's too bad. What's wrong, Mr. Harris?
Oh, Julius, you're looking at a man who's heartbroken. A man whose life has just been shattered into smithereens. My wife no longer loves me, and, well, she's leaving me for another man.
No kidding. That's the best news I heard in a long time. I gotta go help her pack before she changes her
Come
mind.
back here. Don't you understand, kid? My wife's gonna leave me.
Well, don't worry, Mr. Harris. If your wife wants to leave you, let her leave. A fellow with your looks and personality don't have to worry about losing a woman. There's other fish in the sea.
There are?
Sure. If you play your cards right, you should have no trouble winding up with a barracuda.
Will you keep quiet? If Alice no longer loves me, I'll show her. I'll get rid of her.
Mr. Harris, you ought to be ashamed of yourself doubting a woman who has devoted her every waking hour to your comfort. She cooks your meals, washes your clothes, scrubs your floors, and takes care of your children, and you want to get rid of this woman.
No, I'm just letting Alice go, not the maid. I'd be dead without her. But if Alice ever leaves me, I'm going to...
Now, take it easy, Mr. Harris. You know, suspicion can gnaw on a man's mind and get him to a point where life don't seem worthwhile. So let me give you a word of advice. If you ever get to a point where you want to do away with yourself, do it!
Nice point. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He has all the charm of used shaving lather. You know something, though, Frankie? I'm just paying attention to that kid, and he's right. Because I shouldn't doubt Alice. All these years, she's been a wonderful wife. And I know that she loves me because... I'll get that. Hello?
Are you still home?
Oh, it's you again.
Yes, it is. Don't you ever go out? Every time I call your wife, you answer the phone. What are you trying to do? Embarrass me?
Embarrass you? What do you want with my wife?
That's for me to know and you to find out. You give your wife a message for me?
What kind of message?
Tell her to let me know as soon as she gets rid of you so I can come over.
Well, wait till I get a pencil and I'll write that. What am I doing? Hello? The nerve of that guy. That does it. I'm going to give Alice his message and give her a chance to explain, but if she gives me any evasive answers, I'm leaving her.
Phil? Oh, Phil. What are you doing hanging around the house?
Alice. I have a message for you.
Yes?
Somebody just called and wanted to know when I'm leaving the house so he can come over.
Oh? Well, why don't you take a nice, long walk, darling?
Stop giving me evasive answers.
I thought that one was pretty direct. Shall we leave, Curly?
Look, Alice, I'm not going to beat around the bush any longer. Now, listen to me. Is there something you're keeping from me?
Well, as long as you ask, dear, there is something I want you to hear.
I know it. What is it?
My new song.
At a time like this, you want to sing? I guess that answers my question. Come on, Mr. Remley.
Righto.
Well, where are you going?
For that long walk you suggested.
Good. And don't come back too soon. Oh, it's a shame he didn't stay to listen to my song. It's so pretty. Why did I tell you I was going to Shanghai? I want to be with you tonight. Why did I holler I was going to Shanghai? I want to be with you tonight. It was just a little misunderstanding. Had a kiss or the cheek was hatched. I need you so badly, I'd gladly start right over from scratch. Oh, why did I tell you it was bye-bye to Shanghai? I'm even allergic to rice. Why don't you stop me when I talk about Shanghai? It's just a lover's device. Who's gonna kiss me? Who's gonna thrill me? Who's gonna hold me tight? I'm right around the corner in a phone booth, and I wanna be with you tonight.
Why did you tell us a lover's lie? We know there ain't no Shanghai time. Why did you tell us you were going to Shanghai? We want to be with you tonight. Why did you holler you were going to Shanghai? We want to be with you tonight.
It was just a little misunderstanding that a kiss on the cheek could pass.
We need you so badly, we'd gladly start all over from scratch.
Oh, why did I tell you it was bye-bye to Shanghai? I'm even allergic to rice.
We should have stopped you when you talked about Shanghai. It's just a lover's device.
Who's gonna kiss me? Who's gonna thrill me? Who's gonna hold me tight?
Well, we're right around the corner in a phone booth, and we want to be with you tonight.
Who's gonna gonna kiss me? Who's gonna thrill me? Who's gonna hold me tight? Well, if you're right around the corner in a phone booth, I wanna be with you tonight.
Curly, you've been away from home all afternoon. How do you feel now?
Terrible. I can't think of anything but Alice, Remley. She's constantly on my mind. I'm not used to being away from her like this.
I know, but you gotta pull yourself together, pal. What do you want to do now?
Let's go to another burlesque show.
I'd like to, Curly, but I just can't eat another bar of that sweet California milk chocolate.
Oh, Frankie, I'm trying to feel good, but I've been an awful heel. You know, Alice is a wonderful girl.
Yeah.
And, well, I'm sure that she doesn't have another man at that house.
Of course not.
Let's go home.
Yeah, let's. I can't wait to see what he looks like.
Stop that, will you? Come on.
Mrs. Harris, I'm sure your husband's going to love this motorcycle. Isn't it a beauty? It's all gassed up and ready to go.
But, why did you bring it in the house?
Well, if I left it in the garage, you'd see it. You'll have to hide it in here someplace.
But where do you hide a motorcycle? I don't know where to put it.
Alice, honey,
Oh,
I'm
no.
home.
No, it's my husband.
He's getting to be an awful pest.
Quick, hide the motorcycle.
Where?
Well, put it in the closet here. And you'd better stay in there with it. I couldn't explain you either.
But...
Just be quiet. I'll get rid of him fast.
Hey, Alice.
Yes?
Hi, hon.
Hi.
I've come back to apologize. I'm a fool.
I know, dear.
We've been unduly suspicious of you, Alice.
Yes, we have, but we're not going to be any more, honey. Because I know that you're a loyal wife.
Nobody behind the curtain, Curly.
And Alice... You know something? I don't deserve a girl as good as you.
Nobody behind the sofa either.
I'm a lucky man to look under the sofa, Remley.
Under the sofa?
He might be a midget.
What are you two up to?
Nothing, honey, nothing. I've just misjudged you, and I've come home to stay. So I'm putting my coat here in the closet.
No, not the closet.
Aha! So that's the hiding place.
Curly, I'll look in the closet.
Frankie, don't you...
Well, Remley, what's in there?
Just the usual stuff. Pair of galoshes, an umbrella, and a guy on a motorcycle.
There was something funny going on in there. Alice, how did those galoshes get in that closet? I had them upstairs in my room.
Curly, the guy on the motorcycle.
And that umbrella. I never had an umbrella. Whose is it?
Maybe it belongs to the guy on the motorcycle.
Only will you stop with that stupid story about a guy on a motorcycle?
I know it's hard to believe, Curly, but look for yourself.
All right, I'll look. But all the ridiculous things trying to tell me...
How do you do, sir?
Hello. I'll be darned, there is a guy on a motorcycle. This is the funniest thing. Motorcycle! Alice, who is that man?
What man?
The man on the motorcycle.
Oh, him.
What do you mean, oh, him? Who is he?
Oh, he's a traffic cop. He waits in there for speeders.
What? Here, blow on this. What kind of a story is that? I'm going in there and break the guy's neck. I'll knock his block off. I'll break every bone in his body.
Please, Phil, I can explain.
I don't want no explanations. You in that closet, come out of there. I'm going to knock your roof in, buddy. I'm going to murder you. Do you hear me? Now come out of there.
Where'd he go? He's rounding the fishbowl. Look out, now he's coming this way.
That motorcycle!
Oh, how do you stop this guy? All you gotta do is just press that. Guy don't hang around very long, does he? Tell him on the next lap. All right, let's set a roadblock, Brimley. I'm gonna kill it.
Don't feel that man is a salesman. I bought the motorcycle for your birthday.
It's for me?
Yes.
You mean, and all this time I thought, hey, you get off of my motorcycle.
Look out, you're heading for the window!
Look out there. Come back here. Come back. If I ever get my hands on that guy, I'll tear him apart. What are you mad at the guy for? He didn't steal your wife. He can have my wife. I want my motorcycle.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. The golden age of music is brought to life in RCA Victor's latest treasury of immortal performances. Priceless master discs of great classical and popular artists have been restored on 45 and long-playing records and brought to you in 17 separate albums. From the selection of classical music, you'll hear opera arias sung by Caruso, McCormick, Ponselle, and Galacurci, to name a few. You'll hear magnificent voices which will never be rivaled. And you'll hear the eccentric genius de Pochmann playing Chopin, Paderewski, and Cortot. In popular music, this same treasury of immortal performances chronicles a history of jazz. Great trumpet instrumentalists like Bunk Johnson, Bix Beiderbecke, and Louis Armstrong are included. So are tenor sax artists like Coleman Hawkins, Hugh Berry, and Bud Freeman. You'll hear Goodman, Shaw, the Metronome All-Stars, and many more in the second treasury of immortal performances on RCA Victor Records.
This is Phil again. Let me suggest an investment that really pays dividends, an investment in the future of a boy. You can be a big brother to some underprivileged child and get a world of joy out of it. So volunteer your time and interest to help a youngster find his way. Write Big Brothers of America, Philadelphia 3, Pennsylvania. Do that for me, won't you? Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
This program is produced and transcribed by Paul Phillips. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or records, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in television.
Next, Theater Guild on the Air, starring Dorothy McGuire and John Ireland.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America as requested by you, the servicemen and women of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay there, gang. Time to rustle the rump around the rostrum and reel in some ribald raucuses in answer to your request to Command Performance, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Incidentally, this month marks the 5,000th hour of broadcasting from the AES at Tehran in the Persian Gulf Command. And in honor of them, Command Performance has selected as your mistress of ceremonies on this particular stanza the lovely star of Universal Pictures, Deanna Durbin.
Thank Thank you, Don Wilson, and hi, fellas.
Pardon me, Deanna.
What is it, Don?
Well, Deanna, I hate to bother you, but something has just come up, and I think you ought to know about it.
Really?
Yes, you know, Jack Benny's on the program tonight.
Yes, but not till later in the show.
Well, he didn't understand it that way. You see, he's been a master of ceremonies so long, he assumed he was going to run things tonight.
Oh. Well, where's Jack now?
Well, he's backstage mumbling to himself and writing down with Deanna Durbin on all the dressing room doors.
Oh, I'm sorry Jack is so upset.
But I'm sure that you can straighten things out, Deanna. And when he comes in, be diplomatic, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Here he comes now.
I must be tactful.
Yes.
Gentlemen of the AEF, meet the great comedian who has entertained you in person in almost every theater of operations, Jack Benny.
Thanks, folks. Hi, fellas.
Welcome to Command Performance, Jack.
Thanks, you little sneak.
Now, Jack, you shouldn't feel like that. I was called upon to be mistress of ceremonies here tonight, and just because you misunderstood and thought you were going to take charge, there's no reason for any hard feelings.
It isn't, huh?
No, I realize that you're one of the world's greatest MCs.
You do, huh?
Yes. And I also realize that you've just returned from an extensive tour of our bases in the South Pacific.
And they loved me in New Guinea.
Well, I understand that they loved you everywhere. But I should think that after a trip like that and with all that work, you must be awfully tired.
Oh, I am. I'm exhausted.
Then why don't you go over in the corner and sit down?
Now, just a minute. I'm not that weak, young lady. Besides, if you think I came all the way down here just to sit in the corner, you've got another thing coming. Tell you, I don't know what's happening to all the young girls nowadays.
Well, naturally, you don't get around them much.
Now, listen, Deanna, topping me will get you nowhere. If you want to be mistress of ceremonies, run the show. It's all yours, Miss Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. As you know, on these command performances, we aim to answer all the mail that comes our way. One of the names we come across over and over again is Martha Tilton. And since her recent tour to the South Pacific, that mail has really piled up. So now...
You see, the mail has really piled up. I mean, there's no cleverness there.
Jack, please.
You need vaudeville training to introduce people right.
All right, Jack. I'm willing to learn. How would you make the introduction?
Well, I'd try to use a little ingenuity. I'd say something like, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. That's not even the joke yet, you know. I stopped in at the drugstore, and there was a girl playing the pinball machine. And she would have won except for one thing.
What was that, Jack?
She was Tilton. Martha Tilton. There's an introduction. Don't you think so, Deanna?
Well, you could never throw your brain out of joint thinking of it, but it was all right.
I thought it was dynamite. How about you, Martha?
Well...
Now, there's a girl who knows. Gee, Martha, you're looking swell.
Well, thanks, Jack.
You know, I haven't seen you since we both got back from the South Pacific. What's the good word?
It's still no.
Find out what Martha's going to sing. I'm getting nowhere.
Okay, Jack. What's for the boys, Martha?
Lots of requests for I Walk Alone, Deanna. I walk alone because to tell you the truth, I'll be lonely. I don't mind being lonely when my heart tells me you are lonely too. I walk alone, they ask me why, and I tell them I'd rather. There are dreams I must always be near you wherever you are each night. In every prayer, if you call, I'll hear you. No matter how far, just close your eyes and I'll be there. Please walk alone and send your love and your kisses to guide me. Till you're walking beside me, I'll walk why, and I'll tell them I'd rather. Their dreams are much together, dreams we fashioned the night you held me tight. I'll always be with you, no matter how far each night. In every prayer, love and your kisses to guide me till you're walking beside me. I'll walk alone. I'll walk
I'd like to present to you now, and I do hope this introduction meets with Mr. Benny's approval, one of the finest instrumentalists and band leaders in the country. You know, folks, I was afraid I was going to be late tonight.
Why, Deanna?
Because when I got here, I couldn't open the door, see? Tommy Dorsey, fellas.
Thanks, Deanna.
Tommy, I'd like to explain that introduction. You see, it comes from the Jack Benny School of Comedy.
Jack Benny? I remember him. He used to be a very funny guy.
I'm still funny, Junior.
Oh, hello, Jack. What are you doing here?
Up to now, nothing. What are you doing here, Tommy?
Oh, I'm going to take some and leave some with the boys.
That's right. The fellows overseas have sent in lots of requests for an all-American jam session.
Good idea.
So we've invited the best in the West to beat it out.
In addition to Tommy Dorsey, we have Count Basie at the piano, Buddy Rich at the drums, Illinois Jackhead on the tenor sax, Lionel Hampton on the vibes, Artie Shaw on the clarinet, Sergeant Ed McKinney on the bass, Sergeant Ziggy Elman on the trumpet, and Les Paul on the guitar.
Come on, boys, let's go.
That's all right if you want loud stuff. Fellas, let's give Ida sweet as apple cider.
And now, fellas.
Quiet. Get this. Boy, am I hot. I got it, haven't I? I don't know where to put it.
Thank you, Guy Lombardo.
Now cut that out. Listen, Deanna, I don't mind a little kidding, but when I play a beautiful violin solo, give me the credit for it. Nobody else.
Well, Jack, I was just trying to have a little fun. Be clever, like you said.
There's nothing funny about my music, Deanna.
Oh, Jack, calm down. Calm down.
Calm down.
If you and Deanna have a difference of opinion, settle it, but stop bickering.
Settle it. How can I hit a woman?
You don't have to hit anybody.
Well, I'm not the kind of a guy that settles things with words. I'm a two-fisted guy.
What's come over you?
If you want to know something, Don, I beat up Jimmy Cagney on the way to the studio tonight, and he's plenty tough.
You beat up Cagney?
Look, gentlemen, are we going to get on with the show, or are we going to stand here and listen to Mr. Benny slap his gray chops?
Oh, if you were only Cagney.
Jack, stop dreaming. You wouldn't sneeze if Jimmy Cagney threw a handful of pepper in your face.
No, I wouldn't, eh? Well, it just so happens that on the way down here tonight, Cagney bumped into my car, and that's all I needed, brother.
Still sounds fantastic.
That's all. Well, I'll tell you what. Ginger Rogers was driving along. She saw the accident. You call her up tomorrow and ask her. She'll tell you how tough I was.
Well, we don't have to wait to call her tomorrow, Jack. It so happens she's standing in the wings right now. Come on out, Ginger.
Hello, Deanna.
Hello, Ginger.
Trouble with this show, everybody's on it.
Why, hello, Jack. What are you doing here?
What are you doing here? Cheapers.
Oh, Ginger, Jack was just telling us that you were a witness to a little accident. What happened?
Oh, it's not important. I'm not suing Cagney or anything. Let's forget about it.
No. I'd like to know what happened.
Well...
Say, Ginger, that's a beautiful hat. May I wear it sometime?
You've still got an umbrella of mine that you borrowed in 1929.
Well, I've been meaning to return it.
Oh, now quit stalling, Jack. What about the accident?
What are you, an ambulance chaser or something? Look, we're talking about Ginger's hat.
Come on, Ginger. Tell us about the accident.
Well, we were all driving east on Sunset, and Jack was waving at me and giggling and honking his horn.
Well, sure I was giggling. I mean, the springs in my front seat are all sticking through.
And naturally, Jack's car got out of control, and he smacked into Cagney's fender.
That'll be decided in court, Miss Rogers.
Then things started to happen. Jack was really mad. He jumped out of his car. Cagney jumped out of his car. Jack jumped back into his car. But fast.
Well, I bawled Cagney out. You can't deny that.
Well, that's right. He really dressed Jimmy down.
You're darn right I did.
Well, of course, Jack locked the door and rolled up the windows first.
I did not. There's not a window in my car.
Not now, there isn't. I'll never forget the look on Jack's face when he saw Jimmy's fist coming through the windshield.
Well, he didn't hit me.
How could he? You had your head in the glove compartment.
I was looking for my tear gas fountain pen. Lucky for Cagney, I didn't find it. Believe me, if he ever opens his mouth to me again, I'll fix his wagon.
You will, huh?
Yes.
Well, Jack, what would you say if I told you that right now Jimmy Cagney was standing right in back of you?
Well, that's just the... Yikes!
Jimmy Cagney, fellas.
Well, hello, Ginger. Deanna?
Hello, Jimmy.
Well, if it isn't Barney Oldfield.
I know someplace I've got a laugh here. I don't know where it is. Listen, don't try to laugh it off, Cagney. You scratch my fender, it's going to cost you about $300 to have it touched up.
Who's doing the painting for you, Rembrandt?
That happens to be his name, Morty Rembrandt. 1820 Temple Street. Open evenings. I'll have Morty send you the bill.
Look, Jack, you better drop the whole thing, or I'll start an action against you to collect for the damage to my car.
You'll have some job getting anything out of me, brother.
I'll get some dough out of you if I have to dig up your whole front yard.
You can dig all you want, but if you haven't got the map, you're a dead duck. Besides, Cagney, I've got a witness. She saw the whole thing, Ginger Rogers.
Why, I couldn't testify for you, Jack. After all, you bumped into Jimsy.
Jimsy? Jimsy? Well, I can see where I stand here.
Well, I think Ginger's being very fair.
Fair meaning she's not a brunette. Listen, Ginger, you can look at this accident any way you want to.
Look, Jack, you're acting like a little boy.
Yep, an old, broken-down little boy. Jack, once and for all, let's drop the whole thing, or you're going to pay for my fender.
Oh, I am, eh? Well, I can see there's only one way out. We'll settle this man to man. Do you fight?
Quite a bit.
What else do you do?
I dance.
Well, let's dance and settle this.
I hate to break up these beautiful hostilities, but we've got to get back to command performance. There's a letter here addressed to Jimmy Cagney from the Brooklyn gang at APO 885. It seems that Gowanus Gus, Flatbush Flanagan, Demi-Tass McGuire of Borough Hall, Left Field Louie from Ebbets Field, and Sandflea Phil from Coney Island have a special request.
What is it, Deanna?
Well, they say they haven't had a chance to see you in pictures lately, but they sure remember some of those tough guy parts you used to do. So they want you to pick somebody on command performance tonight and punch them in the jaw.
Well, let's see now. Who all's on the show?
Well, there's me, Martha Tilton, Ginger Rogers,
and Don Wilson. Good old Don.
And then, of course, there's you, Jackie.
Now she gets friendly.
Well, I'd like to oblige the boys from Brooklyn. It looks like you're it, Jackie. I'm game if you are.
Who goes on the game end? Why can't I do the punching? I've been in some pretty tough pictures myself, you know.
Brutal is the word.
Don't evade the issue. Why can't I hit you?
Because this is command performance, and we've got to answer the requests exactly as they come in.
Very well. I'm ready. First, there's something I'd like to say. Gentlemen, I regret I have but one jaw to give to my country.
Also, that you ever took your head out of that glove compartment.
Please, Ginger, there's no time for levity. Go ahead, Jimmy, and remember, I'm not a kid anymore.
Well, here goes. No, can't do it. I can't do it.
Come on, you coward. Come on.
Okay.
Ow! Ow!
Thank you, Jimmy Cagney.
And will the gentleman who caught Mr. Benny's toupee kindly return it to the stage?
Jack, are you all right?
No, I'm not all right. You were supposed to fake that punch, Cagney, and you really let me have it. Now it's my turn, brother.
Oh, take it easy, Jack. Take it easy.
Take it easy, nothing. Put up your dukes. Now take that.
And will the gentleman who caught Mr. Benny kindly return him to the stage?
While the ushers are reviving Mr. Benny, this seems a good time to say that we've had an awful lot of requests to have Jimmy Cagney sing some of the songs from Yankee Doodle Dandy. How about it, James?
Very glad to, Deanna, very glad to. And incidentally, I want to thank all the fellas in the ETO who treated me so wonderfully when I was visiting them recently. I really got a great bang out of it, and that's no fooling. And for me to tell you that you're doing a great job is like telling Abbott and Costello who's on first. Anyhow, with a bow to George M. Cohan, here it is. You're a grand old flag, you're a high-flying flag, and forever in peace may you wave. You're the emblem of the land I love, the home of the free and the brave. Every heart beats true under red, white, and blue, where there's never a boast or a brag. What should old acquaintance be forgot? Keep your eye on that grand old flag. I'm a Yankee Doodle dandy, Yankee Doodle do or die. A real-life nephew of my Uncle Sam, born on the 4th of July. I've got a Yankee Doodle sweetheart. She's my Yankee Doodle joy. Now, Yankee Doodle came to London just to ride the pony. I am the Yankee Doodle boy.
Well, gang, that kind of wraps up another bundle of whatever you want to call it. Incidentally, we'd like to hear from you if you have any extra special people or things you'd like to hear. We got that note from you guys down at the Atterbury Hotel in downtown Guadalcanal. And we got some ideas for you that we're sending along. Meantime...
Pardon me, Deanna. I'd just like to say that if any of my fans are worried about me, I'm perfectly okay. That punching business was just a little gag. I'd give that Cagney a Mickey Finn if I didn't think he'd enjoy it. Good night, fellas.
And this is Deanna Durbin saying, the best of the best from the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, and honored guests, it is my privilege and pleasure as the Dean of the Friars to call you to order and welcome you and to express our wish that you will have a perfectly wonderful evening. Now, not to delay you any, I want to present to you the chairman of tonight's affair. An enormous job, you can believe me. One of the sweetest guys that's ever come to town, the chairman, Jesse Block.
Thank you very much. Thank you. As chairman of this affair sponsored by the Friars Club, it's a pleasure to welcome you. That's 2 welcomes you got. It's gratifying to see so many people gathered at this dinner to pay tribute to our guest of honor. Few men in or out of show business have so completely captured the American imagination as Jack Benny. His natural charm and personality and great wit have gone right into the heart of America. And I'm proud to have been a participant in commemorating Jack's 20th year in radio. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce a man whose name has become synonymous with show business. His phenomenal rise in television has completely revolutionized the entertainment industry. He has been the abbot of the Friars not once but 10 years. And to become the abbot of the Friars Club is a great honor and a significant one. And now it's my pleasure to introduce to you the abbot, Milton Berle.
Thank you, Prior. That was Jesse Block, ladies and gentlemen, who many years ago did a single with Eve Sully. And we will have no lights on the punchlines. It is really gratifying to look around this very wonderful room as the abbot of the Friars and greet you and tell you how thrilled all of us of the Friars Club are that you are here this evening. So many distinguished guests for such a very well-loved guy as our dear Jack. Really, this is the biggest crowd I've ever seen. I'm not kidding. This looks like the Yankee Stadium with mink faces here tonight. I would like to tell you how this affair came about, how this very wonderful testimonial. Jesse Block called Jack on the phone in California, beginning of the season, and he said, Jack, we'd like to give an affair for you at the Waldorf. And he said, what room? And, no, that was another time, pardon me. There are so many very wonderful comedians on the dais here tonight. They're going to tell some very, very funny things that you will hear again Tuesday night. That I don't... But I want you to know that I'm very thrilled that I am the first speaker as the abbot. I think it's very, very gratifying, thrilling, that I'm the first speaker to get up to apologize for Jack's 20 years in radio. 20 years in radio. That's like doing one television show. But I don't know how old Jack is, but I heard that he's the first one that ever had a birthday printed by Nick Kenny. He only wishes his hooper was his age. But this is really a very, very great thrill for me, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to know, as I look around the room tonight, and it isn't very easy, that I must make an apology for the management here at the Waldorf. If you do see the room a little bare, there's some fixtures missing. Elizabeth Taylor took them during the settlement, you see. I'm sitting next to Governor Seltzer over here, Mayor Highland, and I don't want to stay for too long. Of course, the mayor has his plane double parked. I hear that he may run for mayor of Chicago so he can live in New York. But another thing I want to say, I want to make another apology as the abbot of the club, that Gloria Vanderbilt and Leopold Stokowski were supposed to be here tonight, but they just had a little baby, and he's home resting. So he wrote a new song since they had the child. It's called It's Magic. And Jessel said it's very funny, and he's sorry I said it. All right, George, you keep punching, you'll hit yourself. I do want you to know this becomes the very appropriate time, ladies and gentlemen, for me to introduce to you your favorite Toastmaster. Burl introducing Jessel is like Winchell giving an orchid to Sullivan. We love each other, George and I. We do have our tiffs and our tuffles, but we do get along. And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I must say something about our Toastmaster. These past years, he has been with 20th Century Fox making pictures, and he's made a fortune for MGM. He has appeared and spoken at so many dinners, he does not use Vaseline on his hair anymore. He uses chicken fat. But he's very happy this evening, our Toastmaster, because he became a proud uncle. Xanax polo ponies had a baby. And so without further ado, it is with a great deal of pride and pleasure that I present to you, and I must add this, ladies and gentlemen, it's an old saying, and if it's an old saying, Burl has said it, that this guy is a workhorse. This past month, he has done 24 consecutive testimonials and spoken at 24 dinners. 4 of them were for him. So, without further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce to you the Toastmaster General of the United States, George Jetzel, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, young man. The Abbot of the Friars, His Honor the Chief Magistrate of the City of New York, His Excellency the Governor of Illinois, in whose state this uneventful incident began, ladies and gentlemen, the way is long from whence I came, and the shrine is far where I would be. Yet I have left the weight of business at my producer's desk to speak at this occasion. For I particularly feel at home in this grand ballroom at the Waldorf. It is only within the year that I have stood on this same platform, and as Friar Lawrence says in Romeo and Juliet, St. Francis, be my steed, how oft have I stumbled over these graves before. And thus is the life of a public speaker. Year after year, I find myself telling lie after lie, covering the frailties of men with compliment, finding virtue where none exists, and tossing verbal orchids at the faces of men whose faces should be covered with cimice. And this year, working in the southern state of California, I have functioned at every known affair that was given. I have run the gamut. I have spoken at the launching of a destroyer in the harbor of San Pedro to a brismila in Glendale. Milton.
Yeah.
And tell them nobody knows what they do with it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at almost every affair, the Toastmaster's plate and his chair are the recipient of many, many telegrams from well-wishers who didn't buy a ticket but send a telegram. And thereby, perforce of sending the telegram, they imagine that their names will be read, and it might be a commercial for their respective businesses. Such as, wish I could be with you tonight in honor of Jack Benny, Zalotrovsky's furniture store. Or some with a very definite personal note. Good luck to Jack tonight. And Ida and I are still in love after 40 years, Eddie Cantor. And then again, we have two that are worthy of reading, and very definitely worthy, because it marks the most important moment in the career of a minstrel who needs no money or who needs nothing to get him any further kudos. And this is a telegram and says, all men in the service in the Far East Command and the women too send you their warm-hearted greetings and equally warm-hearted best wishes. They will be ever grateful for your selfless patriotic service to them M.B. Ridgway, General, U.S. Army. And the other from a man who is sometimes challenged because he doesn't send telegrams but writes letters. The most important American of our time and the president of the greatest country that the world has ever known. And he very warmly says, "Dear Jack, all good wishes to you and Mary on this occasion of your 20th anniversary in radio, Harry S. Truman." And so with all this evening is indeed one to remember and a memory to conjure with. I used also this phrase, "at the battleship and the Bismillah." For the guest of honor this evening is a man about whom it is most easy to hurl superlatives. For not only this younger generation, but also it is easy for older showmen and troopers like myself to sing his praises. For I am not one of those who would refuse to emerge from their own particular capsule of time, who would live their lives continually repeating to themselves, Kid McCoy could have licked Marciano. Mathewson was better than Feller. King Solomon was smarter than Baruch. And all these bromidic phrases are in the same category as the attempt in consoling a man who is carrying a torch for a loved one. And the well-meaning friends say, there are other fish in the sea, there's a rose on every bush, turn them upside down, they all look the same. Also, there are the older men who live in the past and stay married to a lavender yesterday, who believe that there is only charm in that which can never return. No, I believe that Jack Benny would have held his own at any time in the history of the American theater. I don't say that he might have been mentioned in the same milieu or the same aura as Richard Mansfield, Henry Irving, or E.H. Southern. I don't say that he would have been talked about in the same way as we talked of Warfield, Sam Bernard, Hitchcock, Eddie Foy. I don't think that people would have put him in the same class as Tinney or Fields or Joe Cawthon. But I think he would have held his own with Harry Zup Welch, Smiling Betty Watson, or Lou, wow, here comes a woman Fink. However, he has served the people well in 20 years in the radio. And since then he has gone now further to succeed in the newest of the arts, the television. And we find ourselves under these most happy circumstances breaking bread in his honor. I will pause for this guest. Bernie, it is only because you have saved the country many times that I forgive you for killing this joke, which I have. Nothing. All right. Therefore... Men have come from all corners of the nation and from all over the country to sing his praises. Groups of distinguished gentlemen to applaud him and toast him for the past and continue to applaud him for the future.
Foremost among these is the first speaker of the evening, the most important public servant in the city of New York, and other comedians will follow. This is only in the order of the evening, Mr. Mayor. I have had the privilege and the honor to know the present Chief Magistrate of the city before this evening, and echoing the sentiments of the majority of New Yorkers, I can rightly sing his praises. He has kept his promises, and this is a strange thing in the world of politics. For the promises of men in politics are likened to the robes of the mythical princess Penelope in Greek mythology, of whom it is said her robes were woven in the morning and unraveled at night. This is a line from David and Bathsheba, which I think. And so, with the hope of more jesting to follow, and with the profundity that is the order of the moment, I am proud of this opportunity to bring to this speaker's pulpit His Honor, the Mayor of New York, Vincent Napolitano.
Toastmaster, our guest of honor, Jack Benny, ladies and gentlemen, now that you've made a Simus out of the whole thing, I'll get on with what I have to say. I want you to understand that I can well appreciate the fact that in New York you probably do not read the newspapers that are published here, but if you had been tipped off in advance, you wouldn't have had to send Milton Berle over to me to try to translate Simus and Brisk, because he asked me what they meant. You see, I have just returned from a trip to Israel, and I got the lowdown there. I'm very happy indeed to join with so many nice people at this Friars Club dinner, celebrating Jack Benny's 20th year in radio, and as your chairman, Jesse Block, confidentially informed me before the dinner started, also celebrates Jack's 39th birthday. For a man of such tender years, Jack has compiled a most noteworthy record of accomplishment, not only in radio, but in the theater, and most recently in television. He long ago invaded the hearts of America over the airwaves and has been an idol of the unseen audience ever since. I personally remember how much I was impressed the very first time I listened to his program as a very young boy in short pants. When I received your invitation to attend this party tonight, I was happy to be included. I left City Hall comparatively a short time ago and have found it a very pleasant sensation to jump, I might say, from the City Hall frying pan into the Friars. I see you haven't been reading the newspapers lately. On an occasion such as this, which not only honors a great personality, but also supports such a very worthy cause, it is very gratifying to see such a tremendous and influential turnout. I understand that the proceeds of this affair go into the welfare fund of the Friars. It is good to know that for a change, the money from a benefit is going to help the needy members of the theatrical profession. Usually, it is the other way around. Time and time again, actors giving of their time and talents for the benefit of others. I know it is not necessary for me to tell you of the great traditions of the Friars Club, which has been so dear to the hearts of those in the theatrical profession for so many years. It has done a great job within the profession for all of its own members. But beyond that, the members of the Friars have always performed a great service, not only for their city, but for the nation and for the state. I know also that it is not necessary for me to tell you anything about Jack Benny. The telegram read here tonight from General Ridgway is only one testimony of the many, many sacrifices he has made, going all over the world, entertaining veterans, overseas veterans, and lifting the morale of those men so that they could go on fighting, knowing that the people of America, represented by men like Benny, were in there trying to boost their morale, and what a swell job he did. His influence has been felt universally. Back in 1932, he made his debut in broadcasting in the difficult touch-and-go early days of radio. Vaudeville was going out at that time. Big-time radio was coming in, and Jack Benny came in with it in big-time fashion. And now television is coming along, and Jack is giving it a great big assist. Jack Benny was a sensation from the start, and he has remained at the very top ever since. We all know that in private life, Jack is the exact opposite of the penurious, protesting character he plays on the air. His familiar manner and friendliness have made him one of the most popular figures in Hollywood, and I am certain that his popularity is of equal measure right here in the city of New York and wherever else he travels. On behalf of all the people of the city of New York, may I salute you, Jack Benny, and wish you at least another 39 years of happiness, health, and success.
The next speaker is one of the two great presidents and heads of the world's foremost broadcasting systems. There are some men who are to the amusement world born. There are others who should never have been born at all. But it seems to me that this handsome young man, who is actually much younger than the guest of honor, lies about, has gone further in the shortest space of time of almost anybody that I know. His entree into the radio world comes in a very direct way, as it actually stems from the theater. In the long ago, his beloved father and grandfather lived in Philadelphia and were inveterate theater-goers. They never guessed that years later their son and grandson would provide entertainment for nothing. They happily paid for their seats at the Chestnut Street Opera House in Philadelphia. And they were particularly intrigued by a play called Mrs. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch. Night after night they came to see Mrs. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch. And after watching and being emotionally stirred by the scene in which Mrs. Wiggs gently picks the cabbage, they decided to manufacture the cigar La Polina. It was from this cabbage, ladies and gentlemen, that the next speaker was enabled to go to college And his great desire to get away from the cabbage prompted him to enter a new field. And he alone, among his associates, saw the great future in it. And so he has built a great industry. And because of his personal contribution, his integrity, and his warm personality, even NBC, spelled backwards, comes out Columbia Broadcasting System. And so I'm very proud to present to you Mr. William S. Paley.
Mr. Toastmaster, honored guest, Mr. Mayor, Abbott Borough, ladies and gentlemen, I must admit at the outset that I'm rather unnerved. Just before the speech-making started tonight, I got a short note from Jesse Block, and this is what it said. Don't try to be funny and do it in less than 3 minutes. Irving Mansfield, if you're here, I'm very sorry. I'm not going to be able to use your jokes now. You know, Jesse is a very close friend of Jack's, and we always have to please Jack. As a matter of fact, right from the beginning, when we first signed Jack to CBS, we said to him, Jack, you can have everything you want. And I must say that it's to his everlasting credit that he has not taken advantage of that situation. We still own our building at 485 Madison Avenue. Seriously, though, I'm very happy to have this opportunity to say a few words about our honored guest. As we all know, Jack has many sides. For one thing, he's the darling of Mr. Nielsen and Mr. Hooper and all of the other rating service personalities. They will tell us, I'm sure, that during any given month, Jack Benny is heard by more people than have ever voted for any president of the United States. Just this afternoon, I was told that the latest rating score came out, the latest Nielsen as of September 30th, which put Jack in the number one position. And this means that Jack is heard by more people than any personality in the entire world. And there, again, is Jack, who is the man of the listener, the man, woman, or child who every Sunday afternoon can lean back and get that wonderful, comfortable, warm glow from hearing the laughter that comes as a result of the foibles of an old friend. I have the feeling that by now Jack has made his imprint on the character of America. He certainly must have made some contribution to make it possible for us to laugh at ourselves more easily and to put our difficulties and our deficiencies in a better perspective. On the other hand, we have a Jack who is the trooper going to all parts of the world to play for our soldiers overseas. And he's always on the go to sell defense bonds or to work for the Red Cross, March of Dimes, never saying no to any cause that is worthwhile. As thrifty as Jack seems to be on the air, he is always unsparing in his efforts to do his very best for his country or any other cause that comes along. But finally, the Jack Benny I'd like best to talk about is the Jack Benny who is known to most of the people in this room. He is the one who, as we all know, is a wonderful friend and one of the most generous and warmest guys alive. I don't know whether you've noticed it or not, but when he speaks of his fellow performers, it's always in the most attractive and complimentary manner. He's always telling you what a great guy so-and-so is and what a great performer he is. Here he is at the very top of his profession. And believe me, there's no better audience in the world for any other performer. George Burns, for instance, only has to say, I was walking down the street, and this guy is down on the sides saying, please stop. George Jessel only has to open his mouth, and you can hear Jack's yawps about 4 blocks away. And these are not exaggerations. I've actually seen them happen time and time again. But ladies and gentlemen, every time I have used the name or have spoken the name Jack Benny, I hope you have heard the echo, Mary Livingston. The relationship between Jack and Mary has been a source of real pleasure and real delight to all of their friends. And I know that Jack very seldom makes an important decision without getting Mary's viewpoint. As a matter of fact, her viewpoint is so good, and I know this from experience, that I feel pretty sure that hadn't Mary become Mrs. Jack Benny, she'd certainly be running the May Company today. And better still, you know, if that hadn't happened, I think our genial and very attractive Toastmaster would be saying, yes, sir, to Miss Livingston instead of to Darrell Zanuck. But, Jack, I want you to know that we at CBS are understandingly very proud of you. Very seldom does any effort maintain a high degree of quality over a period of 20 years. And yet in you, the American listener has found a performer whose characterization, whose taste and standard of humor has endured at a very high level for all of this time. And finally, Jack, I want to say that I have come to value most highly the wonderful friendship that has developed between us. I have for you the highest affection and admiration, and I hope our warm relationship lasts forever. Thank you.
While I would dare not challenge the sincerity of Mr. Paley's utterances, I am, in the sense of good thinking, realizing now for the first time that when Mr. Benny laughs when Burns says I was walking down the street and I open my mouth, this may have an ulterior motive. Because we feel that's funny, then we say that in other places and we drop dead with that. Try to get a job any place, George, with I was walking down the street, and you'll see what happens. The next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is an old and beloved friend of both mine, the guest of honors, and the American public. And regardless of any contrived feuds that he might have had with the guest of honor, these, my friends, are the stunts of a smart press agent. This is an interesting and a strange man. Because of his great wit and his personal goodness and whatever idiosyncrasies he is said to have, he can have them because his genius overshadows them. He began his career in a most romantic way in the theater. He was a little boy in Boston, and he acted in the mob scene of a play called Kismet, the Arabic word for fate. And the principal character of this play is a man called Hajj, a beggar and a juggler. And the symbolic impact of this character in the play is the fact that the juggler practically says we are all pawns in the hand of fate, who keep the balls leaping willy-nilly without knowing or caring which one shall fall to the ground. And I'm sure that this philosophy of Hajj, the beggar, in the play Kismet, had his effect on this little boy who will soon speak to you, now grown to full manhood. For after seeing this play, he immediately set upon a career as a juggler in the vaudeville business. His name was not the one that we know him by now. His right name was John Sullivan. But this evidently sounded too Jewish, so he changed it. He, like all good troopers, has served in all the branches of the amusement tree and has served them well. I never believed this feud between he and Jack, Because why should they be on bad terms? Economically, they are practically both the same. It couldn't have been a fight about sex, because the only reference to sex that he ever had on his program was when Howdy Bub said, "I got a cow with a big tail." And so I am very proud to bring you one of the great, great humorists of these our times, Fred Allen.
Thank you very much. I can't possibly live up to all that Georgie has said. I'll try to live up to a fragment of it and meet you by appointment some other time to live up to the rest of it. But I hope you don't mind me putting these on. I have so much aspic in my blood, I have to keep my eyes under glass. But I hate to wear them in public. I'm always being mistaken for Russell Knipe, which is quite embarrassing. But, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't think I would be able to appear here tonight. There was a rumor that there were two people in the audience whose names were in red channels. And for that reason, we thought the actors might have to walk out for a change. But I am happy to be here, and I think we all should be happy to be here. Because back when the world began in the Garden of Eden, if Adam had been a chorus boy, there would have been no human race. I was quite flattered when Mr. Jessel, our Toastmaster, remembered my name. Because as we all know, Mr. Jessel is always busy flying around the country speaking at different affairs. Half of the time, Mr. Jessel rushes into the hall at the last minute and doesn't even know what the function is. He looks around quickly, and if the guest of honor is sitting up, he knows it isn't a funeral. Tonight, of course, the guest is sitting up. But Mr. Jessel caught himself just in time. He was starting to go into his funeral routine. You know, I always thought, until tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I always thought it was a great tribute to be selected as the guest of honor at a Friars dinner. But I've only learned now through George Burns that once a year they have to sweep out the card room at the Friars. And the only way they can get the card players out of the room long enough to clean it is to give a dinner. Of course, I must say that I was insane to come here tonight. The main dinner course is steak, and today is Friday. Fortunately, there's a man from Lindy's in back of the dais who is bootlegging sturgeons to Catholics there. Well, this is a big week for me socially. Wednesday night, I went to the Sinatra wedding. He's breaking it in Philadelphia. If the marriage turns out okay, he'll probably bring it into New York later in the season. But Ed Sullivan was supposed to go to the Friars' wedding, but he couldn't make it. Ed had to take his laughing lesson that night. It is customary, I know, for a speaker to make a few flattering remarks about the guest of honor. Now, you've heard the mayor, and you've heard Georgie and Mr. Paley speak so flatteringly of Jack, but there is another side of Jack. He is not one-sided, as he may seem to you now. He's not like the buildings and the sets in Hollywood where you go around behind them and there's nothing there. But he does. I know him from the performer's side for many years. I first met Mr. Benny many years ago in vaudeville. I was playing Centralia, Illinois, the big house. And Mr. Benny was appearing at a small theater in a suburb of Centralia. The theater was so far back in the woods, the manager was a bear. He used to pay the acts off in honey. It's the only one. And the theater really wasn't a building, it was a cave. And Mr. Benny's dressing room was a hollow tree. Variety didn't cover this theater. The acts were reviewed by the dramatic critic of Forest and Stream. Mr. Benny was next to closing on a 2-act bill. The feature act was a fire eater. You know, in those days there was no heat in the theaters, and managers used to book fire eaters. Before the show, the manager would chase the fire eater up and down the aisles. The fire eater would start breathing hard and heat up the theater. Well, this fire eater on the bill with Mr. Benny was a worrier. The first fire eater I ever knew who had an ulcer. It was a pilot light. Well, Mr. Benny's act, as I recall, in those days, was rather unique. He worked as a gypsy. And after the show, he would sit in the lobby with his gypsy robes on and tell fortunes. As the act opened, the stage was dark, and Mr. Benny would come on playing Glowworm on his violin with a neon bow. During his rendition, Mr. Benny hit so many clinkers that he had to stoke his violin after each number. Mr. Benny was the only violinist. After you heard him play, you felt that the strings would sound better if they were back in the cat. Mr. Brooke coming in again. For the finish of his act, Mr. Benny played Stars and Stripes Forever and waved an American flag. After his first bow, he also waved the Union Jack, in case there was an Englishman in the audience. In those days, Mr. Benny had no suitcase. When he left town, he would take the strings off his violin and use them to tie up his wardrobe. Well, after this first meeting in vaudeville, since I only played the bigger cities, I didn't see Mr. Benny again for many years. Our paths crossed next during World War I. Mr. Benny was wearing a sailor suit. We, of course, all know his record in the Navy. Mr. Benny was the first sailor in the history of the Navy to ever get seasick in a recruiting office. Even today in the Friars Club, Mr. Benny has to take Dramamine before he can look at the yacht club boys. When Sailor Jack finally got on his first battleship, he thought every deck was the poop deck. They were giving it to him all over the boat. But after the war, Mr. Benny had some lean years. He used to lean against the front of the palace and wonder if he would ever get inside. Things got so bad when he practiced his violin, he was using his dandruff for rosin. For a time, he left show business and took a job in a health food store. He had an acid condition. He used to stand near the milk and make yogurt out of the milk by appointment. Then his luck... I may as well get a few laughs here. I get none in television. Of course, you know about it. Then his luck changed. Mr. Benny married, and his wife was so clever, he was able to get back into show business. He appeared in Earl Carroll's Vanities. In one memorable tableau, Mr. Benny came on the stage dressed as Abraham Lincoln. For many years, Lincoln had been on the penny, but thanks to Mr. Benny's impersonation, the cent was finally on Lincoln. Well, Mr. Benny's record speaks for itself. He was in vaudeville until 1930 when vaudeville died. He appeared in Broadway shows and the theater declined. He went into motion pictures and the industry collapsed. He has been in radio and radio is slowly disintegrating. This summer he went to Korea and instantly the Communist Army agreed to discuss peace terms. After killing vaudeville, ruining the theater, causing the decline of the motion picture and radio, Mr. Benny has at last gone into television. Television may as well pucker its screen, for it is about to receive the kiss of death. But I have only been joking in a mild way, ladies and gentlemen. Jack is, as I know and we all know, the best liked man in show business today. And if our country was only fortunate enough to enjoy the status Jack enjoys, our country, too, would not have an enemy in the world. On this note, I close, ladies and gentlemen. There is only one friar living who would travel 3,000 miles across the country to get a free meal, and he is your guest of honor tonight.
And now, from the juggler of wit to a man of great responsibility who cannot let men be pawns of fate like the juggler, but has to look after the welfare of hundreds of thousands of Americans in his great state. And I might add that since he has been in office in his particular state, the great city of Chicago has fared much better in the public eye than it ever has fared before. For if ever a city has been censored undeservedly, it is the city of Chicago. Some years ago, I remember playing at the Sam H. Harris Theater, and on Randolph Street, close by, a little boy fell off a bicycle and tore his overalls. This little boy was unhurt and laughing. He had other overalls. But the newspapers throughout America printed this headline: "Child mortally injured as gunmen raked the loop with machine gun bullets." Most of these things about Chicago, my dear friends, have been greatly embellished. Well, like me with girls, or so. And so I have an extremely warm feeling in presenting your next speaker, this distinguished gentleman, to you because he is a great Democrat, and I am also a Democrat. But, for fear of treading on anyone's political toes, I think there is one thing I can say honestly about the Republican Party. No one can challenge the sincerity of any member of the Republican Party. There isn't one member of it who does not want to run for the presidency of the United States. I am very happy to bring to you His Excellency, the Governor of the Southern State of Illinois, Governor Adlai E. Stevenson.
Mr. Toastmaster, fellow townsmen of Mayor Impellitere, just before the dinner commenced, I had the good fortune to meet Fred Allen. I asked him what he was going to say, and he asked me what I was going to say. And we concluded that perhaps, all things considered, that perhaps we should best exchange manuscripts. You've just heard my speech, and for my part, I've lost his manuscript, and I can't remember a word he said. I came here, however, tonight to pay to Jack Benny the respects of the people of the state of Illinois, and of particularly the people of Lake County, Illinois, where he used to live and where I now live. and even more particularly the homage of the people of Waukegan, Illinois. Waukegan was his boyhood home, and Waukegan, my friends of New York, is not an Indian reservation. It's a very flourishing city by the shores of Lake Michigan, and Lake Michigan is a large body of water that lies west of the Hudson. I believe, Mr. Allen, it was Sam Johnson who said that the Irish sprang from nobody at everybody. Well, Jack Benny sprang from Waukegan. Perhaps I should say sang or played his way out of Waukegan. At all events, that was a long time ago. But I should tell him here this evening that he is not forgotten there or in Lake County. And particularly, he is not forgotten by hopeful charities and philanthropies of all kinds. I was eager to come here tonight to New York for two reasons. First, because as an innocent, barefoot politician from the prairies, I rarely have an opportunity to meet so many distinguished and cultivated and accomplished people. Or, for that matter, so many friars. Except occasionally at Notre Dame football games. When, I ask you, can a governor sit between George Burns and Fred Allen? But I also came here to repay a visit that Mr. Benny made to me in Springfield, Illinois last summer. He said that when he heard on the West Coast that he was to meet Governor Adlai Stevenson of Illinois, that he bought and carried all the way to Springfield a large and beautiful corsage. I know his disappointment was very keen indeed when he discovered that his genders were mixed. But I entertained him royally with Coca-Cola, Camels, and Ritz crackers. And I felt that and by the way, I did notice that he took the corsage away with him when he left. As I say, I bring to you, Mr. Benny, the homage, the thanks, and the affectionate good wishes of the people of Illinois. And I am deeply grateful to him and to the Friars Club for permitting me to participate in this splendid dinner. And I might add, as Mr. Allen suggested, that to have a free dinner, thanks to Mr. Benny, is worth a trip half across the country. We bless you, Mr. Benny, for cleanliness, for taste, for humor, for art in entertainment that makes this tormented world much happier for millions of people. And if by any chance, Mr. Benny, you should need a small loan, such as the state capital sometime, just come to Springfield, Illinois.
This proves again, when you become governor, you are no schlemiel, ladies and gentlemen.
We'll get back to the conclusion of Jack Benny's roast in just a moment. But first, I'd like to remind you that all programs aired on Same Time, Same Station come directly from our CD masters. They are all available on CD or cassette. For more details on how to purchase these cassettes or CDs, you may go to our website at otrsite.com. That's OTR as in old-time radio, site, S-I-T-E, otrsite.com, or email Jerry at otrsite.com, or you may call area code 562-696-4387. If you missed anything, this information will be repeated at the end of the program. Welcome back to Same Time, Same Station. the best of old-time radio. And I'm your host every week at this time, Jerry Hendigas. And now let's get back to the conclusion of this most delightful Friars Club roast of Jack Benny, saluting his 20th year on radio from November 9th, 1951.
And now, another straight man. And the luckiest straight man that ever lived. From his lips alone shall we hear the truth about the guest of honor, because he is his oldest friend. They've been going together and have known each other for many, many years behind the warm curtain in the lost art of vaudeville. I stress the word vaudeville because I doubt if the next speaker is conversant with any other subject. Now, while I don't think it is absolutely necessary for a man to be a student of Shakespeare or Moliere or Racine or Rostand, I do think a man in middle age should know there is some other periodical printed in America outside of the Variety. And it is only in the last decade or two that I have been sure as to how to present this next speaker. He had so many different names as a vaudeville actor. He was Bernard of Bernard and Gary, Williams of Brown and the Williams Brothers, Mac of Mac Albright and Mac. And in the Nagasaki Japanese troupe, he was known as Abe Stern. But after having known so many masculine partnerships, he felt if he would get anywhere in the world, he'd best find himself a woman partner. And later he did so well with this woman partner and broadened his earning power that he turned to the scriptures, wherein he found the proverb, "Man cannot live by bread alone. He must also marry a very clever woman." Then he read again in the scriptures, wherein a prophet, seeing one less fortunate, had said, "There but for the grace of the Lord go I." And so it is. A man who there but for the grace of Gracie would be still known as Abe Stern of the Nagasaki Japs. Of Burns and Allen, Mr. George Burns.
Hiya. And it's true, too. Ladies and gentlemen, Western and Eastern Abbots, Friars, Toastmaster, of course, guest of honor, Jay. I'm very happy to be here tonight. Happy. Cost me $500. I'm flying back tomorrow. I don't know why I was asked to speak here tonight. I've been talking about Jack Benny all my life. I know Jack so well that I'm surprised he'd even let me talk. See, I make quite a few speeches. As a rule, I don't know the guest of honor. So I make up a few lies, put it a little bit on the risque side, and get a lot of screams. Tonight I'll have to tell the truth and settle for a few snickers. Tell you a few things about the Jack Benny I've known for a lot of years. As I said, this will not be funny. But I did travel 3,000 miles, so if you see a little opening and you can throw in a little snicker, I'll appreciate it. You see, for the last 20 years, everything that's happened to Jack has been big, massive, important things. And this, too, can get to be monotonous. So, in the last 2 years, the important things ceased to be important. And the trifles in Jack's life got to be important. When he signed the CBS deal, it ran into millions of dollars. I went over to his house to congratulate him. And Jack was all excited. He says, "George," he says, "I want to show you something." He opened up his closet. He says, "How do you like these shoes?" I said, "I think they're nice." He says, "They're not new, you know." "What do you think of them?" I says, "Fine." He says, I just found out where you can get the greatest shine in the world. Another time, I was sitting at the Hillcrest Country Club, and at that time, Jack signed a deal with 20th Century Fox. It wasn't a very big deal. I would say that MCA got about $200,000 commission. And he said, George, I'd like to talk to you. I said, Jack, I'm playing bridge. He says, I'll wait for you. He didn't wait long. Waited about 4 hours. After the bridge game, I says, yes, Jack. He said, did you take a shower today? I says, yeah, I just took one home. He says, take one at the club. I said, why? He said, great towels. And, of course, Jack has been laughing at me now for years. He thinks I'm the world's greatest comedian. This is not a great compliment from a guy who thinks the towels are great. And it's not easy to make Jack laugh. You got to be subtle. It's got to be off the cuff. It's got to be sort of ad lib. For instance, if Jack is sitting in the room and I should walk in, if I close the door, this is about a 3-minute laugh. And he's been laughing at my match bit now since 1925. That's where I strike a match and show it to him lit. I'll try to do the bit now, but... But I don't think he'll laugh because I've done it 4 times already today. But I might get a snicker out of him because these are Hotel Edison matches. Jack? Well, 4 times is too much, I guess. And he also laughs at Danny Kaye. Danny Kaye shows him a glass of water, which kills Jack. I'll never forget, I was sitting with him once, and I tried to make him laugh, and I ran out of matches. So I picked up this glass of water. Well, naturally, Jack fainted. I picked him up. I put him back on the couch. And but the sad part is, Danny Kaye hasn't spoken to me for 2 years now for stealing his bit. And I don't know why, because he's used my match bit 12 times. Well, anyway, I'm very happy to be here. And I'm happy because Jack is happy. And just want to tell you, Jack, I love you. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the match bit to the sublime. A man not often seen in public affairs, and a man not told that he might rise and say a few words. Yet a man who has been called into public affairs when the nation needs him, and in these our times it has been necessary so often. And he has always responded. The Toastmaster is fortunate again to have felt the warmth of his hand clasp, and was fortunate further in knowing his whole family. There are many legends about the next speaker. It is said that America's eldest statesman, and its best one, as he is aptly called, although he has never received a penny for any of his services, which cannot be said for most of the statesmen of our times. The legend is that he creates his great philosophy while sitting on a bench in Central Park. This is apropos to the stories of the cherry tree, etc. I don't believe that philosophy comes to him because he is sitting in the park. I have an uncle who's been sitting in Montmaris Park. He has been sitting there for 30 years, And not only has he not become a philosopher, but he's been arrested several times for annoying the squirrels so frequently. Your Toastmaster has always found it a problem in the budgeting of words in introducing a particular guest of honor that he has known through the years and has loved very dearly. I was never able to hold back an emotion when I introduced the late William Morris. I was never to be able to not show that I was trembling when I'd bring to his feet George M. Cohan. And when I'd introduce Jimmy Walker, and I would that his memory be kept evergreen in the city, I would always have to hide myself behind the character and not speak in the first person. Once during a campaign, I remember presenting him in this manner, by going back to the medieval days and acting as a herald who, trumpet in hand, comes into a small hamlet and tells the populace that a high and mighty personage is soon to address them. And out in California, because I see Jack every day, just a few days ago I lunched, dined, and appeared with him on his radio show. I would like to dismiss myself in the first person and take on a character such as, let me say, of a lawyer who had to represent him in court. And thus, appearing in his defense, I would say, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the American public, I wish to say about my client that I have known him throughout the years, and like these witnesses who you've heard here tonight, I also vouch for his character. That the record shows that from a most humble beginning, with the help of no one but himself, he has acquitted himself of any possible charge that might be brought against him in the amusement business. I would ask that the jury agree with me that for 20 years he has served the public honestly, and he has edited wisely the speeches of himself and the characters of his radio shows. That he has never said one thing in 20 years to offend the most sensitive boy or girl or man and woman in his great legion of listeners. He has in times of war left his home and his business to go to the farthest corners of the world to entertain the soldiers of our country. He has not only lately taken his life in his hands by bringing good cheer to the very peaks of Heartbreak Ridge in Korea. He's given up his time and his money to every good cause, even when not called upon. He's a good father and a good husband, as good as he is a humorist, and I love him with all my heart. With your permission, Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen, the Toastmaster rests his case and asks Jack Benny to come to the stand.
Well, the Simmers has arrived, I think. I'm so nervous tonight, I hope they don't give me another dinner like this for 6 weeks. Of course, at $35 a plate, I expected to find only 2 people here tonight. Anthony Farrell and the Mad Woman of Chaillot. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Baruch, Mr. Burrell, Mr. Jessel, gentlemen of the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. You know, when you have to follow such great comedians like Mr. Jessel and Mr. Burns and Mr. Allen, you get that completely sunk feeling as though you left your script in Milton Berle's dressing room. Needless for me to say, ladies and gentlemen, that this is that this is The only pictures you'll see in the paper tomorrow morning will be Martin and Lewis. That the Friars Club has given me the most exciting night in my 20 years of radio. I'll go even further than that and say in my entire career in show business, which is 42 years. So you can forget about my being 39 for the moment. I think that this was probably motivated not only by the fact that I've been in radio 20 years, but because I've been a friar for a long, long time, as far back as I can remember, almost from its inception. I'm either nervous tonight or I got to get away from Phil Harris, one of the things. And I have been a friar from the time I first started in show business. I belong now to the Hollywood branch of the Friars Club. As a matter of fact, I'm an officer of that club. I'm known as the Dean of the Friars. This is a very, very important executive position. I would say that the Dean of the Friars Club is comparable to a choreographer for the Borscht Capades. You know, as I was listening to these speeches, though, and you hear this said so many times as you go older that time flies, but it seems to me that I've been in radio much, much longer than 20 years. I have a feeling that I went right from Ellis Island to NBC, this thing. Because when you were born in Waukegan in those days, to get to New York, you came through Ellis Island. And I've had I've been with only 2 major networks in my 20 years, with NBC and with CBS, and I've been very, very happy with my association with both of these networks and the people with them. There have been, of course, ugly rumors that the reason I left NBC was because they charged 35 cents to park your car on their parking lot. Now, of course, that is ridiculous. I mean, I know on the radio I'm a cheap, stingy, miserly character, which is done purely for your entertainment. To think that I would leave NBC because they would charge 35 cents to park your car is silly. When they raised it to 50 cents, I thought they wanted me to go. But I've had many compliments paid me tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I think one of the greatest compliments that I had paid to me this evening, in fact, it was a few weeks ago when Georgie Jessel said to me while we were both in Los Angeles, he says, "Jack, I'm going to fly to New York to be at your testimonial dinner." I said, "Georgie, that's awfully nice of you, but you know, if you do, you'll have to be the Toastmaster." He says, "Naturally." I don't know whether this is a great compliment to me or not, because he would fly to the Belgian Congo if they were giving a dinner to one of its natives over there, I am sure. But you know, Georgie and I...
Let me tell you what I said in the Congo. There's a fellow... Go ahead.
But Georgie and I, you know, we have sort of the same kind of a job in Hollywood. We are both asked to be Toastmaster and Master of Ceremonies at different benefits and banquets. As a rule, they ask Georgie first. Now, if he happens to have a date that night with Joan Crawford or Ethel Barrymore or Margaret O'Brien then they ask me, and I'm always available. Of course, I feel highly honored that they ask me after Georgie, because they at least feel that as a Toastmaster that I am next best to Jessel. And any time you're next best, ladies and gentlemen, next best to Georgie Jessel as Toastmaster or picture producer or entertainer or any of his other accomplishments, this is quite an achievement. I'm also highly flattered tonight that many of my dear friends flew in from Hollywood to be here just for this affair. Miss Claudette Colbert, Mrs. Danny Kaye. Danny is now in Korea. Governor Stevenson, who flew in from Illinois. Val Parnell, who flew from London to be here. And, of course, the oldest and dearest friend that I have ever had known in show business, George Burns. When I say that, I mean one of the two of the oldest and dearest friends that I have in show business, is George Burns and Jesse Block. I know that Jesse has worked very, very hard on this affair tonight, and I know he did it with great joy and with great anticipation, because this dinner was given to me. That's how he feels about me, and of course, I feel the same way about him. I have another very good friend here on the dais. As Georgie Jessel said, we've been feuding a lot on the radio. I've known Fred Allen many, many years. I knew him in the days of vaudeville. I knew him when he was a juggler. I knew him before he spoke a line on the stage. He just juggled these 10 pins and then balanced one on his nose. And he was very, very successful in vaudeville as a juggler until some smart aleck came along and taught a seal how to do it. The only time that I can remember, ladies and gentlemen, ever being real angry at Allen was he came out to Hollywood to make a picture. And he asked his producer to ask me if I would play a small part, just do one scene in the picture. The producer asked me if I would. And I said I didn't think it was important enough for me to go into a Fred Allen picture and play one small scene. And this producer said to me, "But Jack, what's the difference? It's great. You'll be able to steal this scene from Fred Allen." Well, that made me good and angry, because stealing a scene from Fred Allen is equivalent to going to the bathroom at White Sulphur Springs. Before concluding my speech, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that I want to accept this tribute from the Friars Club on behalf of everybody who has been associated with me and my radio program for the past 20 years. Because no comedian, no star, no entertainer, I don't care who he is, can sustain for 20 years on radio by himself. Possibly one man could have done it, maybe the late Will Rogers. I doubt if even Milton Berle could sustain 20 years without help. And so they all must share in this tribute. My cast, for instance, the members of my cast who have been with me many, many years. Not one of them cares how much he has to do on the program or what jokes he has to tell or how many jokes. He's only interested in the result of the program on Sunday night. My wife, of course, Mary, has been with me on the radio almost the entire 20 years. And we are celebrating our 25th wedding anniversary in January, and I'd like to have Mary take a bow, if you would. I took Mary right out of the May Company and brought her into show business. And the way she spends money, you'd think she owned the May Company. This I can tell you. Then again, besides my cast, there are my writers. I've had my 4 writers with me now for 9 years, ladies and gentlemen. And I've had this experience with all of my writers, that not one of them cares whose joke stays in or whose idea remains in this particular broadcast. They're only interested in how is the show Sunday night. We've had never one argument in the 9 years. We've had the same thing with the agencies. And now I'd like to get to my sponsor, the American Tobacco Company. I've been with them 9 years. You always hear a lot of people say, oh, the sponsor butts into this and butts into that. I'm going to cut out all the details and just say that I've been with Mr. Paul Hahn and the American Tobacco Company for 9 years, and I hope I'm with them for the rest of my life. Even if I'm through with television and radio, if I have to learn how to make cigarettes, I want to stay with them. I'm not saying this because Paul is sitting in the audience, because we have no options to discuss or anything. I call him Paul because he's younger than I am. But what's the difference? In a few years, he'll be older than I am. They've got to pass me sometime in this thing. So therefore, as I say, everybody associated with me must share in this great salute, in this great tribute that's being paid to me tonight. Because when you get that kind of cooperation for 20 years with everybody, from everybody, and that kind of help from all of your associates, and I've got to go along with Irving Berlin, that there's no business like show business. Because if you haven't got that cooperation, then I just as soon play my violin at weddings and call it the day. Well, it's probably time for me to sit down. I do want to thank Friars Club, every one of its members, for this, the greatest evening that I've ever had in my life, and one that I'll certainly never forget. And I want to thank Jesse Block, who worked so hard, and Harry Delp, and Milton Berle, the abbot, and Irving Mansfield, and everybody for this wonderful night. And before closing, I want to thank Ed Sullivan, because 20 years ago, Ed Sullivan asked me if I would like to do a guest shot on his radio program. I had never been on radio, and I said yes. So Ed and I sat down, and for just a few minutes, we wrote a spot that ran about 8 or 10 minutes. And from this guest shot, which I may have done for nothing, I don't remember.
Yes, you do.
Because of this guest shot, I was offered my first sponsored program, and therefore we are all gathered here this evening. And so I hope I will remain in radio another 20 years, even with television. Thanks again very, very much, and thanks to all of you.
Doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
Dennis Day.
That makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes and must have your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing There Ought to Be a Society.
There ought to be a society for the prevention of cruelty to poor unfortunate lovers. Poor unfortunate lovers. Poor unfortunate lovers like me. There ought to be a society for the extension of sympathy. Poor unfortunate lovers, poor unfortunate lovers, poor unfortunate lovers like me. If you beat up a dog or a cat, you go to jail for the maximum penalty. They got protection laws for the dumb animals, but nobody cares about me when I get beat. So I repeat, there ought to be a society for the prevention of cruelty to poor unfortunate lovers, poor unfortunate lovers, poor unfortunate lovers like me. When you go for a walk in the zoo, you never try for to beat up the chimpanzee. They got the iron cage and the keeper to boot. The monkey is better than me. He grinned at me. Say he agreed. There ought to be a society for the prevention of cruelty to poor unfortunate lovers. Poor unfortunate lovers. Poor unfortunate lovers like me.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, as you needn't be told, there are numerous ways for people to get into trouble. Some folks go out looking for it. Others can see it coming but can't avoid it. And still others fall into it unconsciously. It's to this third or unconscious group that our young hero Dennis Day belongs, which is only reasonable considering the head start he has. Now, take what happened to him yesterday morning, for instance. He was walking down Oak Street quite unconcernedly, minding his own business, when suddenly...
Good morning, young man.
Good morning.
I'm the inquiring reporter of the Weaverville Bugle, and I'd like to ask you a question for my column. Do you mind?
Well, no, not if I can.
Good. What's your name and address?
Dennis Day, 324 Elm Street. Gee, I thought it was going to be tougher than that.
That isn't the question, my boy. What I want to know is your opinion of women.
Women?
Yes. Do you think the women of today are prepared for motherhood?
Gee, I hope so. If they're not, I don't know who to tell to get ready.
No, you don't understand, sir. I'm looking for a good, controversial statement on the subject of women.
Oh.
Now, do you happen to be in love with more than one woman?
Me? Of course not.
That's what I want. I have no love for the overwhelming majority of women, says Mr. Dennis Day of 324 Elm Street.
Hey, wait.
What's a little housework, cooking, washing, and baby-minding, continues Mr. Day. It's the men who do the real work in this world. Women should get down on their knees to them.
But all I...
What a statement. Mr. Day, you took the words right out of my mouth.
Well, maybe we still have time to put them back in. You're not going to print this, are you?
Well, I'm only quoting what you said, Mr. Day. Tell me, do you think women have good reasons for always whining and complaining?
But they don't.
Women have no good reasons for always whining and complaining.
Now, look, mister,
Do you know why women should be treated as your equals, Mr. Day?
No, why?
Dennis Day doesn't know why women should be treated as his...
Mister, please, you can't do this to me.
Why not? You believe the man should be the head of the family, don't you?
Well, yes, but
You think if a man asks his wife a civil question, she should answer him, don't you?
Well, sure.
Attaboy. Women should speak when they're spoken to, says Mr. Now you're talking.
I must be doing it in code.
Mr. Day, I congratulate you. There isn't one man in 1,000 who'd come out and say the things you have.
Including me. Everything I say, you twist around. I demand that you print my exact words.
Well, all right. If that's the way you feel, I'll use a direct quotation from you for my lead line. Do you wear perfume, Mr. Day?
Perfume? Of course not.
Why not?
Well, it makes a person smell.
Well, women wear it, don't they?
Well, sure, but...
Wonderful. Goodbye, and thank you for a great lead line.
What lead line?
Dennis Day says women smell.
Boy, what happened?
So back our hero slunk to the Anderson boarding house, where he knew it was the better part of valor to say nothing of his interview, especially to his landlady, Mrs. Anderson, and his girlfriend, Mildred. But he also knew what would happen when the paper came out the following morning, and sure enough, just after he had risen...
Oh, my golly, here it comes. Oh, it's you, Mr. Anderson.
Dennis, you doll face, you dreamboat, you joy boy.
Huh?
This article of yours in the paper. This Emancipation Proclamation for husbands. Women should not be treated as equals. They should get down on their knees to the men. Where'd you ever get such magnificent ideas?
Gee, I don't know, but every time that reporter opened his mouth, I seem to have another one.
You're a hero, my boy. Why, there isn't a husband in this whole town who doesn't feel like a different man toward his wife this morning.
Gee, even you? Wow.
Why, I've had 5 phone calls from friends this morning, and they all feel like I do. My boy, this could develop into a crusade.
You mean we men are going to demand equal rights with women?
Dennis, please. I said we were crusaders, not radicals.
Oh, beg pardon.
But there's a feeling inside me this morning that I never had before, and I wouldn't be surprised but what it's courage.
Courage?
Certainly seems to be, from the descriptions I've read of it.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Anderson, how are the women going to take this... Oh, jiggers, here comes your wife. Good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Don't you good morning me, Dennis Day. Are you responsible for this article in the newspaper?
You're darn right he's responsible. You want to make something out of it?
Herbert Anderson, are you addressing me?
Well, I ain't addressing John L. Lewis, kiddo. It's about time you women learned a little respect for us men. You understand?
Why, yes, Herbert.
Good. Now drag those big feet of yours to the stove and get me some breakfast.
Yes, of course, lover.
See what my friend wants here, too.
I should cook breakfast for Dennis Day over my dead body.
Look out, kiddo. That can be arranged.
Yes, Herbert. What would you like, Dennis?
Gee, Mrs. Anderson, ma'am,
Dennis, stop fumbling around. Climb on the bandwagon. Enjoy.
Okay, I'd like a couple of 3-minute eggs.
Very well.
And make it fast, understand? I want you back here with them in 2 minutes.
Very well, Poopsie.
Oh, my gosh, it's the millennium.
Didn't I tell you? It's that interview. All over town, men are acting just like me. Son, we owe you a debt of gratitude we can never repay.
Gee, imagine. Why, I had no idea.
So there you are, Dennis Day.
Oh, hello, Mildred.
Don't you even speak to me, you man, you.
Dennis, did you hear what she called you?
Yeah, even I've been promoted.
I suppose you think you're pretty smart, don't you? You and your interview.
Up and at her, Dennis. Remember, this is the revolution.
Yeah, watch your tone, Mildred Anderson. Just remember your sex. Your party is no longer in power.
What?
Turn in your belt, kiddo. You're not wearing the pants anymore.
So that's your attitude, is it? Very well, Mr. Day. I only spoke to you at all because I had this note for you. Here, and goodbye.
Attaboy, Dennis. Keep women at a distance. That's our motto.
Gee, I don't know. Do you think we'll enjoy them just as fully that way?
More. Well, now, who's the note from? Aren't you going to open it?
Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. Gee, it's from some man I don't even know. Dear Mr. Day, read what you said about women in this morning's paper. If you are still alive when this letter reaches you, I have a job open for you. But if you are not available, at least send me your autograph. Sincerely yours, H.R. Norwood, owner of the Bonton Shoe Store. Wow, isn't that great, Mr. Anderson? I'll go see him right away.
Didn't I tell you, my boy? You're a hero. You've finally become a name in this town.
Oh, I always was. But at last I'm becoming one you can say in polite company. Pardon me, Mr. H.R. Norwood?
Yes?
I'm Dennis Day. You wrote me a letter?
Oh, I did. Sit down, Mr. Day, sit down. My goodness, let me look at you. So you're the boy who said all those glorious things about the opposite, if you'll pardon the expression, sex.
Yes, sir. I guess I am.
Oh, my goodness. I never met a man with your courage in my life. I just never did, that's all. No! I give you my word. When I read your article, my hair just stood on, if you'll pardon the expression, end.
Gee.
What courage, I said to myself. What courage. What courage. What courage.
You're hard of hearing?
No. I just repeat things once in a while. Well, I suppose you're wondering about the job I mentioned.
Oh, yes, sir, I am.
Well, good. Well, you see, I sell shoes here, women's shoes. You know why?
No, why?
I hate women.
Then why do you sell women's shoes?
Could you think of a better revenge on them?
Oh, no, sir, but where do I come in?
Oh, I can see you've never waited on a woman in a shoe store, my boy. Box after box you pull down from the shelf, and still they're not satisfied. This one's the wrong color, that one's the wrong style, these don't fit. Up the ladder, down the bed. Oh. By noon, I am such a nervous wreck that you can hear me puff, and if you'll pardon the expression, pant all over the place.
It does sound kind of wearing.
Oh, yes, but it won't be for you. Oh, no. You'll make them buy the shoes they ought to have, and right away.
Me?
Well, certainly. You're not afraid of women. You will, if you'll pardon the expression, gird up your, if you'll pardon the expression, loins and fight.
But, Mr. Norwood,
Now, the pay on this job, I might add, is excellent.
The pay? How much is it?
Well, it used to be $22 a week, but I'll take her.
$22 a week? Boy, that's the best offer I ever had.
Well, in that case, the dickering is over. Now, is it a deal, my boy?
Gee, how can I turn it down?
Oh, good lad. Now, all you have to do... Oh, good gravy. Here comes the customer. Now, go to work, my boy.
Gosh, already?
Don't you worry. This is one of the sweetest customers we have. Oh, Good morning, Mrs. Harris.
Good morning.
Welcome, dear lady. My clerk will take excellent care of you, I am sure.
Very well. I'd like a pair of black pumps, young man.
Sit down.
Oh. What?
You heard me. Squat. Now, what size do you take, Fatso?
Why, the ones I have on are 3.5, AAA.
And these will be just your size. Here, 8 feet.
8 feet? Why, I never.
I know, and it's about time you started. Here's the shoes. Now, give me the money.
But
Come on, give me the money.
Yes, of course. Here.
Oh, good boy, Dennis. I knew you could do it. I knew you weren't scared of any woman, whoever you... Oh, my goodness gracious me. The boy's fainted.
We'll continue this day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing You Were Meant for Me.
You were meant for me. I was meant for you. Nature patterned you, and when she was done, you were all the sweet things rolled up in one. You're like a plaintive melody that never let me free. For I'm content the angels must have sent you, and they made you just for me. You were meant for me. For I'm content the angels must have sent you, and they made you just for me.
Well, Dennis certainly charted something when he allowed himself to be quoted by an inquiring reporter to the effect that women have a cinch and that the men do all the work. To the men, of course, he's a hero, but to the women, well, let's listen to a meeting of the distaff side now taking place at the Anderson boarding house.
Dennis actually talked to you that way, Mrs. Harris? Why, I can hardly believe it.
Since that interview of his appeared, all the men are talking that way. I'll say they are. Do you know what your father said to me this morning, Mildred?
What?
He told me to shut my big mouth before he kicked it shut. Why, he hasn't spoken to me like that since I fell off a horse in 1922 and had both arms in a cab. Well, now, something's got to be done. Why don't we show the men how easy our job is? Let them do what we've been doing for a while, and we'll lead the lives they've been leading.
Oh, golly, Mrs. Harris, that sounds wonderful.
Not to me, it doesn't. I'd have to go back to doing the housework around here.
But not the cooking, Mother. Oh, I think it's a marvelous idea. We'll call every woman in town and get them started right away.
Yes. Let's see how the men like doing women's work for a change.
And it'll certainly be fun for us doing what the men do.
Yes, I've got a slight head start.
A head start?
Sure. I've been enjoying my husband's cigars for years now.
How's the dinner coming, Dennis?
All right, I guess. Gee, Mr. Anderson, wasn't it kind of peculiar, your wife leaving a note saying she and Mildred wouldn't be home for supper, and if we wanted any, we should cook it ourselves?
Well, it is a little peculiar, but we'll show them that we can cook just as good a dinner as they can. Did you taste that soup yet, Dennis?
Yeah. The soup over here in this pot is cooler, but it tastes better, I think.
That's the dishwater from lunch.
Oh.
Are the baked potatoes nearly ready?
Mashed potatoes.
I thought you said we were going to have baked potatoes.
We were, but they fell on the floor and I stepped on them by mistake.
Oh, well. Say, do you suppose those steaks of mine are done by now?
Well, how long have you had them on?
Well, let's see. It's 8:15. About an hour.
Oh, give them a little longer. We don't want them raw.
No, I guess not. Did you take a look at those muffins?
No, I guess I better.
Yeah, we got to watch them. I don't like them dark brown.
How do you feel about jet black?
My, I'm glad Poopsie didn't see those. Take them out, Dennis.
Okay.
Dear, dear. Well, now, don't you worry. We'll show those women that us men can take over.
You bet we will.
Sure. Why not? Men can do anything that women can do.
Darn right they can. Oh, say, isn't that someone coming up the walk, Mr. Anderson?
Well, yes, so it is. It's Mr. Harris. Why, good heavens, he's carrying a baby.
Gee, you don't suppose he... Oh, of course not. I'll let him in. Hello, Mr. Harris.
Gee, fellas, look what I had.
What?
To take care of.
Oh.
Well, my wife and daughter went out and left him with me. Got kind of lonely. He's only 4 months old and doesn't say much. So I came over here for some company.
Well, good. So you're just in time for dinner. I'll have it on the table in a jiffy.
Gee, you're lucky the little fella's sleeping so nice and peacefully, Mr. Harris. Most babies don't, you know.
Yeah, I know. But I gave this one a little shot of whiskey before we... Worked fine.
See? There's male brains. I'll guarantee a woman never would have thought of that.
No. But I wish I knew what to do when it's time to change him. They didn't leave me any instructions on that.
Oh, I can show you that, Mr. Harris. I don't go to the movies twice a week for nothing, you know. Hand me a napkin.
Yeah, here you are. Let's see this.
Well, first you take this end and crisscross it to the other side and pin it. Like this, see? Then you crisscross the other side over to this one and pin it. Now you take the underflap and pull it over here and pin it like this.
Now what?
Well, if I could think of a way to get my hand out, it'd be perfect.
Well, you better just let him sleep, Mr. Harris. Now, dinner's all set. Sit down, boys.
Okay.
Well, dig in, everybody.
You first, Mr. Harris. You're the oldest.
What's that got to do with it?
You've lived your life already.
It looks fine, but to tell the truth, I'm not very hungry.
You know something? I kind of wish I had my wife back.
Yeah, this isn't very much... Hey, isn't that somebody outside?
Our wives. They've finally come home to apologize.
Oh, so that's she said. Really? I thought you said itching.
Well, and just where have you three been until this hour?
Around. We dropped in at the pool room and shot a little snooker.
Snooker?
Yes, and then we stopped in at the fight for a few minutes.
And we wound up with the burlesque show. Wow! That second boy from the left. Hey, Clara!
You ain't just speaking your gums, kiddo. Well, did you boys have a nice evening together?
We kind of missed you, ladies.
Oh, you'll get used to it in a few months.
No, Poopsie. Don't say that. You did this to us, Dennis, eh?
Me?
Yes, with that fool interview of yours. Please, ladies, reconsider. Take us back the way we were. Give us men our happy slavehood again.
Well...
Please, Mrs. Anderson, I was wrong to talk about women the way I did. There's room in this world for two sexes. In fact, in many ways, it's a very nice arrangement.
Well, do you really think you've learned your lesson, Herbert?
Oh, I have. I do, Cuddles, I do. Take me back, please.
Very well. If you're truly sorry, we'll forget this ever happened.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh, Poopsie, you darling. Come here and let me clasp you to my manly stomach once again.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Song of Songs. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, for soft, glamorous green girl hair,
try Luster Cream Shampoo. Now in convenient tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new three-way loveliness. Fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft, easy to manage. Not a soap, not a liquid, but an utterly new, rich lathering cream shampoo, a blend of secret ingredients plus lanolin. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, 49 and 25 cents. Be a dream girl, a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Here now is Dennis with the music of Charles Dant and the orchestra singing Song of Songs.
Do you recall that night in June when first we met? Do you remember, love, the words we spoke? Have you forgotten all the tender vows we made? In the silent, magical moonbeams light, one of the golden dreams with summer roses, and all our tenderest vows were made but to be broken. Song of songs, song of memory, and broken melody of love and life, nevermore to me, and that melody fill the heart with the joy once it knew. Oh, night of bliss, night of June and love, beneath the snows amid the roses, who dream of delight that faded at dawn. Oh, song of songs, oh, night of bliss, when you were my whole world of love. When you were my whole world of
Good night, everybody.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night, everyone.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget though we part.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. You know, many people think of a college president as a man who spends most of his time worrying about his school's financial situation. Now, this is a profound misconception. A college president does not worry about money most of the time. He worries about it all the time. And Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, the president of Ivy, is no exception. At the moment, he and Mrs. Hall, the former Victoria Cromwell of the English stage, are in a taxi on their way to a dinner party at which Dr. Hall is to be the guest of honor. Mrs. Millicent Foster, their hostess, is very wealthy, and an endowment is in sight. Mrs. Hall says,
I do like dinner parties. I wonder what the main course will be.
Main course? Me. There is nothing Mrs. Foster likes to serve her guests so much as a celebrity, major or minor.
She should be very happy this evening, then. In your black tie, you're quite a tasty dish.
Thank you. But not as tasty, I'm afraid, as the major celebrity she originally intended to have tonight. He disappointed her at the last moment.
Oh? How?
Yes, he led with his right, was knocked out in the 6th round, and thereby ceased to be a major celebrity. She was forced to settle for a college president.
Oh, poor woman.
She is not, thank heavens, a poor woman. She's one of the richest in town, and one of the loneliest. That's why she fritters away so much of her wealth on trivialities. I've been trying for over a year to guide her interests into more constructive channels.
Like, say, gymnasium constructive or library?
Yes, exactly. I have a feeling that when we leave tonight, I'll have a nice, fat endowment check in my pocket.
Well, I have the same feeling. Mr. Merriweather told me you'd made a very great impression on her.
Yes, I suppose I have. I mean to say I have some respectable degrees, and I've written a few good books.
It's your good looks that have impressed her, not your good book.
Oh, nonsense. Nonsense, Victoria. I never heard anything so ridiculous in my life. Good looks. Me. You really think so?
Of course I do. I'm not the only one. Every co-ed on the campus is mad about you.
You're just saying that. Really?
This is as far as I can go.
Driver, you took the words right out of my mouth.
Sorry, folks, there's a detour I didn't know nothing about. The road's under construction.
Oh, will it take us much out of our way?
About 8 miles, approximately. We'd have to go over that bridge and all the way around.
How long will that take?
Almost 15 minutes, nearly.
It's 10 of 8 now, and Mrs. Foster's very fussy about punctuality. Suppose we walk the rest of the way.
All right.
Driver, how far are we from 383 Hyacinth Road?
Merely 12 blocks, only.
I don't mind walking if you think we can make it by 8.
Oh, we can do it easily. All right, here you are, driver. Keep the change.
Oh, thank you.
Do we just walk straight ahead? We've never been out this way before.
Just straight ahead, almost. You can't miss it, but they're long blocks, and you better walk fast if you want to be there by 8, practically.
Thank you. Well, let's hurry, Victoria. Mr. Merriweather, the entire Board of Governors, in fact, has told me how insistent Mrs. Foster is that her guests arrive on time.
Oh, don't worry, Toddy. 12 blocks in 10 minutes. We'll be there by 8.
It's only that I don't want anything to mar the impression I've made. The board is rather counting on me to bring her into the fold of donors. I hope that we... Well, what a revolting-looking animal. Look, Victoria. You've seen such a mongrel in your life. It seems to be all the dogs ever bred wrapped up into one.
Oh, I find it rather appealing, the way you sit there looking at it. It's almost Napoleon in that comic strip. May we stop for a moment to pet it?
Well, one pet only, if you don't mind, darling. No time for more.
Oh, no, it is affectionate, isn't it? Oh, you're happy to see us, aren't you, you buffalo? Yes, you are. You do certainly are,
Vicky, I hate to interrupt this passionate courtship, but if we're late, we're liable to lose a large endowment. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We are. Yes, we are.
Oh, sorry, darling. Goodbye, dog. I think it's lost. It had a collar around its neck, but no license.
Oh, it probably belongs to the house just behind this wall. It's fed a dozen times a day, and on the whole lives much better and more securely than the average instructor.
No, I think it's lost.
Well, what makes you think so?
Because it's following us. Seems to have no place in particular to go.
Go home, sir. Go home.
That was a female.
Oh, go home, sir, or madam, as the case may be.
Oh, no, she's doing all these tricks for us, sitting up and rolling over. Oh, you won't be upright like those smarty pants, aren't you?
Victoria, please, darling, don't encourage him. We down, sir. Down.
Oh, he only wants to kiss you.
Victoria, no one can accuse me of being anti-dog, but any desire I have to be slobbered over by a mongrel stray at this particular moment is so small that it borders on the microscopic. We simply haven't the time. Now, I've got to chase him away. Don't be startled. I'm going to shout at him. Go away! Go away! Allez, vous en! TNT Vegas! Cram! There, you did. Look at him run. Please, let us hurry, Victoria.
Well, hope he'll be all right.
Of course he will. He was all right for years before we came along, and there's no reason to suppose he won't be all right for years after we've departed.
Might be run over or something.
It simply isn't our problem. I'm sorry if I seem callous, but in wrangling an endowment, a certain ruthlessness is necessary.
Oh, Toddy. You don't suppose he's been hit?
Well, of course he hasn't been hit. I'm sure he hasn't been hit. I mean, aren't you?
I have a queer feeling in the pit of my stomach. I mean, he was so alive just a minute ago. Do we by any chance...
But it's late. We're going to be late. We'd best go back and see if he's all right. Hurry, take my hand. This is ridiculous. As much as $1 million waiting for me, and I'm running in the opposite direction. I've had nightmares like this.
It may not be as much as $1 million.
Well, even if it's only $500,000, it's ridiculous. How will we get him to a vet?
One of these houses to drive.
Hold it, Victoria. Hold it.
Oh, you're safe, aren't you? You know that? You're frightened us. Oh, yes.
What seems to be the trouble? Dog annoying you?
No, not at all, officer. No, he's a very friendly dog. Too friendly, in fact. He's been following us for the last 10 minutes, and it seems likely to go on ad infinitum. I mean, he seems likely to go on endlessly.
I know what ad infinitum means, mister. What makes you think I don't?
Oh, I beg your pardon.
What makes you think I don't know what ad infinitum means? Simply because I'm a policeman doesn't mean I'm an ignoramus.
Well, I'm sure my husband had no
intention.
intention.
It may surprise you to learn that I have a degree in police administration from Fordham University.
Oh, if I seemed patronizing, I'm sorry.
It's just that I'm tired of people who have a stereotyped conception of a policeman. Now, how would you like it if people had a stereotyped conception of your job?
Well, as a matter of fact, they have. My job is teaching. I don't have to tell you how many jokes I hear in the course of a year about absent-minded professors.
Doesn't it get you down? Little kid called me a flatfoot yesterday. My feet happen to be perfectly arched. I could show you.
Yes, I know what you mean. You know, there was a newspaper editorial last week in which teachers were called long hair. I leave it to you. Is my hair long?
Yeah, William, I don't want to interrupt this coffee clutch, but it's getting very late.
Oh, yes, of course. Officer, this dog seems to be lost. Have you any idea where it belongs?
Well, I'm new on this beat. I have no idea whose dog it is.
Well, my wife is afraid, and I am too, that it may be run over unless someone takes care of it. Maybe place it in your hands.
What would I do with it? I have 8 more hours before I'm relieved. The sergeant drives fast to check up on me, finds me walking the dog. I'm liable to wind up patrolling way out on Marie Antoinette Plaza, near the garbage dump. Why don't you take it with you?
Well, we're on our way to a dinner party, and if we came with a stray dog...
I see what you mean. It would be, shall we say, outre.
How was that? Yes, outre, of course. Yes, it would be très outre.
Can't you be persuaded to look after it for a few hours? It keeps you amused.
I'm afraid amusement isn't what I'm here for. Look at that. I just ended a sentence with a preposition. Shows you how careless a man gets after he graduates.
Oh, it's considered proper usage these days in some quarters.
You don't say?
Yes, as a colloquialism.
Oh, I can't say that I approve. I am a purist.
Yeah. So am I.
Particularly when it comes to grammatic construction.
I agree. As a matter of fact, I devoted an entire chapter to it in my book, Grammar and Its Effect on Social Behavior.
Oh, I've read that. Did you write that?
Boys, please, we're terribly late.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Good heavens, look at the time. It's past 8. Officer, what should we do?
Forget about it. It's not your problem.
Exactly what I said a few minutes ago. Now, come on, Victoria.
Dog catcher will probably pick it up tomorrow.
Exactly. We can bet. The dog catcher.
What'll he do with it?
Take it downtown to the pound.
Pound? Well, isn't that where they...
What'll they do there?
Oh, he's washed, combed, fed, kept very comfortably for 1 week.
And after that?
You mean if no one claims it?
Yes.
Sic transit gloria mundi.
Oh, no.
You mean it's done away with? Oh, no, Toddy.
Well, surely there's some alternative.
Well, there is. Take the dog by the scruff of the neck and march him from house to house.
All right, officer, we'll try it.
Good night, lady.
Good night.
Good night, officer. Thank you.
Ever read Senator Fell's tribute to his dog?
Yes, I have.
Fine rhetoric, don't you think?
Yes, fine.
Fine. William.
Yes.
Night.
Good night.
What are we going to do?
Do? I'll show you. Come here, brother. Come here. You know what I'm going to do with you? I'm going to find your home. Now, Mrs. Foster is not going to like it. Do you know what it's apt to cost me to get you home? $1 million. Yes, it is. $1 million. It is. $1 million. Yes, it is. I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
Before we return to the halls of Ivy, let's hear the story of how one man developed a taste for family parties and Schlitz beer.
Well, ordinarily, I look forward to family parties like I look forward to 2 weeks of rain on my vacation. Oh, but I make one exception. There's a certain relative of my wife who can win me away from my fireside any day. He's the one who introduced me to Schlitz beer, and I still thank him for it. I remember when this relative first invited us over for a family get-together. My wife wanted to go, and I didn't, so we compromised and went. On the way over, I visualized a dismal evening playing some game like charade, which I happen to particularly detest. But things began to look up the moment our host greeted us at the door and said, I hope you won't mind if we don't waste the evening playing silly parlor games. And when I discovered that we were both fly fishermen, well, I began to think of my host as more of a friend than a relative. It was just about then that he brought in the Schlitz beer. Well, the evening was full of pleasant surprises. I'd heard many good things about Schlitz and had always planned to try it. So try it I did. And never have I tasted a beer as satisfying. As I drank, I found myself hoping that this particular in-law would throw another family party very soon. And I found myself saying, as surely others have said in tasting this fine beer, no wonder they call Schlitz a beer that made Milwaukee famous.
As we return to the halls of Ivy, we find a rather irritated Dr. Hall walking with Victoria and a huge, friendly, very lost dog in the general direction of the home of Mrs. Millicent Foster, at whose dinner party he's supposed to be guest of honor. They are now almost a half hour late. They go up the steps of a small residence.
I do feel ridiculous, Vicky. I'm not exactly dressed for the sheepshead field trials, you know.
Never mind, darling. Neither is Fido.
Yes? I beg your pardon, but does this dog belong to you? We were just...
Mister, nothing belongs to me. I'm being evicted tomorrow.
You might as well find a home for him, too. Oh, how do you do?
Good evening. We were wondering...
Yes, I know. Thank you for coming so promptly. Our own doctor is out of town, or we wouldn't have bothered you. We never expected it so soon, of course.
But we were just trying to...
But you're just a tiny moment late. The ambulance got here first. Ambulance? Yes, the baby's due any second. She's at St. Vincent's Hospital, Doctor. Oh, what a lovely dog you have. Good night.
Oh, well... Good evening. How do you do? Have you lost a dog?
No, but I'd like to.
You don't quite understand. We found the dog.
Are you from a quiz program?
No, but we have a dog here, and we don't know where he lives.
Well, ask him, mister. Ask him. I'm busy.
A penny for them, Toddy.
I'm thinking that Fido here is no ordinary dog. In fact, I suspect he's been planted here by some rival in competition for Mrs. Foster's dough. Endowment. Harvard, perhaps, or Yale. We've covered the entire area and couldn't even give him away.
Some people are very callous to other people's sights.
Am I to go through life dogged by this dog? Like the ancient mariner with an albatross round his neck?
Well, don't be bitter, darling. You've done a good deed so far, and I love you for it. Remember, virtue is its own reward.
Yes, I can see myself explaining that to the board. No, I didn't manage to get an endowment last night, gentlemen, but I was kind to an animal. They're not likely to canonize me for that and call me St. William.
No, I suppose not.
A dog. Man's best friend. Another myth exploded. Vicky, you've more influence with this monster than I. Make him stop doing tricks. You can talk to him.
Well, shall I tell him to go away?
No, better not. We may very shortly require a performing dog to help us earn our bread. When we're out with a tin cup. Well, anyway, Mrs. Foster is never going to believe our story unless he's with us.
There's a car coming down the driveway. Can't you be careful? Rover, come here. There's a good chap.
Oh, it looks like Mr. Wellman's limousine.
Oh, is our chairman of the board to be a guest of Mrs. Foster's this evening?
Well, not that I know of. But he's never been known to miss a free meal in his life. Is that you, Mr. Wellman?
Dr. Hall, are you aware, sir, that you are more than 1/2 hour late?
I am, and I'm very sorry, I assure you. I shall make what I hope are adequate apologies to Mrs. Foster and the other guests at the dinner party.
Dinner party? There is no dinner party, not anymore.
Oh?
Mrs. Foster begged her guests to excuse her and retire to her room.
Oh, my.
She was extremely upset, and I don't blame her. I would be, too, if a guest of honor at one of my dinners failed to make an appearance, failed even to have the courtesy to telephone.
Mr. Williams, we had a perfectly good explanation.
Perfectly good may be too strong a term, but at least it's an understandable one. On the way here, we encountered this dog, which appeared to be lost.
Indeed. And have you taken the position of dog catcher as a sideline?
The dog seemed to be lost, and we feared it might be run over by an automobile.
Taken to the pound and destroyed.
So we tried to learn where it belonged.
You should have spent a bit more time considering where you belong. You belonged at Mrs. Foster's dinner party. Do you know what she did just before I left? She tore up a certified check made out to the school.
No.
Tore it into tiny pieces right before my eyes. A check for $100,000.
Oh, no.
Yes. Needless to state, I am far from happy at this turn of events.
I think events would have to turn a complete somersault for you ever to be happy, Mr. Wellman. Nevertheless, I am not bubbling over with happiness myself.
I think you are very heedless, Dr. Hall. I'm of the opinion the rest of the board will agree with me. I don't wish to discuss the matter any further tonight. There is no necessity for you to go round to the house. Mrs. Foster has gone to bed.
Well, I shall still try to see her to tender my apologies.
You're wasting your time, Dr. Hall. Again.
Good night, Mr. Wellman.
Good night.
Carry on, Pearson.
Well, that's that. I'm very sorry, not only for the money, but because I rather like Mrs. Foster and never intended to offend her.
Perhaps you understand your explanation and even agree that you acted for the best.
Fine words, butter, no parsnips.
But a soft answer turneth away wrath.
You really think I can make her understand?
Oh, you know as well as I do that when you set your mind to it, you can charm a bird right out of a tree.
The charming Mrs. Foster out of a high dudgeon may prove a bit more difficult.
She may only be in a low dudgeon.
I can't remember when I approached a dinner party with so much anxiety.
I can. That dance at the French Embassy in London, when you were first courting me. It was a long time ago. Remember it?
Yes, of course, I remember. It was the ball to which I had not been invited.
Oh, you were invited. At least I was, and I invited you.
I don't think I ever felt so unsure of myself. I almost ran away as we approached the embassy building. If you hadn't been on my arm, I think I'd have bolted. I never was more nervous in my life.
Hardy, stop worrying and fidgeting with your time.
Are you sure? You're sure I look all right? These evening clothes aren't mine, you know. I had to rent them, even these cufflinks.
You look extremely handsome and distinguished.
Oh, I wish I felt that way. Actually, I feel something like Cinderella. Try not to be alarmed if at midnight these tails and white tie vanish and you see me standing there in shorts and a pumpkin.
I shall carry it off with all the stuff up there at my command. I shall say to one and all, my dear, haven't you heard? It's the latest rage in America.
Of course, I realize no one's going to notice me. You're so beautiful this evening, everyone will be looking at you.
Oh, no. Not really. But I feel beautiful when you look at me like that. Oh, dear.
What is it?
Your opera hat is collapsing.
Oh, no.
It's like a card pretzel.
Oh, it's been deflating all the evening.
Oh, you seem to be balancing an untidy pancake on your head.
I told the man something was wrong with old Vicky. Let's turn back. It's not just my topper. All my clothes.
Hardy, stop it. Except that hat, which you can carry. You're impeccably dressed and you're going to have an amusing and interesting evening. Stop worrying now. You disarrange your tie with your fidgeting. Here. Who's fix it for you?
Yes, ma'am. The oddest thing about your eyes, Vicky, they change color. Sometimes they're as blue as a lake in the Adirondacks, than which nothing is bluer. But at this moment, your eyes are almost violet.
I keep a large variety on hand. A little woman comes in and makes them for me at 2 shillings an hour. Try not to touch that tie again.
I wish we had known each other longer. 2 years instead of 2 weeks.
2 weeks and 2 days.
If we had, you'd know by this time that I'm not always like this. That I enter most situations with a certain aplomb. It's just that an embassy ball is rather a rich and sudden change of diet for a college professor on a sabbatical.
After your first taste, you lap it up and come back for more.
I'm not so sure of that. You know, this is very different from a social gathering at home. There I have the confidence and assurance of being known and in good standing. But here, among these old titles, these medals, decorations, these shining rewards of a great empire for distinguished services, it's frightening.
No, it's not frightening, William. It's very, very gay. You're as much of a knight in armor as any of them. And as for titles, my dear, don't forget that to me, you're William the Conqueror.
What? What was that you said? No, don't knock yet.
We can't afford another moment's delay. We're late.
Let the ambassador wait. I want you to say that again.
Ambassador? What are you talking about? We're late for Mrs. Foster's party.
Mrs. Who? What? Oh, Mrs. Foster.
Tardy, where were you?
At an ambassador's ball in London, my dear, with a pretzel on my head.
Oh, no. This is no time for daydreaming.
Oh, good heavens, no. We've got to apologize to Mrs. Foster.
You stay here with me, then.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Is Mrs. Foster at home? Dr. and Mrs. Hall calling. No, wait, please. So don't shut the door. We wish to see her to apologize for...
Harry, someone for me?
Yes, madam.
Oh, Dr. Hall and Mrs. Hall.
We would like to apologize, Mrs. Foster.
That will be all, Kirby.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Foster, we are so sorry you've been upset. Upset?
Believe me, such a thing was furthest from our thoughts.
You seem to have a positive genius for milk and water words. How would you feel if your guests of honor for the evening not only failed to appear, but didn't even notify you? It is indicative of the contempt you must feel for the help I could have given you.
No, I assure you.
It is really the last straw. Your discourtesy on top of everything else. As though I weren't already carrying as much as a mortal could be expected to bear.
The last straw?
Pete, he's lost, ran away, disappeared. Oh, you wouldn't understand.
Pete? He's not by any chance a dog?
He's not just a dog. He's my dog. I've had him for years, and suddenly he's...
Not a raw-boned, flop-eared, bushy-tailed...
Yes. Have you seen him?
Seen him? Mrs. Foster. He's the reason we're late. We were trying to find his home for him. One moment. Come on. Pete!
Dr. Hall, you... Oh, Pete. It is Pete. Oh, all right. You bad dog. Where have you been? I thought you'd been stolen or killed. Dr. Hall, Pete may not look it, but he's a very rare and valuable dog. I can't tell you how valuable. If it were anyone of less consequence than you, Dr. Hall, I should offer him a large cash reward.
You would, Mrs. Foster? Well, if I may make a suggestion. I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
Now here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Well, wasn't that wonderful, Toddy? For rescuing her dog, Mrs. Foster gave you an extra $50,000 for the college. The reward of virtue.
Oh, no virtue of mine. You might just as well give credit to the Town Planning Commission. If the road hadn't been under repair, we wouldn't have had to walk and wouldn't have seen the dog.
Why not thank the taxi driver? He told us to take the shortcut where we found the dog.
Or the policeman. If he'd taken the dog as we wanted him to, Mrs. Foster would never...
Or the horrible man who drove the car that frightened the dog.
Or the beautiful wife of the horrible man who drove the car that frightened the dog.
No, Toddy. Dinner's on the table.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Herbert Butterfield, Janet Scott, Jane Morgan, Herbert Vigran, Jack Cushman, and Jerry Hausner. Tonight's script was written by Walter Brown Newman and Don Quinn. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Next, listen for We the People over most of these NBC stations.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Connery, Jim Backus, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zuki.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Colgate Tooth Powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate's Tooth Powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate Tooth Powder, for the new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
June is the month of graduations. New graduates, wondering what kind of jobs they're going to get, are eager to get out of school. Old graduates who have the jobs are wondering how they can get back into school. Unable to do so, the old grads content themselves by looking at their old yearbooks. In Mel Blanc's little town, we find Tom Jones and Shirley Brown looking at Tom's yearbook, and Shirley is saying,
Tom, why are you looking so surprised in this graduating picture?
Well, I had just been informed by the dean that I received the highest marks of the class.
And Dorothy Lenahan says to her boyfriend,
Oh, Bill, why do you look so surprised in this graduating picture?
I was just given a scholarship to Cornell.
And in Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop, where Betty Colby is proudly looking at a picture of Mel Blanc sitting on the library steps in his cap and gown, Betty is saying,
Now, why do you look so surprised in this graduating picture?
I had a hole in my pants and those steps were cold.
So they continued turning the pages in the yearbook until Betty said,
Now, look at that picture of the freshman class. Who's that funny-looking anemic kid with the stupid face and the buck teeth?
That's me.
Oh, guys, those were the good old days. The 3 R's, reading, writing, arithmetic.
There should be 4 R's.
4 R's?
Yeah, reading, writing, arithmetic, and a raise for the teachers. Betty, look at the picture of this fellow. Remember him, Bernie Henderson? He always used to throw spitballs. Never did anything but throw spitballs.
Did he ever mount anything?
I'll say he did. He's the guy who invented moisturized cigarettes. And this fellow on the left, Joe Hansen, he was a monitor. He used to shout and make everybody stand up. If anyone came in and saw a second late, he'd slam the door in their face.
Oh, what's he doing now?
He's driving a bus in Los Angeles. And there's Sam Long, the class dunce. He used to think he was a chicken.
That's odd. You ever hear from him?
No, but every once in a while he sends me a half a dozen eggs. Matter of fact, I called him up the other day to thank him.
Oh, what'd he say? Well, now, you weren't much of a student, were you?
What? Why, Professor Baker said I had a wonderful head for science. Well, they even wanted me at Harvard.
Oh? Why didn't you go?
I told you, they didn't want me, they just wanted my head.
Now, what's that little poem under your picture in the yearbook?
Oh, my teacher wrote it in. Listen. To Mel Blanc, you'll become a great success. You'll have power and be strong. You'll have $1 million. You should live so long. Oh, Betty, look, here comes your father.
Oh, hello, Betty.
Hello, Father.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Yes.
Say, you're looking very happy today.
Yes, today's a big day for me. The principal of Monroe High School has asked me personally to secure the speaker for the graduation ceremonies. And I've been fortunate enough to obtain the famous Chinese philosopher, Dr. Tao.
Oh, gosh, that's wonderful, Mr. Colby. It just shows that through perseverance and clean living, a humble education, a man can stand and fight for the better things in life and bring an entire nation to realize right from wrong.
Why, Mel, that's beautiful. Where did you hear it?
On the Lone Ranger.
Well, never mind. Who knows how the school will reward me? Why, it's possible they may give me an honorary degree. Why, they may even go so far as to dedicate a room to me.
Gosh, what an honor. Every time the students wash their hands, they'll see your name.
What? You know, you young people of today are too impertinent. Why, in my day, it was like in Lincoln's time. We appreciated more things. We used to walk 12 miles to school and 12 miles back.
Yeah, and I can just see the graduation. Instead of a diploma, they give you a box of Dr. Scholl's foot pads.
No. I can't waste any time with you. Dr. Tao is arriving at the station. I've got to meet him. Holy smoke, it's 4:30.
I've wasted so much time with you, I won't be able to make it. And there'll be nobody to meet him. Well, Mr. Colby, don't worry. My assistant, Zuki, is helping out a friend who's sick. He's working at the station as a train announcer. I'll call Zuki up and tell him to meet the doctor. Well, that's wonderful, Mel. Thanks.
Oh, you see, Mr. Colby? I always come through when you need me. Give me that phone.
It's train leaving on tracks. It's train leaving on tracks. It's train leaving on never mind, the train left. Gee, Mel asked me to meet Dr. Tao. I wonder... Oh, there he is. Dr. Tao.
How do you do? Did you call me, young man?
Yeah, I represent Monroe High School. Dr. Tao, I'm here to extend formal Dr. Tao, I'm here to Dr. Tao, I'm here to Dr. Tao, what's up, Doc?
Rather clever. Are you going to take me to the high school?
Oh, sure. I got a private limousine. I'll call a taxi. I'll get the mayor's car. I'll hop in that push cart. I'll push you.
Young man, do you realize I am a doctor of philosophy?
Oh, I'm sorry. Then you push me.
Why, this is an outrage. You can tell Mr. Colby I've been highly insulted. I'm getting right back on this train and leaving. Good day.
Wait, but Doctor, you can't go. Gosh, Mr. Colby will break every bone and Mel's every bon voyage.
That's odd. Zuki isn't back with Dr. Tao. I wonder if anything happened. Oh, here comes that conceited Beau Brummel, Hartley Benson. Hello, Hartley. Gee, the sun is sure bright today.
Mel, that's merely thousands of women shining with radiance because they've just seen great big, adorable me. In fact, I'm such a beautiful bundle of bliss, I could give myself a great big kiss.
Hartley Benson, why are you so conceited?
Mel, the girls make me so. In a recent survey taken among the graduates of Vassar for the sport that they like the best, 10% chose swimming, 12% said canoeing, and 78% said Hartley Bensoning.
Hartley Bensoning? What's that?
It's like night baseball, only it's played with the lights out. Mel, when I went to college, I was the center of attraction.
Oh, I don't believe you ever went to college, Hartley.
Oh, no. Mel, you should have seen me at my graduation. All the graduates wore their finest clothes, but all eyes were on me.
What were you wearing?
My midriff cap and gown. I was such an outstanding student, they awarded me an LLD.
An LLD?
Yes. Lovely, luscious, and divine. This year I went back to my alma mater to make a speech to all the girl graduates. In 5 words, I gave those girls the key to complete and lasting happiness.
What were the words?
Webster 9890.
What's that?
That is my phone number. Then I gave those girls their diplomas, and they looked so surprised.
Oh, naturally. It was the first time anyone ever got a sheepskin from a jackass.
I know, Mel. If you're going to take that... Makes me very happy to tell you that I was at the station, and I saw Zuki make such a fool of himself that Dr. Tao isn't going to appear at the graduation exercises.
What?
Yes, he got back on the train and left. And I'm leaving, too. Goodbye, you buffoon. I'm so lovable and grand, tomorrow I'm asking myself for my hand. So long, Mel. Nice seeing me.
He's the only one I know who has 2 telephones in his house, so he can call himself up and ask for a date.
Gosh, I'm in terrible trouble. When Mr. Colby finds out that Dr. Tao isn't showing up, he'll take my head and twist it around backwards. Gee, that's not so bad. Now I'll be able to see where I'm coming from.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Teeth that sparkle, a breath that's fresh. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Colgate tooth powder creates a rich, lively, pleasant-tasting foam that really cleans. Your whole mouth feels fresh and sweet. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, this all-purpose Colgate tooth powder gives dazzling results, reveals the natural brilliance of your teeth. Colgate tooth powder does everything a dentifrice should do. That's why it's an all-purpose tooth powder. Use Colgate tooth powder for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, back to Mel Blanc, who is behind the proverbial 8-ball again, where he almost always resides as a permanent tenant. It seems that Mr. Colby expected an honorary degree because he had obtained the services of the Chinese philosopher Dr. Tao for the high school graduation exercises. But Mel's interference through his assistant Zuki caused Dr. Tao to cancel his speaking engagement. Now we find Mel in his fix-it shop a little worried.
Gosh, if that's Mr. Colby and he finds I'm here, he'll kill me.
Hello, Mel Blanc, fix the job. You bend it, we mend it. Who's this, please? Oh, Mr. Colby? Oh, I'm so sorry. Mel Blanc just left town. Oh, where did he go? Holland. Well, they got a leak in the dike, and he's got the only thumb that fits. Goodbye. Auf smorgasbord.
Gosh, he sounded angry. If he catches me, I'll be smorgasbord. Well, here comes my lodge president, Mr. Cushing. Maybe he'll be able to help me out.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, mighty potentate. How's your little helpmate?
Mel, when you're married to a woman like my wife, the word is help. She's got a new thing now, Mel. Before she goes to bed, she puts an ice pack on her head and rubs her face with alcohol. I tell you, Mel, it's like sleeping next to a Mickey Finn. Last night she came over and kissed me. You want to know something, Mel?
Yeah?
I wish it were a Mickey Finn. What a woman. Last night we had an argument. She said to me,
John, if I hear another word, I'll die.
Well, what do you do?
Turned on Gabriel heater. What a face. Well, the other day I put a picture of my wife in my wallet. Now, there was a $1 bill and a $5 bill in it. I looked in my wallet this morning. You know what happened?
What?
George Washington was hiding in Lincoln's beard. The other night we were getting ready to go to one of those old-fashioned costume balls. She was putting on a bustle, and she said,
Oh, John, help me out with this bustle. String me up. Come on, John, string me up.
Dad, what a temptation. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I'm got no one to talk to.
Gosh, mighty potentate, if you think you've got troubles, listen to mine. On account of me, Dr. Tao won't speak at the high school graduation, and now Mr. Colby will scalp me.
Oh, don't worry, Mel. You can always borrow my wife's toupee. Now, wait a minute, Mel. You're good at impersonations. Why don't you disguise yourself as Dr. Tao?
Oh, but disguises are pretty tough to get away with.
What are you talking about, Mel? For 50 years, my wife has been disguising herself as a human being.
Gee, maybe it will work.
Sure, and you'll thank me for it. Well, I gotta be going now, Mel.
Where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see Cheyenne, or I can go home and look at Death Valley.
Gee, the mighty potentate gave me a great idea. All I have to do is disguise myself as Dr. Tao and say a few words at the graduation. Now to talk Mr. Colby into let me do it. Mel Blanc, I ought to massacre you for what you've done. Now this ridiculous idea of impersonating Dr. Tao. Well, Mr. Colby, it's either I do that or you don't get your honorary degree.
Well, but do you think you can get away with it?
Oh, sure. Listen to this. Hola, ma. Laptom sang toi olo.
What does that mean?
Two chow mein, hold the noodles. Don't forget, Mr. Colby, the store next to my fix-it shop is a Chinese restaurant.
Well, I suppose I have no alternative. All right, get your disguise, and remember this. Bung Dao Gao, Mel Blanky Kongadiska.
Oh, what's that?
If Mel Blanc foul things up, he'd join honorable ancestors.
Mr. Colby, the graduation exercise is about to start. Now, where is Dr. Tao?
But don't worry. Don't worry. No. He's coming right from his fix-it shop. He's coming right from the station as soon as he fixes himself up.
Oh, here comes a very distinguished Chinese-looking gentleman now. That must be he.
Yes, it's he. No, it's him. No, it's he, you're right. Dr. Tao, allow me to present the principal of Monroe High, Mr. Flyshacker.
Dr. Tao, I've been preparing for this moment. As you say in China, ni hao bu hao.
Thank you. And as we say in China, egg foo young.
But egg foo young is something you eat.
I know. Last night, my wife served me egg foo young. Made it very sick.
Why?
Egg was full and not too young.
Dr. Tao, if I may ask, what is your first name?
Tingling.
Tingling?
Yes, Mother was frightened by good humor, man.
Dr. Tao, I've always been very interested in your customs. Now tell me, do you always eat with chopsticks?
No, me heavy eater. Use golf clubs. Oh, me make a joke. Oh, very little joke, yeah.
Doctor, now, you're a famous philosopher, and I'd like to ask you one thing. What is your opinion of life?
Which issue? Oh, we Chinese always say one picture worth 10,000 words.
Really?
Hey, you want to buy postcards? My advice to you is develop big stomach.
Big stomach? Why?
Well, Confucius say man with big stomach also has something to fall back on. That's what he say.
Dr. Tao, tell me, how do you think our system of education compares with yours?
Oh, big difference. In China, when you smart, you go to college and get diploma. In America, when you're smart, you go to quiz program and get refrigerator.
Infinite wisdom packed into a few words.
Oh, yes, I make a mistake on the words, too, yes.
Express. By the way, what university did you attend?
Oh, went to very famous co-ed college in a Chinese city.
Peking?
Oh, no, when co-eds pass by me, take a good look. Oh, me very good scholar in China. Just take examination. No have pen, use goose feather.
Goose feather?
Yeah, but what trouble I have using goose feather. Couldn't get one answer down.
Why not?
Paper too ticklish.
Well, I see the students have all taken the seats now, so let's go on stage and I shall introduce you. Boys and girls of Monroe High.
Well, thank heavens, Mel. For once, one of your impersonations helped Father.
Well, I'm glad he got his honorary degree.
And Father will be home with it any minute, Mel. Don't you think I ought to get off your lap?
No, Betty. As Confucius say, man with girl on lap is like bread without yeast.
What do you mean?
He don't want to rise.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and that's all, folks.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday night at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Folks, 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salapatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Salapatica for the smile of health. Fun with Kurt Stoopnagle and Bud, music with Peter Van Steeden. And another big amateur contest. New voices, new music, new fun. It's Town Hall tonight. Following the parade to the old town hall tonight, folks. There go Colonel Stoopnagle and Bud leading the march, bounding about like the grateful gazelles they are, throwing bon mots to the crowd right and left. It's a big night tonight, so hurry, hurry, hurry. Everybody's going. Everybody's going. Here's Frightwig Upjump, the famous journalist. Where are you going, Mr. Upjump?
I'm covering the Colonel's interview tonight, Bonzel. I want a seat down in front.
Fantastic Whistle. Why aren't you in the hall, Mr. Whistle?
I'm supposed to get the final results of the Colonel's campaign tonight. I want a seat way in the back.
And here are Colonel Stoopnagle and Bud themselves. What's new, fellas?
Hiya, Harry. We're getting out our gats to take a few shots at gangbusters tonight. Some shooting, huh, Colonel? What's that?
Yes, sir. A big show tonight, folks. So come one, come all. Everybody's going. Everybody's going. Well, sir, here we are inside the old town hall, all ready to begin the big show. Featuring tonight a scintillating interview with a little man of industry, the final results in the Colonel's campaign, and a Stoopnagle and Bud burlesque of the popular Gangbuster series. But Peter is signaling that he's all set for the overture, and we're off. Bojangles of Harlem. Let it go, Peter!
Start rocking out of schoolroom.
they are, ladies and gentlemen, those two famous snapper-uppers, Colonel Lemuel Q. Stoopnagle and Bud.
Well, friends, welcome and double welcome and thrice welcome and beyond welcome to Town Hall tonight. This is our farewell appearance here on the stage of the hall, and there's one thing I want to get off my chest, if I may be excused, Bud.
All right.
The Bristol-Myers Company, makers of Sal Hepatica and Ipana, have been the most undissatisfied sponsors we've ever had, haven't they?
Ah, you bet, Colonel.
And seriously, if they wanted us to do this same thing over again for the next summer, I like them so well, I'd do it for nothing, wouldn't you, Bud?
Why, certainly. Sure.
I'll get that.
Yeah, all right.
Hello? Yes, this is the Colonel. Bristol who? You're not interested, I see. Well, goodbye.
What'd they want, Colonel?
I couldn't hear a word the guy said.
Well, maybe they were congratulating us on our new show.
New show?
Yeah, next Sunday afternoon.
On the radio with a sponsor and everything?
Well, of course it'll be on the radio.
Goody, then.
Well, why all the goodies?
I've got a radio. I'll listen in.
It's a good trick if you can do it. Now, look, Colonel, I wish you'd sort of give us a few of your new inventions and definitions.
Boy, I was hoping you'd ask me for those, but I've been working on a thing I call my sub-trailer.
Sub-trailer? What's that?
Sub-trailer, believe me. Well, it's a sort of a trailer that goes on behind the regular trailer that trails along behind your car when you take a trip and take a trailer along for a trailer trip. You know what I mean?
I'm afraid you've caught me in a lie, Colonel. Yes, I know what you mean. What's the sub-trailer for?
Well, that's so you can take some other people along with you in it.
Oh, I think that's fine.
The other people are an invention, too.
Oh.
Yeah, they're so you can have people along to borrow stuff from and to talk about.
I see.
Then inside of the regular trailer, I have a telephone to save you money.
Now, wait just a minute. How can you save money by having a telephone in a trailer?
Well, when you think you want to call somebody up, you go ahead and call them up, see? But you can't get them because the phone isn't connected, so that's where you save money. Why, listen, last year alone, I know a fellow who saved enough money that way to set his son up in business.
What business?
The business of selling telephones to trailers that aren't connected, so you can't call them. Therefore, you save enough to set your son up.
My stars, Colonel, how under the sun you ever think of silly stuff like that is beyond me.
Stars, sun, that reminds me, Bud. I've got a series of definitions for the sun and for the stars and for the rain and the moon that'll slay you. Want to hear them?
I was afraid of that. Definition for the sun, rain, moon, and stars, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, if you promise to let Peter play afterwards, go ahead.
Well, the sun is stuff that you get burned from it.
Uh-huh.
Rain is stuff they call ball games on account of.
Yeah.
The moon is what some mountain has been trying to get up over Cape Smith all this time.
Yeah.
And the stars, oh, the stars.
What are they?
Stars are things that twinkle, twinkle, little. How I wonder what you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All last week, the Colonel was hard at work, as you heard, in his laboratory on Observatory Hill. And out of a veritable maze of things and stuff has come something. Would you like to explain it, Colonel?
Try and stop me. It's an invention for brushing your teeth, Harry. First, you take a nice, new, big, round brush, and you attach it to your typewriter carriage. Then you sit down at the typewriter, press your teeth to the brush, and spell out how many petals has a daisy. The brush moves along, and...
Well, Colonel, what's the matter with a toothbrush?
Oh, they've been invented? Well, then that takes care of everything.
Oh, no. No, not exactly, Colonel. Because, seriously, ladies and gentlemen, just brushing your teeth is never quite enough. You've got to take care of your gums, too. Any dentist will tell you that teeth are seldom white and sparkling when gums are soft and tender. That is the reason so many dentists recommend Ipana toothpaste. Because Ipana not only makes your teeth cleaner and more brilliant, but when used with massage has the extra advantage of helping tone and stimulate your gums. Just do this.
Every time you brush your teeth with Ipana, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage it into your gums.
In that way, you'll give your gums the toning and stimulation they need to help guard against serious gum trouble. And at the same time, you'll have cleaner, whiter teeth. So always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty. that was Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours playing Bye Bye Baby. Now we present the final chapter in the historic campaign to keep Stoopnagle out of the White House.
Keep him out of the White House. You can tell what he might do. Let's find a place for him in a lighthouse. Or maybe we could put him in a zoo.
A special election of the voters is being held today all over the United States to determine whether or not we shall have Stoopnagle in the White House or out of it. And the jittery candidate sits in his campaign headquarters at Crawling on the Hudson, New York, and reports come in from every nook and cranny of the country. Bud, who has stood by our candidate through thick and thin, high, wide, and handsome, black and blue, and fire and water, is pacing up and down as telegraph machines bring in the news.
Quiet here. Whatever you're doing, drop it. Nice dropping, boys. Now, in a second or two, we expect a report from California. Stand by. Well, here it is now. San Francisco, California. From 456 out of 200 precincts, final tabulation. Colonel Lemuel Q. Stoopnagle of New York, no vote.
Well, congratulations, Colonel. Not a single vote from California.
Thank you, Mr. Fiddlestuffer. Thank you. My, but I'm excited. Maybe I won't get into the White House after all.
Hey, is this the campaign headquarters for keeping Whitenagle out of the Stoop House? I got a message for you.
Hooray, man. Listen to this. It's from Dallas, Texas. It says, practically complete reports from 678 out of 200 counties here give Stoopnagle no votes and his opponent 456,678. It looks as though I have a good chance of not winning. Oh, boy.
Hey, my goodness, what's this?
Hey, Colonel, they're bringing the Alabama votes in here in an armored car. Here comes the man up the stairs with them now.
Alabama, 24 votes for Underwood. Well, that's fine, boys, but how about Stoopnagle?
Who's Stoopnagle?
I'll get that phone, men. Quiet now. Hello, campaign headquarters for keeping Stoopnagle out of the thing. Still spickle-nagling. Oh, hello, Ma. Yeah, it's a fine fight, Ma. Yeah, hope to lose any minute now, Ma. Yeah, I'll be right home, Ma. Goodbye.
Who is that, Colonel?
My father. He wanted to know about the mortgage.
Hey, shut that door. My gosh, that's ice cold wind coming in there.
Sorry, sir, but you'll have to stand it for a moment. The Alaska vote is coming in.
The vote from Alaska. Well, now, this is fine. I am Captain Bob Carson's boat, and I have come here on my little ship in order to see many long miles between here and the coast of Alaska. There was a vast amount of interest in the voting, and Stoopnagle is a vast favorite up in the vast stretches of the frozen North Country.
Yeah, well, how was the
voting?
Just a minute.
Well,
how was the voting, Captain? We're all anxious to know, as the thing is pretty close here in the United States.
Every person voted this year, and it was just fine. As nice a compliment as I ever paid to any candidate.
Yeah, well, who won up there, Captain?
Well, Stoopnagle is a great favorite up there. Everybody in the whole...
Captain,
hey,
please, look. What was the final count of the vote?
Everybody likes Stoopnagle up there. When we were going...
Wait a minute. What? How many votes did Stoopnagle get?
Minus 42.
Say, Harry.
Yeah?
During all this confusion, have any results been coming in from the other states of the Union?
Yes, Bud, we've got them. Attention. The total vote. Other candidates, 13,567,000, Bullock, 2. Colonel Stoopnagle, 1.
A vote for me? A vote for me, Harry?
Yes.
Well, I've been double-crossed. The very idea. Give me that phone. Hello, operator. Give me Rhinelander 44422. Hello, Ma. Gee, thanks, Ma.
And now the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight the boys revive a great favorite of a season or so ago, Louisiana Hayride.
Look for the oyster, dive for the clam, now for the home in the happy land. Is everybody here now?
Yes, indeed.
Well, that being the case, I'll now proceed. What kind of fun does you fancy most? Picnic?
No, sir.
Oyster supper?
No, sir.
Strawberry festival?
No, sir.
What kind of fun does you fancy most?
Japanese gets but you're mighty close.
Don't hold it back any longer. It's a hayride. Gather, it's going. Louisiana hayride. It's going. We always ready. Start something. Louisiana hayride. No use for calling the roll. Oh, I like that song. The sitting in the hay, the loving it away. Oh, the time is short. Crack a little whip. Get your little chip to go. Start something. Louisiana hayride. No fooling. We always happy. Get going. Louisiana hayride. No use for calling the roll. Maybell, Emmeline.
Yeah.
Susan Cannonball.
I'm here, too.
Sambo Washington.
That's right here, brother.
He's from McKinley. Highest, yeah. Sam and Tana, Carolina Donna. Boy, they're all here. Marinda, Flora, and Linda. Yes, sir, brother, we's all here. Francis, Abraham. Highest, yeah. Moses, Abraham. Highest, yeah. We all here. You can see, we all here. Oh, get going. Louisiana hayride. Get going. We all is ready. Stop. Louisiana hayride. No use for calling the roll.
Oh, I like that boat
Sitting in the hay and loving it away. Oh, all the time is short. Crack a little whip and get your little chip to go. So, start something. Louisiana hayride. No fooling, we always happy. Get going. Louisiana hayride. No use for calling the roll. Get going. Louisiana hayride.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, boys. Tonight we're going to do one of those man on the pavement broadcasts. And just to make it a little more confusing, we're not going out on the pavement. As a matter of fact, we're not even going to ask questions. We're going to let Harry do it. That is, if he's found anyone who'll let him. Have you, Harry?
Well, I think I have, Colonel. Mr. Faye, would you mind stepping up to the microphone, please? Right here. Is this all right? Well, that's fine. Now, let's see how good you are on observation. Tell me, are the pupils of most of your friends' eyes blue or brown?
Gee, I don't know. Offhand, I'd say blue.
I see. Would you get mad if I told you they weren't any color? It's the iris that's color.
Oh. I didn't make a very good start, did I?
Well, it's all in fun. Now, let's see how you are on grammar. What's wrong with this sentence? When you're feeling logy and under the weather, sal hepatica is ideal to take.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's right.
And you'll find countless people who'll agree with you, too, including physicians who've recommended sal hepatica for more than 40 years. Because when you're feeling headachy and under par, two things usually cause it: waste in your body and acid in your system. And sal hepatica is the mineral salt laxative that not only removes waste from the body, but also helps nature combat acidity. So the next time you feel grouchy and under the weather, remember sal hepatica for the smile of health.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Colonel stepped off the stage a minute to finish writing last week's show. So now I'm going to take this opportunity of interviewing one of our little-known men of industry. Would you come up to the microphone there, Junior, please?
Yes, sir. Come right up. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Priddle. Have I got that name right?
Yeah, Priddle. Pyramid Q Priddle is the whole name.
Well, that's nice to know that. What do you do for a living, Mr. Priddle?
What?
I say, what do you do for a living?
I pile the fruit in fruit store windows in pretty pyramids.
Oh.
Yeah, a lot on the bottom and that's the good on top.
So you're the guy who does that, huh?
Yeah.
It must take quite a time to learn to put oranges and lemons and stuff in pyramids that way.
Yeah, it does. I guess I was just a natural at it, though, you see. I was born in Egypt right under the very nose of the pyramid.
You were, huh?
Yeah, my mother was, but my father wasn't. But we lived there on the desert, and sometimes the sand blew in my eyes, but I don't mind the sand once in a while. Look at spinach. Spinach
Yeah, now look, wait a minute. I know all about
You're looking
that.
spinach?
Yes, I've looked at it.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah, it certainly is, yeah. Look, sort of go slowly with it. We want everyone to understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I get it. Have you ever been to Egypt? It's nice over there, up the Nile and down in the tombs and stuff.
Look, did the Egyptian pyramids make you think of piling fruit in that form?
No, they didn't have a thing to do with it. Nothing at all.
Glad you spoke about them then.
I am too.
Yeah.
If I had a pyramid and somebody spoke about me, I'd be glad too, because after all, a pyramid can't speak about anybody else, and neither can a Sphinx. Most people think that only the Sphinx can say anything, but he's got a good press agent, advertising, you know.
Yeah, all right.
The hen
Look,
cackles and the duck doesn't, but you use the hen's eggs, you don't.
Quiet.
Nobody uses duck's eggs.
Look, let's forget the Sphinx and get back to the fruit piled in pyramid form, shall we?
Yeah, well, it was like this. I was putting fruit in a fruit store window, you see. I worked in a fruit store at the time.
Yes, you must have.
I must have. Well, I was placing apples here and grapefruit here and oranges there and So, oranges here and grapefruit over there. Well, anyway, a fellow named Joe Glutz. You know Joe.
Oh, sure.
Oh, great guy, Joe.
Yeah, you bet.
Nice boy.
Joe?
Great fellow, yeah. Oh, well, Joe came along and he kept saying to me, bet on Pyramid, bet on Pyramid. Pyramid is a horse, you know.
Yeah, nice fella, Pyramid.
You bet.
Yeah, great guy.
Oh, yes, great fellow, Pyramid.
Yeah, Joe's a nice horse, too.
Fine horse, Joe. Yeah, well, Pyramid said to me, bet on Joe. Hey, I'm on my... Hey, who got me missed? Who? Come out, where are we? Who got... Well, I'm back again now. Well, anyway, while he was telling me to bet on this horse, Pyramid, I was gradually, unconsciously...
What?
Yeah, I was gradually, unconsciously...
Yeah, I can understand the unconscious part of it,
No, I was gradually, without thinking, sort of piling up the oranges in the shape of a pyramid. Well, Joe left, and suddenly I heard old Frozen Face coming.
Are you the same fellow talking?
Yeah, old Frozen Face.
Yeah.
Who is old Frozen
That's
Face?
what I'm supposed to
Yeah,
say.
he's the boss. His real name is Cold Map. We boys call him Frozen Face, but not to his face.
Yeah, just so he's frozen.
Yeah. But instead of getting mad at me for shaping a pile like a pyramid, the boss gave one yelp of joy, went to the phone and called the bookie and put $2 on Pyramid to win.
Well, did the horse win?
Oh, it's a great race.
A nice race.
Oh, fine.
Yeah, Joe's a nice race.
Oh, you bet. Those pyramids.
Yeah, which do you like best, Pyramid or race?
Oh, where was I?
Now, look. Did Pyramid win the race? I mean, that's what we're all interested in.
So now the boss has got me doing nothing else but piling oranges and grapefruit in the shape of pyramids in the window of the fruit store.
Yeah, but what do you do meantime for recreation?
Oh, I've been trying a new stunt. I've been trying for months now to put the pyramid in the window upside down.
Well, you have any luck?
Luck, you bet. The horse came in and paid 5 to 1.
much, ladies and gentlemen. That was Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours playing Begin the Begin. Now, Colonel Stoopnagle and Bud present another of their popular burlesques of radio. Tonight, a takeoff on that well-known network radio program entitled Gangbusters. Mr. Phillips Lord, when asked by the Colonel whether his permission might be granted, replied,
What can we lose?
Which led the Colonel to believe that it was all right with Mr. Lord. So now Town Hall takes pleasure in presenting that eminent criminologist, Colonel Ganuel Q. Stoopbuster, and his partner, Bud, in a daring expose. Are you ready, boys?
What can we lose?
Calling the police, calling the G-men, calling the trains, calling the Army, calling the Navy, Can't you hear me calling Caroline?
Gangbusters, stories of the police and their unending crusade against crime. Sent to you every whatchamacallit at this time by Parcels Post and sponsored by that superb product, Hoist-Boinder, the only oatmeal with the true cornflake flavor. Gangbusters gives you nothing but the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. No fibbing. No fibbing either. Tonight, Phillips H. Lord will interview Police Chief Timothy Hay of the Puckering Valley Police to get the lurid details on the crime career of the vicious, atrociously horrible person, Bucktooth Thad, the slasher Thorax. But first, let me tell you a few things about Hoist-Boinder. I asked Mrs. Plush G. Stoker, a housewife, to answer this burning question for us. When you sit down to your breakfast in the morning, what is the first thing you do, Mrs. Stoker?
I call upstairs to Plush, my husband, and tell him to get the deuce down to breakfast or I'll brain the son of a gun.
Thank you, Mrs. Stoker.
Well, thank you, too.
Well, here in the private office of Chief of Detectives sits Police Chief Timothy Hay of the Puckering Valley Police Force. Chief Hay has come by train, bus, airplane, and stagecoach all the way from Puckering Valley, 5 miles up the post road, to review with Mr. Lord the strange and inhuman career of Bucktooth Thad, the slasher Thorax. So, Phil, it's up to you.
Thank you, Harry.
Thank you, Phil.
And thank you for thanking me, Harry.
Thank you.
Chief Hay, am I correct when I say that Bucktooth was one of the nastiest criminals in the past decade?
No, I'd say in the past 10 years. Yes, Mr. Lord, Bucktooth was beastly. He was a nasty man. He was a kidly deli.
Deadly killer, huh, Chief?
You said it.
I said it. Now, look, as I understand it, you first saw Bucktooth,
Your elbow, the script.
You first saw Bucktooth... begin again. You first saw Bucktooth, whatchamacallit...
Third time you first saw Bucktooth there.
The whatchamacallit Thorax right up in Puckering Valley in 1892. Is that true?
Yes, he was just a babe in arms at the time, Mr. Lord.
Just a babe.
Yeah, he was running around with his gun moll even then. She was a cute little rascal, 4 months old.
Well, think of that. Things have happened since then, though, haven't they, Chief?
Yes, Mr. Lord, much stuff has passed under the thing since then. Bucktooth Thad, the slasher, and his gun moll were planning their career of crime. It was a hot day in August. 2 baby carriages were parked next to each other in a no parking space. Birds were singing overhead. One baby, a boy, was speaking to another baby, a girl, in the next carriage.
Go. 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 How come you go me like you go, go, go? How come you go me like you go?
Well, I can see by that, Chief Hay, that things were coming to a pretty pass, even at that early age. A couple of crooners, huh? Then what happened?
Well, P.L., we heard nothing until 18 years later. They caught him stealing peanuts from a peanut butter factory.
Oh, the old shell game, huh, Chief?
Shucks.
So, Bucktooth liked peanuts, huh, Chief?
So they say. There was a rumor around that he liked pecans, but they found he liked peanut butter.
Who's writing your material now, Chief?
Well, it was in a peanut butter factory. Bucktooth and his pal were at the cash register when suddenly... Well, go ahead.
That must have been an awful mess, Chief. How many were killed?
Well, sir, not a shot was fired.
Well, shut my mouth. What happened then?
Well, he was sent up the river for 10 years. The next we heard of him was the day after he went to Sing Sing. Of course, when he got out, he immediately went back to his old pals of the underworld. His best friend at that time was Cuthbert the Gouger. So now, Mr. Lord, we will have a scene where Thad the Slasher and Cuthbert the Gouger are entering a jewelry store with the idea of stealing jewels. A new idea. Listen.
Hey, easy there. Easy, said the Slasher Thorax. Yeah. Do you want the whole neighborhood to hear it?
Let up, Cuthbert the Gouger. I guess I know my business. Now raise the window and get inside.
Okay, kid.
Hey, I don't like the looks of the joint.
Oh, shut up. Now, look, here's the cash register.
Let's see. You push the little valve down. Empty, huh? Well, I guess we gotta get the safe. Where's that safe? Have you seen a safe?
Here
it
is.
is.
They keep the jewels well locked up. There's nothing like a safe for keeping jewels.
Yes, and there's nothing so safe as eating price pointers, the oatmeal that tastes like cornflakes.
Hey, who is this guy? A copper?
No, he's just one of them radio advertisers. Go ahead and open the safe. He ain't gonna bother us.
When your little boy comes home early from school in the afternoon after a hard day and he says, Mother, I'm hungry, what do? Tell him he can't have anything to eat until dinner time? Perhaps. But if you were a wise mother, you will say to him,
Hand me that nitroglycerin.
Is that the end, Chief?
Yes, that's the way it was told to me.
It makes a nice, dull story, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Thanks, Chief. And
Yeah.
now, Harry, if you will, please, I'd appreciate it if you'd announce something about clues, which we always broadcast at the end of our programming.
All right, Phil. We now bring you several honest-to-goodness clues. Sent in to us from police chiefs all over the country. A clue from the chief of police of Dandruff on the Knob, Nevada.
We want information on Bud, partner of the team known as Stoopnagle and Bud, for grand larceny. When last seen, he was jumping off the top story of the Empire State Building with a piece of fly paper in his hand. If located, please gather up the pieces and lose them.
A clue from the chief of police of Puckering on the Valley.
Information wanted on the whereabouts of a man calling himself Colonel Stoopnagle. He is about 200 feet high and weighs 38 pounds. When last seen, he was wearing umbrellas on his feet and carrying a pair of high-button brown shoes above his head. If found, please notify. Please notify.
What about his record?
It's broken. It's broken. It's broken. It's broken.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Oh, Harry.
Yes, Bud?
Say, since Fred Allen will be back next week, and since this is the last time we'll be on this program with you, the Colonel and I want to know if you'll do us a little favor, will you?
Why, certainly. What is it?
Well, will you give us something to remember you by?
You bet I will. What do you want?
Well, one more talk about Ipana toothpaste.
All right, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, always remember that Ipana is more than a toothpaste. Because when used with massage, Ipana also helps to tone and stimulate your gums. And that is mighty important, because dentists say
the many creamy, well-cooked foods we eat nowadays do not give our gums enough work to do to keep them firm and healthy. So they grow lazy and soft through lack of exercise and stimulation.
And you can supply that stimulation by massaging your gums with Ipana. Put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage it into your gums every time you brush your teeth. And in that way, you'll give your gums the toning and stimulation they need to help guard against serious gum trouble. You'll have healthier gums, bright teeth, and a more attractive smile if you'll always remember Ipana for the smile of duty. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Town Hall tonight will continue immediately following your station announcement. The Town Hall Amateur Contest. We have on our stage again tonight a group of anxious and eager amateurs waiting to compete in our weekly contest. Before Colonel Stoopnagle and Bud resume their duties as hosts, let's start these folks off with a rousing Town Hall reception. Now, as usual in the proceedings of our contest, you and our studio audience will act as judges. Your applause, which will be recorded on our sound recording machine, will decide the winners of the first prize of $50 in cash and the second prize of $25 in cash. Now, here's Bud to introduce our first guest of the evening.
Thank you, Harry, very much. First tonight, before us here in Town Hall, a young man from New York City, Bernie Kay. How are you, Bernie?
How are you, Bud?
Well, welcome to Town Hall. I understand that you're an impersonator.
That's right.
And your nickname is Fats, huh?
Right.
Okay. Well, Bernie, I want you to meet my partner over here. He's
Little fats, too. I'm the muscular one. Yeah. Well, Fats, listen, before we start, of course, I'm not going to say anything tonight. This is the last night we're on here. I'm not going to say a thing about the fact that we still believe that people have more fun than anybody because I got a letter from my sister, and she said we use it too much, see, so I can't say it anymore. But this is the last time that we have these amateurs with us, and we do say goodbye with regrets. And in case anyone listening in doesn't know what goodbye means, goodbye is what if you're just getting somewhere, hello is better than. Oh, dear. No, I purposely didn't make that very funny because Fred Allen gets on next week, and, you know, we don't want to be too hard to follow. Well, Pat, here we are back to you again after that funny stuff. Tell me, where do you come from, please?
Well, I was born in Rockaway Beach, Long Island.
Well, that's a nice place to be born in. Mm-hmm. Fred Allen was born. No, he wasn't either. He wasn't born over there. What did you used to do? What was your business?
Well, I got out of high school, and I went to work in a fur house.
Fur house? What kind of fur?
What
skunk?
Kind?
Skunk?
Well, mostly.
Mostly skunk and probably a little mink and a few other things, huh? Did you ever do anything else? Weren't you in the fruit business or something at one time?
Well,
just in a small way?
Yeah, during the summer.
That's so?
I lugged onions.
Lugged onions, huh? You got tired of doing that, huh? Well, you have some of your families in the show business, too, isn't that true?
Well, in a way, yes.
You have
have a cousin who's a master of ceremonies in Jersey.
That's so?
And another cousin of mine is connected with RKO.
Oh, really?
Booking offices.
Oh, that's grand. Well, now, Bud, you come and take Bernie and ask him what he's going to sing and stuff.
Yes, sir, Colonel. Well, Bernie, I understand that you're to... Quiet, Astaire, quiet. I understand, Bernie, that you're going to offer impersonations of Herman Bing, the young man who sang in the picture. The music goes round and round, and the title of the song is the same.
Right.
And second, you're going to imitate Fats Waller singing Shoeshine Boy.
Correct.
Bernie, go right ahead.
I blow through here, and the music goes round and round. Ooh, when it comes out here, right there, I push the first bass down, and the music goes round and round. Ooh, when it comes out here, and then I push the middle valve down, and the music goes round and round. Below, 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 billy-ho-ho-ho. Listen to the shells come out. Then I push the left valve down, and the music goes round and round. Ooh, when it comes out here,
Fats Waller.
Shoeshine boy, you work hard all day. Shoeshine boy, ain't got no time to play. Every nickel helps a lot, oh. So shine, shine, shoeshine boy. Now you find joy in the things you do. Shoeshine boy, you're seldom ever blue. You're content with what you've done, oh. So shine, shine, shoeshine boy. Now the people look at you, it's gone because your clothes are worn and torn. Still you never whine, oh. Why you keep walking up and down the street, you're pleading with each one you meet. Say, brother, can you spare a shine? Oh, shoeshine boy, soon the day will come and shoeshine boy, soon a tune you'll hum. Every nickel helps a lot, oh. So shine, shine, shoeshine boy, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was Bernie Kay of New York City, an impersonator. Now standing before me, two gentlemen, two young lads from Astoria, Long Island. Hi, fellas.
How are you?
What are your names?
Joe and Charlie Patello.
Joe and Charlie Patello. And you're equipped with harmonicas, both small and large, huh? You know, my partner claims he's an organist, and maybe does that anything, Colonel? Is a harmonica anything like an organ?
Yeah, it's the same thing. Same thing, yeah. A little different. Boys, how are you? Tommy, I understand that you are in a rather peculiar kind of a business, you two boys. Isn't that true?
True.
What do you do, please?
Well, we're pitmen for the midget car races in the Madison Square Garden Bowl.
Over in Long Island?
That's right.
You're pitmen, and when the cars break down or anything, they come around to you and you fix them?
We fix them up as soon as possible.
Fix them up as soon as possible. You don't play the harmonicas while you're fixing them.
Well,
they fix the car. Hey, Bud.
Yeah.
You know those little midget cars that these boys are talking about? How do they go? I mean, when you're over there watching, how do they sound?
Whiz.
Oh, that's marvelous. That certainly is nice. Boys, what are you going to play? Nagasaki, huh? Nagasaki. Go to it, please.
Story of Long Island. Harmonica duet and the title of the tune, Nagasaki. Now we have two people standing before us here in Town Hall. A young lady by the name of Jane Thompson, who comes from the Bronx, and a boy by the name of Robert Warren. Incidentally, Robert is a composer, and I believe tonight that he's going to accompany Miss Thompson, and Miss Thompson is going to sing one of Robert's songs. Welcome to Town Hall. I understand you're from Brookline, Massachusetts originally?
Right.
Well, it's nice having you here. And Miss Thompson was born in the Bronx.
That's right.
Well, it's nice having you both. Colonel, come in and meet a couple of nice people here.
Hello, nice people. How are you? We're glad to see you here. Bob, I just want to ask you a couple... You don't mind if I tell you, Bob? I just want to ask you a couple of questions. You come from the Bronx and stuff. Where'd you go to college, please?
I went to Dartmouth.
To Dartmouth, huh?
Yes.
Graduated when? 1936. I have a brother, Horace Stoopnagle. Yes, he went there. He went to Dartmouth. He was the class of 23.
Captain of the swimming team.
Captain of the swimming team. Yeah, I don't know if he's still there or not. I'm not sure. Well, tell me, have you composed any others besides the one you're going to play tonight?
Well, yes. A few more.
Did you? Would you want to mention any of them, or would you rather just play the one you're going to do?
No, I just rather play.
All right, you're going to play, and the young lady's going to sing.
Yes.
All right.
What's the title of that, Robert?
The title is Get Off My Mind.
Get Off My Mind. You go right ahead. Robert's going over to the piano now. Robert Warren playing his own song, and Jane Thompson singing. All right.
Someday I'd like to fall in love with someone who believes that love is not just a game, a temporary flame. You seem to think it's quite a sport, and I know that you're just the sort who'd play around until you found another heart who's starting breaking. Get off my mind before I find that I'm a fool in love. Lord above would never let me be with you on my mind. Stay away from me, for I can see that I'm inclined to fall, and that all would be just misery with you on my mind. You're the one who had your fun when you are through with me, and you're the soul who tell me so, and then one day you'd run away. Get off my mind and stop reminding me that love is sweet. I'm discreet, and that's the reason I say get off my mind.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was Jane Thompson and Robert Warren. Robert's own composition. Can't get you off my mind. All right. Now we really have quite a thing here, ladies and gentlemen. Quite a thing. Incidentally, all the way from Bermuda. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And your names, please.
Arthur Smith.
Arthur Smith, and yours?
May Smith.
May, brother and sister, huh?
Yes, sir.
And from Bermuda?
Yes.
And when did you get up from Bermuda?
About 6 weeks ago.
About 6 weeks. You didn't by any chance, when you were in Bermuda, see anybody with the name of Sylvester Weaver wandering around down there, did you?
No, I never.
We have a production man on our show here. He spent his vacation down there at a place called the Coral Island Club. Do you know where the Coral Island Club is?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever go over and have fun over there?
Yes.
Do you know the boss of the place, Jack Green? His real name is Jack Peacock Green.
Yes, we know it.
You do, huh? Well, that's the Colonel.
Yeah.
They know Jack Green from Bermuda.
They do. The Coral Island Club, huh?
Yeah.
Boy, can we go there free? By golly, we better. I just want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, two little folks we have here. Are you brother and sister?
Yes, sir.
Brother and sister. Two little colored folks, and very cute. The little girl has a little pretty little pink dress on, and the little boy's all dressed up in long trousers and a bow tie and everything else. And they're going to dance. What are you going to dance? What kind of a... what's the name of your song?
Let yourself go.
Let yourself go. All right, now go right to it.
Let's dance, so feel your leather. Step slightly heads up, leather, not decks up, go. Now come, hit that river, loosen up the statue liver. Can't you hear that hot river? Let them go. Now, let's up go. Now relax, let's up go. Say relax. Oh, I got yourself tied up in a knot. Now this call for the music. Oh, come closer. Don't you dare to answer no, sir. Put your banker, clerk, and Rosa, let's up go.
Thank you very much. Little colored girl and boy from Bermuda, dancing and singing Let Yourself Go. Now coming up from Union City, New Jersey. Well, good old New Jersey. That's my home state. Yeah, Union City's the honor city tonight, too. I want to say. Harry Steiner. Harry, welcome to Town Hall.
Thank you.
A baritone. Incidentally, that reminds me, sitting out in the audience is a very, very dear, an old friend of mine who comes from Asbury Park, New Jersey, and he's a baritone, too. Bill Jordan. He's sitting out in the audience, so I want you to do a good job because he likes baritone singers. He's quite a singer. Colonel, come in and meet somebody from my home state here.
Hello, somebody from his home state. How do you do? Oh, yeah, Jersey, huh?
Right.
Well, you know, Bud and I are going down to Atlantic City next week for some party given by the governor, or is that for the governor?
Maybe it's, I'm not quite sure whether it's for him or given by him.
You're not, eh?
No.
Oh, gee, I don't know what I'm going to do. We don't know who it's...
It's for Hoffman, though.
For Hoffman, all right. Well, what's that got to do with this fellow's going to sing? Nothing.
Well, the Hoffman's the governor in New Jersey, that's all.
Oh. Well, all right. He's the governor. What's he going to sing?
Well, look, Harry, what are you going to...
You know, we don't want to make this too funny, you know.
Don't worry, we're not. Harry, what are you going to sing, huh?
One Alone.
One Alone. Harry Steiner of Union City. All right, you go right ahead.
One alone to be my own. I alone to know her caresses. One to be eternally the one my wish hurting soul possesses. At a call, I'd give my all my life and all my love, and you ring. This would be a magic world to me if she were mine alone.
Thank you very much. From Union City, Harry Steiner, a baritone, who sang One Alone. And now I'm practically surrounded here. Don't sneak up on me, fellas. I'm a little touchy here. How are you? What is this, the four, what is it again you call it? The Blues Chasers. Well, welcome to Town Hall. Are you going to sing one of your own compositions, or...
Not one of them. Don't be afraid to tell your mother.
Don't be afraid to tell my mother, huh?
Anybody's mother. Just don't be afraid to tell your mother.
Don't be afraid to tell my mother it's not one of your own compositions. Colonel, come in and speak to the Blue Blazers here, will you?
Hi, boy. If you don't mind, I'm going to ask you very quickly here just what your names are. There's one fellow here named Hobson somebody. What's your last name? Broadway. Hobson Broadway. And you're the first tenor, huh? Where were you born, Hobson?
Greensboro, North Carolina.
Come a little closer, will you?
Greensboro, North Carolina.
And where do you work now?
I work in Inwood.
In a drugstore?
No, I work for a shoe factory.
Oh, in the shoe repair. I got them a little mixed up here yet. Somebody, I've got to get after Uncle Jim. He doesn't give me the right dope on you fellas. Then there's the second tenor here, Clarence Walker.
Yeah, that's my name.
That's your name, and you got the guitar there, huh? Second tenor. And what do you do now, please?
Well, I'm unemployed at the present.
Unemployed? Oh, I see. I thought you were in the WPA. Oh, you were? Well, you can lean on that second tenor there. And the next man is Victor Tynes. And you're the baritone, and you were born down in Greensboro, weren't you, Victor? And what's your present job?
My present job is bellboy.
A bellboy, out in Harlem, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
That's fine. And John Adamson?
That's right.
You're the basso. Basso, I should say. Basso profundo, huh? And what is your business?
Messenger clerk.
You're a messenger clerk. Well, that's fine. Now we got everything all set. Colored male quartet, ladies and gentlemen, singing Don't Be Afraid to Tell Mother. Okay.
Don't be afraid to tell your mother, afraid that she'll discover that you and I have planned a little home. Don't be afraid to tell her so, she must be old, you know, for our lives we must live all alone. Boom, boom, for if you tell her that you love me, dear, and I'll be waiting at your door. But if I have to wait around a year, I'll have to say I'm going away and never come back no more. Don't be afraid to tell your mother, afraid that she'll discover that you and I planned a little home, I mean, that you and I planned a little home. Boom, 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 boom. Just tell her that you love me, dear, and I'll be waiting at your door. But if I have to wait around a year, I'll have to say I'm going away and never come back no more. Don't be afraid to tell your mother, afraid that she'll discover that you and I planned a little home, I mean, that you and I have planned a little home.
Thank you very much. That was the Blues Chasers, a colored male quartet from New York, singing Don't Be Afraid to Tell Your Mother. And now, another instrumental group, ladies and gentlemen, the Arrowhead Swingsters, Angelo, Frank, and Mike. Instrumental trio. They're going to do Tiger Rag. Before you begin, boys, the Colonel has just a word to say to you.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you, Colonel. Now, the Arrowhead Swingsters. Now, let's get at that Tiger Rag. 1, 2, and right in there and fight. Swingsters, ladies and gentlemen. Instrumental trio, playing Tiger Rag. That concludes our amateur contest, ladies and gentlemen. And now, if you'll excuse Colonel and me, we'll go over to the recording machine and get the results of your applause.
Say, wait just a minute, boys. Before you do, I just want to tell you how much fun it's been working with you on these programs. And speaking for Bristol Myers, our sponsors, I want to thank you with all sincerity for every hour of smiles you brought us during the summer. We all hope your new series of broadcasts will be the most successful you've ever had. And, ladies and gentlemen, may we also thank you for remembering the two products that have made every one of these programs possible. Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. All right, now, have you fellas got the results ready, or are you ready?
Well, here they are, Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, our applause meter shows that your applause has been heaviest for the acts that have been called back to the stage. Now, as we call the names of these contestants, Harry will hold his hand over their heads, and you may applaud once again for your choice. Proceed, Bud, please.
Well, friends, Colonel, too, we have quite a surprise tonight. We have a triple tie.
Triple tie.
A triple tie. So will be a little tough picking, I suppose, but here we go. First, from the Bronx, New York, the impersonator who did The Music Goes Round and Round and Shoeshine Boy, Bernie Fats K. Next, from Duluth, Minnesota, the boys, the instrumental trio who just played Tiger Rag, the Arrowhead Swingsters. And all the way from Bermuda, the brother and sister who danced and sang Let Yourself Go, May and Arthur Smith. All right, Colonel, now what does the applause meter show?
Well, here's the news, Bud. The first prize of $50 in cash goes to the two little folks from Bermuda, May and Arthur Smith. And the second prize of $25 in cash goes to Bernie Fats K. Congratulations to both of you.
Hold it just a minute, Peter, please. Ladies and gentlemen, Stoopnagle and Bud have an announcement to make about their town hall show next week. All right, boys, what you doing for next week?
Oh, boy, are we going to have a terrific show on Town Hall next week, huh, Colonel?
Yes, sir. The best show in months.
Well, it sounds swell, fellas. What is it?
Fred Allen will be back.
And so we close the town hall doors on the final show of the summer series in which Stoopnagle and Bud added so much to our hour of smiles. Join us again next week when Fred Allen returns for more hours of smiles in the old town hall. Until then, good night.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.